Come on, don't die on me. I was Blue of Alex. I'll explain. I'll explain. There's going to be a bit of a long block. Normally, while the theater's going live, what I've been doing, I don't know, DJ Flick. I think I will be, yes. I think it's already been funded, but it's going to be a ways out. Normally, when we finish the theater, I have like an hour or two to work on something, which I usually spend working on the next theater or on the Trek rewrite or something similar, right? I can't do anything right now. I don't have access to my computer. I mean, I do, but no, I don't, right? So I found myself sitting here. Now, I've actually been farming all morning. You may or may not be able to tell. We'll see if anybody notices. I've gotten a few stat ups throughout the course of this run. Course of this morning. I've spent a few hours on this. My save time has probably gone up quite a bit. But I was sitting here like, well, I could just keep running around grinding, but I don't really feel the need to. That was just about, me trying to get a little bit of a gap. No accusation intended, Blue of Alex. I'm explaining, because you're right. Absolutely, normally I would. But since I can't work on the theater, and I can't work on the Trek rewrite, and I can't play anything really to, not be working, to not be getting anything done, I found myself staring at the possibility of just sitting here, running around grinding in Bloodborne for the next couple hours. And I was like, screw it, I'm just going to go live. We're just going to go live early. Why not, right? I do want to share a small story. Now, this may sound a little bit gross. I just got a sub from SDR. I know. I'm sorry. I should have given more of a rated R warning before that. I apologize. Oh, it's so vile in my mouth. Oh my god, it's insane. Oh, it's horrible. Oh. Okay, I think I'm okay. I think I'm recovered from it. Okay, thank you, SDR, very, very much for the sub. I do always appreciate. Muchly. Thank you. I will put that towards Mario Sunshine. I'm still bleeding. I'm still leaking out my eye. One of the things I've had to get used to this whole surgery, I'm not actually crying. I'm not. Although, Chapter 6 was so awesome. I was so happy to see that finished product. Can I just say that? I hate to gush about my own work, but damn. You can really tell, I can really tell, the new methods, the new editing, the new recording, the new sound design, all the new stuff that we're doing and will be doing from Chapter 6 onwards. Oh, that turned out great. Anyways, and thank you for noticing, Darth Terran. Random mentioned he noticed as well. It's a relief because I've been a little bit on chapters 1 through 5. Like, it's okay, but I keep noticing all the little issues and problems and flaws, and it's like, and then we hit chapter 6, and it's like, yeah. Anyways. And then, of course, I notice all the flaws in chapter 6 as well. So, DJ Flick obviously has not been with us for the past week or two. I got nose surgery to correct a severely deviated septum. So they had to carve out and refix this side of the nostril, and they had to reinflate and repair this side of the nostril. So 2 separate procedures, right? That's a summary. I do actually want to give a legitimate gross warning, really quick. Not SDR. SDR isn't actually gross. That was just a joke. Real gross warning. That's true, Tyron. Real gross warning. So, if you don't want to hear this is the time to mute me. So, some of you know that I got the stitches, or sorry, the splint out Tuesday. And ever since, my nose has hurt, and on a slowly declining level of pain, right? Now, that's fine, but honestly, I was getting a little bit weirded out by how much it was hurting. So this morning, while I'm running around grinding in Bloodborne and researching stuff for tomorrow's lore week, I happened to notice there was something odd, and I thought it was a booger. So I'm like, okay, well, hang on, let's get the saline. There we go. I literally have saline on my desk. It's right here. And I'm like, okay, spray it up. Grab a thing, and I'm like, all right. Grab a Kleenex. And start pulling, and I'm like, after a bit of pulling, it starts to really hurt. And I'm like, now, pro tip, there's good pain and there's bad pain, right? Now, I can't tell you the distinction. You have to figure that out for yourself because everyone's body processes it differently. But you need to learn that distinction over the course of your life because you need to know when to pull and when to not pull. This was a good pain. This was I need to pull. So I pull, and I've already thrown it away, but I pull out only about an inch of wire. It was part of the stitching that was still stuck in my nose. Honestly, it probably couldn't have come out before now without even worse issues, because the swelling. That's also probably why the pain has been slowly going down. I should mention that right now, the pain has dropped by a magnitude, just from this morning. I'm going to take that as a good sign. So I'm kind of glad I stumbled into that. Because that was fun. Nice. I mean, an inch doesn't sound like a long thing, but I want you to imagine, because I only had about that much to pull with. And I had to pull that much out. That was fun. So it's out. The stitching is out now. I don't know if there's any others. I'm going to actually, in the shower tonight, when you know the heat and the humidity, I'm going to go ahead and check, basically. See if I can find any other ones. The stitches were supposed to be cut out Tuesday, Darth Tyron. This is the first flaw I've found in the surgeon's operations. He's done everything pretty smoothly. I shared a picture like last Saturday or last Friday or whatever. I didn't even have any bruising. That's how good of a job he had done on me. So this is the first mistake that I have seen in his operations. Yes and no, Bregman. It's mostly been different, which is just weird. No, it's straight up. I mean, I say wire. It's like a really. It's not plastic. It is cloth, but yeah. Anyways, words. Sleeping better. I've been sleeping differently. I have to get up to stretch in the middle of the night. Not at all. I haven't had to do that since the operation. Let me walk that back. I haven't had to do that since I got home to my bed. I woke up all the freaking time when I was sleeping in my niece's bed because that was the only guest bed they had available. I know this is going to come as a shock, but I'm slightly larger than my niece is. So that was fun. But once I get into my bed, I sleep in a queen. With my sheets and my pillows and all that. Yeah, no, I haven't had to get up in the middle of the night to do anything. I haven't had to go to the bathroom. I haven't been woken up by headaches. I haven't woken up with a headache since then, knock on wood. And I haven't had to get up and do stretches to be able to relax enough to get back to sleep, which is something that was pretty normal for me for the last several years. We'll see if it continues to improve. Obviously, the nose is still getting better. I'm still getting used to sleeping in different positions. I'm running on several years of muscle memory of I can only sleep in this exact position, and I'm trying to push myself out of that. Where the heck was I? Upper ward, right. Can I afford anything right now?
Welcome. What is... Very well. Let me...
I don't think I can. Nope. Yep. I cannot. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, 30 grand is no longer a substantial amount of souls at the point we're at. Oh, I should show where I was grinding. I should show my work. Give me a second. Is there anything I can buy right now? Oh, right. We need to talk about gross. Speaking of gross. Don't worry, Pika, it's not that gross. It's just talking about the concept of gross. Sorry, give me a second. How many of those do I have? I got 10 of each. That's fine for now, I guess. Do I got plenty of those? Yeah, I can buy one of those. Yeah, let's buy a few of these. And a few of these. Hey, MS Cardo. I'm not that big, Pillars of Snow. So which was worse, this or the kidney stone surgery? Oh, the kidney stone surgery, no question. When I got out of the kidney stone surgery, I had a pipe sticking out of my back that connected to my kidney inside my body. Which is exactly as weird as that sounds. There were so many weird little rules of what I could and couldn't do. It was just, yeah. You know, that doesn't even surprise me, Tacolita. Where am I going? Oh, I'm not going here at all. I'm going here. So, okay, hang on. So I got a whole story to tell you. Let's talk about the gross first. Should we talk about the gross first? Let's see if hazardous shows up today, and then I'll talk about the gross. So for now, we'll save the gross discussion for later. Let's talk about this stupid thing. So this morning I get up, fresh and early, and I'm like, all right, let's go ahead and figure out some grinding. I want to at least have access to grinding and get some good grind. So I start doing some research. Obviously, it's a Souls-like game, so obviously tons of people have done tons of research on hundreds of ways that you can grind in this game, with varying levels of efficiency depending on what you have access to. Now, in my experience, the best grind is usually the one that's mostly set up, and then the payoff is just really, really worth it, right? So I was looking up into that, and I found this thing for a Chalice dungeon. I don't remember what it was called. It was like Great Isa or something like that. Some of you familiar with this game may actually remember what that is. Some of you don't. It doesn't really matter. Point is, that is apparently really, really, really good exp per time. Now, I mentioned that specifically. Some people, I can't believe I still have to say this, but I still have to explain this every now and again to some people. Some people don't understand that an enemy that gives you 1,000,000 exp an hour, but takes an hour to kill, or an enemy that gives you 100,000 exp, but you can kill them in a minute, killing the 100,000 exp character that takes a minute is substantially better experience, because the number that matters is exp per time, right? I know that sounds really basic, but every now and again I run into someone who still doesn't understand that concept, so I'm just getting that out there really quick. So, exp per time is like 150,000 without having the, I know it was gross, Blue Alex, wasn't it? Because that's the theme of today, apparently. It was like 100,000 X per time, 150,000 X per time without using the 3 runes, which I don't have access to yet. I have one of those runes right now. The second one is like pretty far into the game, and the third one is effectively at the last boss. They're for New Game Plus. That sounds like good numbers. So I start looking up what I need to get this chalice, and I'm like, okay, let's get a chalice. Okay, so I don't have what I need. Okay, so how do we work up to this chalice? All right. Now, those of you who know how the chalice system works are already rolling your eyes at me or laughing at me. Let me go into this a little bit. So this chalice, let me actually save the best part for last. It was one of the earlier things I discovered. But what we need for this is we need several items that drop in the previous chalice dungeon to summon this chalice. So let's pretend that the chalice I need is chalice 5. I think it is actually 6, but whatever. Let's just pretend it's 5 because it's easier to say and show. So this is the chalice we need. In order to get in here, we need the item from here. In order to get into here, we need the item from here, and you already see where this is going. In order to work our way up to this chalice, we have to go through all of them in sequence, because that's how the system is designed. The only place to get these items to drop is in the previous chalices. Okay. I just kind of start mentally preparing myself for this. So I go to this ritual. This is the one we already did on camera. And I go ahead and get ready to delete it in order to replace it with the next one. But I decide, maybe I shouldn't delete it. I only need like 5, and I've got enough gravestones for that. So I go ahead and do it here instead. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So I go to do it here, and I go to do this one. Now, you notice I actually... it's actually this one. Sorry. I go to do this one. You can already see the problem on your screen if you're paying attention. I don't blame you if you don't see it, because either stream quality or, it's a small screen. But we need 6 Ritual Blood 2s to summon this. We don't have 6. I don't know how many we have. We have several. But we don't have 6. Those drop off of random trash in Chalice 1, the one that we actually already have over there. So I do a little more research. And it turns out that the items I was mostly focusing on are the guaranteed drops, which drop off of bosses. However, every single one of these sequential dungeons also requires you to go grind the dungeon. And I do stress grind, because there's actually not enough enemies to drop the items you need in a single run. And that's ignoring drop chance. So you have to finish a chalice, grind the chalice to get the items to do the second chalice, and then finish the second chalice, and then grind it to get the items to do the third, and so forth and so on, up to 5. This is the exact moment which I quit. I gave up on this idea entirely. But I said I'd save the best part for last. the guaranteed items... sorry, there's another thing you need other than guaranteed items. You need these items. These items right here actually drop outside of chalices. They drop just in the game, like that thing over there. Now, between these 3 items, I actually had everything I needed, except for one. There's one chalice item I needed, which I didn't have. And I'm like, oh, well, I'll just figure out where it is. Now, there's a few ways to get it, but none of them are available to me except for the go actually fight the boss, which is a late-game DLC boss. So, completely unavailable. So, okay, what did you do to go farm, Laura? Because you said you'd show us. Well, I did, and I will. Hang on. First and foremost, we need our torch. Now, I actually died a few times on this, but getting my souls back was really easy, so it was never really a big deal. Actually, early on... Or, yeah, I'm sorry, it's not DLC, it's something I can't do, Kev, mate. Let's go ahead and summarize that. I was thinking of something else. But you're right. Twitface, I don't know the name of, is an optional boss, not a DLC boss. My bad. Hey, Oculus. Doing good. Thank you for asking. So, these guys are massively weak to fire. You notice this is just a torch. That's it. It's just a torch. And look at how much X they're giving. This is actually the second torch. To be 100% on that. Now, early on, what I would do is I would kill all of them, loot the bullets. I had to stop looting the bullets. I actually maxed out on bullets. They drop like 15 bullets per run. I'm actually not maxed now because I sat firing for a while just so I'd stop seeing that pop-up message. And then I'd walk up to this guy and let him kill me. Now, the problem here is what I decided to do was go ahead and level as I go, rather than just build up tons and tons of souls and then spend them. A, I wanted to speed up the task of killing these things, and B, I didn't want to lose several 100,000 souls. That would really piss me off. The downside is, well, once I started leveling, them killing me took longer than me just running back to the lantern. See, the fastest way to do this is to kill all of them except for one, and then die, and then you immediately spawn back at the lantern, run back, kill the one that has your souls, and then kill the rest, because they've respawned. But as you can see, that stopped being an option after a certain point, so then I had to go ahead and run back. But this is my farm spot. You notice we just got 20 grand. Just like that. Actually, I think that was 15 grand, but whatever. So, as soon as you have access to this and a torch, this is a really good grind spot, and I can highly recommend it. And I wanted to mention that because most of the grind... I see this in so many games. And I'm not ignoring you, Kevin. Give me a second. I see this in so many games when people are like, I want to go grind. What's a good grind spot? And everyone just gives the super mega end game grind spot. And that's nice and all, but sometimes you need to grind in mid game. Or even late game. Or early game. What's the grind spot for this? So this is what I would probably call a mid game grind spot. Because you do have to be at the point... God, what do you require to get there? I'm trying to think what you actually need to get to the lecture hall. You need to be able to... You have to have the password in order to go into the lecture hall. And the password is dropped from Amelia, I think. So I think that's it. I think once you kill Amelia and have a torch, you can get to that spot. So technically that's probably a little bit early-ish. Not mid, but still. No, we haven't. So now to answer KevMate's question. Oh yeah, we got another weapon too, by the way. We'll show that off in a minute. I haven't upgraded the shield at all because, I mean... Yeah, this is what it is. Well, that's something we'll talk about in a minute, Casual. Because there's another negative that I don't want to talk about, but it's my job. For the record, you can pull it up right after a swing, but you cannot have it up while swinging, so... Yeah, this is the devs team laughing at. That's exactly what that is. If you'll forgive me, I'd rather not even bother with it. I mean, we can. So, boss I'm at. Right now, the current progression we're doing. We technically have access to the one reborn. I'm passing on that for right now because I want to do the Upper Cathedral Ward first. And that's where we're actually at. We're currently progressing through the Upper Cathedral Ward up to... I forget who that is. No, the block is the use item. So that's it. That's what we get. How was the theater premiere? Awesome. Chapter 6 was great. I was really happy about that. You can share your anecdote, by the way, Blow Up Alex, if you want to. I can take it. I'm strong. I'm tough. I got this. As long as you don't insult my actors, in which case I'll ban your ass. I'm kidding. Kind of. A little bit. Only a little bit. But I know you're not actually a dick, so I feel free to actually share whatever thoughts you had, Blow Up Alex. Oh, hey, what do you know, Kevmate? So apparently Abriatas, or however the hell you say your stupid name, is the boss we're staring at. That and the one reborn. By the way, I did have time, so I mentioned, you know, I just was grinding this morning. Let me define grind. Grind is when what you're doing is so boring and so disinteresting, you have to do something else to endure it. I've actually shared this story. I talked about Asheron's Call, about the day I discovered, mentally processed what grind was and how much I hated it. You remember that story? So I was watching stuff. Now, some of that was research for tomorrow's Lore Week. I already mentioned that. But some of it was a speed run by Zeus of this very game. Can I just say there's something weird about seeing him get to the one Reborn fight in 20 minutes? You know, the fight I still have not yet fought. We're at, I don't know, like 50 hours on this save. We haven't even fought him yet. The next thing he did was hit the Nightmare. Now, nope, I don't need to do it. What am I doing? What am I doing? Right, I was going to show that off. So, if you're wondering why at the beginnings of this run, I was like, oh my god, I'm super worried. I'm super scared about what we're going to be fighting and how horrifyingly gross this is going to be. It's because most of my exposure to actually watching this game was speedruns, and the route they take is pretty much straight to the gross. It's one of the first things they do, is they go right for the Nightmare, and they go right for all the really gross stuff pretty much immediately. It's, yeah. We still have not been the Nightmare of Mensis, although we have been to the actual grossest part of the game. That's the Hunter's Nightmare. So, let's show this off. So I got this weapon. Oh, hi, Mr. Yeah, we're streaming. Hang on. Now, some of you recognize this, but obviously I'm explaining this for those of you who don't recognize this. What's funny is this was behind me. So you remember the Ludwig fight in the Nightmare? This is actually before that. There was a little side area I never actually remembered to go down. And I was like, alright, and got it. So it's kind of crap in this form. And I'm like, well, that's kind of crap. So then, of course, we try this form out. And it's cool, but kind of crap. And I'm like... So I'm like, all right, maybe it's the switch, it's the tricks that are good. Oh, that's okay. Whoop, wrong button. So then we try this one. That's okay. Man, this weapon sucks. And then I discovered this mode. Let me show that in action. Hang on. He got through me. Sometimes it staggers them so much they never move. Like, at all. Oh, well, I actually died. So, apparently, it depends on how useful that is depends on the enemy. Because if you could stagger them, they just... and they just sit there getting killed. Apparently, these guys are not very stagger-heavy. That doesn't surprise me. Because even my two-hander doesn't stagger them all the time. But that's an amusing one. That's why I have that equipped as my offhand right now. is because on trash, like actual trash, this is the room sweeper. Anything without poise just melts to this. If I have something with poise, that's what this is for. And yeah, that was not a good enemy to pick, but whatever. Apparently it does bonus damage to beasts, so yeah, that also probably staggers the crap out of any beast boss who has a damage stagger cap or whatever. That's what we use for those guys. Where's my souls? I mean, it's only 20,000, so that's whatever, but where's my souls? Hello? Where did you put my souls, game? I don't see any glowing eyes. What the hell? Why did you take my souls? Oh, whatever. Give me my souls back. Weird. Whatever. Anyways. So let's go ahead and actually try to progress now. Lovely, lovely area. We're just gonna straight up not mess with this. Excuse me. Give me another one right in front of us. There we go. Up ahead, on the right, through the door. We're safe. Got this. And I know you're there. I know you're there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Now you're coming out. No, you're still not. Hello? I know you're there. There you are. Here, let's just do this. Let's just kind of do this, and oh, we have the reach. Nope, we don't. Oh, at least he aggroed, so that's the important part. There you go. Good boy. So, hi, Hazardous. I was just mentioning earlier that because I don't have my computer, I don't really have anything to do. So I figured, screw it, let's just get some early streaming in. Long stream break. Okay, so we got a bunch of fun down there. A lot of items, which, to me, that just screams trap. I don't know about you all. But since Hazardous here, we can talk about... gross. Now, I swear to God, I'm not actually... I don't mean that in any kind as a troll or a dig. Actually, last night I was thinking about your comments and your thoughts, Hazardous, and I realized that you have an extremely valid point, and there is a plus to story that I had neglected to give prior to now. Now, I've actually already written it down on the document. Come on, come after me. But... oh, God damn it. And... yep. Oh, Jesus Christ, I hate these enemies. So this is gross, right? No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Plus to story for gross is this summary. That's the summary. Get up. God, that's the worst part. Is it takes a million years to get up from that. Oh my God, not again. Oh, for sakes. Do you mind? Seriously. Okay, hang on. Heal. Heal. Get grabbed again. Whenever you're done. Yin and yang. And the worst part is it takes so long to get back up. Die. Or don't. I actually didn't want you to die. He's got like 10 health, and he's like, nope, nope, nope. Gonna waste your time, gonna waste your time. I hate your time, and I'm wasting it. Wasting of time. Okay, he's dead, he's dead. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was doing that. Nevermore, I just didn't seem to help any. Anyways, no, well, actually, yes, I did die. I died showing off this thing. Although it's kind of useless here. But I guess we'll get the items now in the totally trapped land. Yes, we have died once. I mean, I got my souls back, but... I mean, we didn't need... Actually, apparently, once you get very far into the game, like basically at the end of the game, you can buy the plus 10 item for 60 insight. Well, I haven't yet, Gum Gum, if that gives you an idea. Is this a shortcut? This is a shortcut. Yay, shortcut get. I think it's... I guess I should check that rather than presuming. Yep, this is where I thought it was. Okay, cool. And good morning, Nevermore. I am doing a lot better after the gross incident. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it that way. After getting the wire out of my nose this morning, I have felt better. Let's put it that way. How do you gain insight? So every time you see a boss for the first time, you gain some insight. Every time you kill a boss, you gain insight, regardless. Which, if you're paying attention, means that Chalice dungeons are a way to farm out insight, because bosses respawn in there. There's a few specific scripted events that give you insight. And, of course, there are... these things. Madman's Knowledge. Those give you insight. Oh yeah, no, that's why I said gross, and then I realized we were just talking about gross with regards to the game, so I should use different terminology. But yeah, that's why I gave that gross warning earlier, because I imagine several people didn't want to hear that story. Worth it! Worth it. Oh, absolutely, Pika. Dogs are always an issue. Dogs are high tier. Some enemies never stop being a problem in Souls-like games. Are you just gonna stand there and do that? I'm just wondering. Orphanage key. Oh, that's new. Can we get another shortcut? Shortcut number 2, although there's a werewolf. Speaking of dogs. Yes, Ross. So, I'll probably tell this story tomorrow, but I mentioned how I was doing research today for Lore Week, and you're probably thinking, don't you usually do that on Sunday, Lore? Actually, I usually do it periodically, here and there, throughout the week. And all my notes are on my computer. As in, not the computer I'm on right now. And because this week we'll be discussing several specific things, I kind of wanted to have specific notes for it. Because we have 3 separate legal battles to discuss this week, as well as, of course, the Nintendo Direct. So I kind of had to rebuild most of my notes for that. That was most of my morning, was going through that crap. So that was fun. Oh, if you're wondering, it's the Actiblizzard EEOC lawsuit specifically, the Scarlett Johansson and Disney lawsuit, that's the whole thing, and the Marvel Work at Hire lawsuit are the 3 we're going to be bringing up. And by lawsuit, in that case, I mean lawsuits, because there's like 20, but whatever, you get the idea. Oh, I don't know, Gum Gum. Trillions, maybe? I couldn't estimate that. Yeah, the Tokyo Game Show is today, too. So far, I haven't seen any news coming out of that worthwhile. Like, Square Enix already had their Tokyo Game Show showcasing, and it was so pathetic, I don't even plan to bring it up. Oh, is that what this is? Hey! So that's where we can get our second moon rune. Not here, but now we have access to do that. Hang on, so let's pull that up here. No, don't actually do it. I want to switch it. Here we go. Make contact, make contact, make contact. Where? There it is. Okay. Yay. This is, whatever. I don't get that. Cool. Alright. Let's see. Wait, there's a second part to the emote? I mean, I know you have to wait like 40 freaking seconds when we actually use it on Eyeball Boy. Bleh. Do we have to? Apparently we have to use this here. Okay, sure, why not? So, hang on, let's do it to this person. And I know, Deadshot, I just like to keep some stuff local, that's all. If I'm being completely real, if I am in a situation where I don't have access to my computer, I have bigger issues than not having access to a couple of text documents, you know? Hey, that took a really long time, my god. I mean, that's not surprising, Magister. If there is one thing that WoW has excelled at, I'd say since Blackwing Lair, it's raid design. Molten Core sucked because of the unique circumstances of its construction. But, yeah, no, WoW and raid design, it's kind of a gimme. Now, when we review the WoW expansions, we're still going to give positives out the wazoo for the raid design. But, not surprising. Hey, Game Over Scythe, you know what I find funny? And I don't mean this as a dig, I really don't. I understand. It's just funny to me because, you know, we've been playing this for about almost 2 weeks now. We're approaching that. And you are probably, I say, the 8th or 9th person who's popped in like, "Oh my god, you're playing Bloodborne?" In fact, even on the Discord, I had one person be like, "Wait, he's playing Bloodborne? When did he start doing that?" "A week and a half ago." What? Apparently, I'm not saying you do this, but apparently there are a few people who specifically have notifications turned off. So... Come on. Actually, let's do this. Quite a while has just... actually, I can't look up the number. 400-something days, I think. It was really high up there. You know, you say that, Pika, but that's not quite true. The only 2 Souls games we have not streamed, unless we're counting Neo. So in that case, the only 4 Souls games we have not streamed are Neo, Neo 2, Dark Souls 1, because I did that off camera, and Demon Souls, because I don't have a PS5. That's it. We've streamed everything else. How am I enjoying the game? When I like the game, I love the game. When I hate the game, I despise the game. Does that make sense? I'm told it does to fans of the series, but that is effectively how this game has been going for me so far. You know? But yeah, I will admit, some of Lords of the Fallen, some of the reason why I make such an effort to keep the website as up-to-date as I can is specifically so that people can just always glance at it and see what's coming up next, see kind of a vague idea of how long it's going to be until that game comes up, see what's currently in the queue, etc., right? Hell, even the ticker is kind of leaning towards that a little bit. Well, that's horrible. We need to kill Kylo Ren immediately. Anyways, right, so plus to story. Sorry, I already said this. I guess there's nothing to discuss there. People never question pluses, they only question negatives. That's okay, I do the same thing. If I have an awesome boss fight, I don't say, "Oh man, hang on, let me really justify that." No, it's just an awesome boss fight, we just give the positive. So plus to story for gross. What are we at? Hang on, I gotta double check the the Google Doc. Yep, there. And make sure the gameplay access is correct right now. I need to fill out some of those. It is not. That's why we checked this. Well, we've got rid of... There's no gameplays. There's no gameplay positives. It's gone. Thank you, New Game Plus RNG. Very much appreciate. As always, thank you. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. Hang on. There we go. Plus to gameplay. I don't know which plus this is. It's just that's where we're at right now on the list. And apparently we're at this. Yeah, I need to be keeping this more. Soma, you got it. Soma. Oh, absolutely hazardous. That's just personal bias and personal subjective opinion. But for some reason, whenever I think of doom and gloom that I enjoy, Victorian London just is the first thing that comes to my mind. There's other things, of course, there's other ways to do that. You can have, the horrible swamp, or the boonies, or the mega cityscape, right? There's other ways to do that. But if I was to, if someone came up to me and said, all right, Lore, I want to do a doom and gloom game, I'd be like, Victorian London, let's do it. First thought. And I'm not actually memeing or joking about that. There's just something about the surface level of trying to be clean and proper and civilized and not quite succeeding at hiding the grime. And so much grime under the hood, right? Like, we talked about this during the Assassin's Creed Syndicate run. One of the side activities we did non-stop, we did 100% of, was saving all the child workers. Right? So that's why Victoria London just leaps to the top of my list there when it comes to this kind of aesthetic. It's also, and I wanted to add this because this is something I forgot to say yesterday. You know how I mentioned how I'd prefer if the whole game was the Victorian London vibe and not just, descended into nightmare and gross? Part of why is that. Because I think it would so beautifully fit that. Now, the problem is hazardous. I've already given that plus to story. That's the atmosphere plus. I need to type it out some more. But, yeah, that's one of the pluses I've already put there. We might give a second net plus for that. I don't know. I'd have to debate that. England is perfect. Please don't kill me. Oh yeah, Dishonored. There's another great example of that aesthetic. And you know how much I love the Dishonored series. Can it be called a series when it's just 2 games? So let's go ahead and get a shortcut going. Good night, Mr. Red. Have a good one. Oh yeah, there's another one. Vampire. Another good example of the Victorian London nightmare horror escape thing. I'm debating if I want to go back. 40,000 souls is not actually all that much. I'm getting snobby. Oh, I've only got 40,000 souls. I think I'll just keep going. I'll just keep going. Actually, you know what I could do? Hang on. Let's go buy some stuff. Anyways, Pika, sorry. To answer your question, no, I'm not really a big fan of Souls games, kind of. And I have to affix that kind of there because, and I've talked about this before, I've always wanted to be into Souls games. I just never have succeeded at it. Oh yeah, by the way, benefit for having 0 insight. She doesn't talk to you when you level up, so you can just level up. Isn't that great? Speaking of which, you remember how I mentioned that speedrunners kill her to speed this up a bit? What's funny about that is they have to kill her every single time they come in here. So that kind of makes it worse, doesn't it? Yeah, the moment you get 1 insight, she goes back to being talkative. What do I want? What am I low on? I'm gonna need some sedatives when we get to the nightmare. Let's just grab a bunch of those. How many do we have? mean, I did just take a hydrocodone after this. Mostly because my nose is going, "Wah!" after the earlier incident. Oh my goodness. It's okay, I got that boost to morale from Chapter 6. I don't want to overstate that, but God, that was so satisfying and awesome. And I had a ton to talk up, so it wasn't a boring director's commentary either. Don't mind me. Okay. Put this here. I'd go with Gouda. I mean, I'd go with Swiss, but you didn't give that option. This feels like the route to a Bowels. Or a Celestial Ambassador. I don't want your babies. Thanks. Not a baby person. Well, not their baby person. Wow, that's terrifying. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually really happy that uplifted your mood. I think I mentioned it during the commentary. I don't know if you read those, Wolf Alex. But while Sildeer has absolutely been nailing Steiner the whole game, and he will all the way up to the very end, probably the single best line he did, in my opinion, was his internal monologue when they were on the boat. And now we've seen my favorite Ryokami line section, too. It's when she's talking with and reacting to what happened with Sir Fratley. I almost called him Mike, that's why I hesitated there a second. I have a bad habit of thinking of the characters as their actor name. Unfortunately, yes, Pika. I will be doing a boring, terrible rumination that, honestly, I'm probably going to get some pretty bad comments on, but we'll see. So, yeah, my options are go into the hellscape here. And that's it. No, the faces are in chapter 10 or 11. No, it wouldn't be 11. It's 10. Yeah, chapter 10. Chapter 10 is also arguably our biggest chapter for Darth Tyron, because that's the chapter where Sid gets front and center quite a bit. Oh, oh yeah, that's great. That's wonderful. That's what I wanted out of life. Sorry, Celestial Emissary, not Celestial Ambassador, my bad. So... yeah, no kidding, Hazardous. No, I actually agree with you, Wolf Alex. I know quite a few people who don't like Steiner, just in the game. As I talked about today, the more in-depth you go into the specific lines to lines in FF9, the more you see issues with the text. And I really feel like a lot of the actors and direction, I have to give myself credit on that one, helped make them actual characters, or at least better characters. We had to do that with Zidane, we had to do that with Steiner. My grandmother's calling me? just as she hangs up, too. That was actually distracting right at the end there. I was doing fine until she hung up on me, and I'm like, oh god, I've got to... And then, yeah. And I got a text from Mom, too. So I'll tell you the full story later, comma. But yes, the swelling has gone down a lot today, period. So, I got a sub in the middle of that. I think that was Ginger Ninja. You still there? There it is, yep, Ginger Ninja. Ginger Ninja, speaketh! Speaketh! Oh yeah, by the way, not that I need to prove this, but I do like to show my work. One of the reasons I can comfortably say that I am good at video games is I just fought and defeated this boss while on the phone with my grandmother. She was just checking up on me, hazardous. While reading chat, too. You clipped it. Couldn't even hear what was going on. So I was also without audio cues, if there were any. Yeah, you can't swear while talking to your grandma. It's illegal. Oh, hello. I thought you weren't going to respawn. Is there another one? I swear there was a second one. Hi. So anyways. Just, I got it. Overly loud music. Didn't miss anything. Ginger Ninja does not appear to be there. That really sucks. So the reason I was asking is Hollow Knight's funded. So, I can't put that to Hollow Knight. I mean, I could, but, you know, I do try not to be a dick about things like that. Oh, hello. Were you here last time? Yeah, you probably noticed I went ahead and immediately was like, I'm going to go ahead and grab the summon. I'm on my phone, and I know which fight this is. This is Abriatus, or however the hell you say your stupid name. Let's go ahead and call in the tank on this, shall we? And I put on the hat just for you, Hazardous. Also to prove that I was reading chat. But mostly because, you know, we gotta be dapper. I wonder, what else we got? Like, we're at the point now... I don't know, I still kind of want the defense stats, assuming they help. I'm assuming they help. It is a kind of an assumption on my part. I'm not actually sure. We'll figure it out. Whatever. Oh, you were talking about his hat. Oh, I can't match that hat. His hat is so much better than mine. Okay. Oh, Mom responded. Okay, hang on. I gotta tell Mom the ripping the thing out of my nose story. Give me a second. But I had to give Mom the whole ripping thing out of nose story. I need water. Yeah, I was thinking about that, Kay. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's do it. Yeah, nobody watches me, Pillow Willow. Nobody likes Bloodborne, or me. I'm not sure if I was doing more damage with the lightning. Is she weak to lightning? Does anybody know? I don't want to be targeted. I don't want to be locked on. Why would I get a water bit? Oh, that's terrifying. No! 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 I've actually slept on water beds. So, no. Wow, he is just holding aggro this time. Look at that. Of course, he's getting his face wrecked. That lunge is fun. No, I don't care about risk. It's just not... I don't like sleeping on waterbeds. It also kind of completely kills my back. So, yeah, that's a problem, too. Lunge attack, maybe. Oh, that's a swap attack. SWAT attack, dude. Much worse. I should call Grandma. Hey, can I talk to you again, Grandma? I'm not doing as well this time. Doing well at what? I didn't tell her I was busy. She honestly wouldn't understand anyways, so... There's our sweep that I was looking for earlier. Yeah, please. And death. That's okay, I accept that. I'm gonna try a different strategy. What's the selling point of a waterbed? The gimmick, I guess. I don't know. I thought it would be a cool idea, and then I slept in one, like I said, and it was just like, this is not very pleasant. Yeah, exactly, Meat Fist. I love my grandmother to death. In fact, of my blood relatives, she is actually probably my most supportive, best family member, for lack of a better way to put it. But she is also in her 90s. So. Yeah, I don't want to get too much into it, but let's just say that my grandfather... The older I get, the less I like him. And my grandmother, the older I get, the more I realize what she's been doing my whole life. You know what I mean? Debating. I think I'll take the tank. I'll take the tank. Let me give you a direct example. Some of you know that I have been homeless at a point in my life, and I hate to keep bringing that up because I swear it's relevant. Who do you think was the one who demanded that nobody help me get through that time? Now, you may or may not remember, we had a bit of a discussion, I think it was literally just yesterday. It was yesterday or the day before, about how when you're really doing badly, one of the things you need most is someone else to help you, be a bridge for you, be a temporary stepping stone, so you can actually get back on your feet, right? You know, we talked about this. It's the losing your job cycle is what we were talking about it in reference to. Because you lose your job, well, then you might lose your apartment. If you lose your apartment, then you have much harder time getting a job, and it just escalates, right? So you get someone who gives you a place to live, you have a better chance of getting a job, and a better chance of pulling yourself out of it. My grandfather... Yeah, no, you're exactly picturing it right, Baron. And that's one of the things he has done in my life. Probably the most severe. No, that's a lie. Probably the second most severe thing he's done that I'm not agreeing with. But I do love my grandmother. And not just because she bought me burger time when I was a kid. Alright, I was going to go ahead and pop this. Let's do a damage test. We were doing 950 with a full stab. Let's see what a full stab does with this. From the rear, which is where we were hitting last time. 990. Ooh, it's not much more. Let's see how much it does to... this. That's a little more worth it. Move, move. Oh god, I can't believe I dodged that. Forwards, back. Did he have justification? A real man doesn't need help, Valvedrix. That's a direct quote. I am absolutely not sure of my damage per stamina or my damage per second ratio right now. I'm really not. Whoops, wrong button. Wrong button. Nice wings. That's a lie. You're ugly. You're ugly. You deserve to die because you're ugly. That's why we're killing her, Kay. Because she's ugly. Charge, yep, I was ready for that. I want to be patient, but I should. Oh god, this is a really bad position. Okay, here we go, we got out, Why would a real man cry? Yeah, try not to be greedy, try not to be greedy, trying to be patient. It's just, he's about to die. He's dead now, by the way. So, there's no more time. You need to die now. Three-shot. It's not actually terrible. Hey, and there's that chalice I was mentioning earlier. There's that stupid chalice. I can go farm now! After I farm the previous dungeon, after I farm the previous dungeon, after I farm the previous dungeon, after I farm the current dungeon. So anyways, there's Rom. Hi, Rom. So I was on the phone when I saw Rom, and I was like, oh, hey. Huh. This isn't the make contact. At least I don't think it is. I thought we were doing that with Mensis' brain. I'll never raise my Arcana. By the way, I raised my Arcana. I know you weren't here for that, Kay. So this is what it looks like. It's a dumb sword. Look at this. This is such a dumb sword. Why would anyone wield this? Look at this. This is so terrible. So, is this a buff situation like the Tonitrus thing? Because that's what it looks like. Does it last longer than 10 seconds or whatever the Tonitrus is? Because that just... oh. Or is this a straight-up swap? Because that was what that actually looks like. Never mind, that's much better. What do we got? Okay, that's kind of cool. What's this one with this? Kinda cool. Share your sub-anniversary, One-Winged Angel. By the way, hi, One-Winged Angel. Yeah, this actually looks like it might have more reach than Ludwig's. Hang on. Yeah, ignore frickin' Frostborn back there. Hang on, let's switch back to... where the heck's my sword? There it is. Nah, that's the same length. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. In fact, I think that's actually the same mesh entirely. That is a cool sword, but I don't know if I have the anything to... Oh, you're right, it does. Okay. I don't know if I have the stats to really make it my main like I do Ludwig's. You see I do plenty of damage with this because I have a lot of strength and I started raising my skill. And my Arcana, because Arcana also affects this thing, apparently. I say apparently because I don't know. Anyway, so inspect. Do nothing. Okay, so hang on. We're on the spot. Let's do it. Hey, Rom. So, it doesn't actually mean anything, One-Winged Angel. You know what? I will take that, Hasbus. It doesn't mean anything per se. What it is it's the anniversary of your subscription, but not. It's the anniversary of you first subscribing. Let me say that more accurately. It's not actually your resub. Unless it is your resub, because those are two separate things, but they hit different dates as a consequence. So usually people tell me this is a resub or this is an anniversary resub and make the distinction. It should tell you. It should clarify on your end. It doesn't tell me jack. So I'm just kind of going off of what you tell me. Yeah, all of my research indicates that Rom used to be human. And Cos, some may say Cosm, actually, you know. Anyways. Okay, One Winged Angel. I'm still grateful that you're still subbed to me, One Winged Angel. Thank you. I didn't know you could do that, Darth Tyrant. And yeah, that sounds like a legit strat, because as long as you're still subbed, you'll still get the anniversary thing. Nothing seems to be happening. So let's, kill Rom! Is there anything I can actually do with her here? Because there is a interact with prompt, but there's nothing there. So... question mark. Alfred's quest, okay. We can come back to that, I suppose. Thank you, Arspruce, for pointing out that I needed to come down here. Queenly flesh. Ah. That's an interesting point. At some point, we could probably go back to Canehurst. Canehurst is a dead end, right? Like, once we kill Lagyrus, we're done with it? Question mark? But yeah, you may or may not have noticed this, Arspruce. There have been a few times I've tried to break through things that look breakable, and nothing has because there's no such thing as breakable stuff in this game. So I absolutely would have never guessed that I could break that window. By this point in the game, I had officially mentally decided or locked it away as, yep, nope, that's just not a thing that happens. So, that's cute. Oh, god damn it. I don't want to think about more negatives. But we've got a bunch of people here. Let's talk negatives. Why would you have... Oh, it's just a shape of a donut. That confused the hell out of me for a second, Gum. Why would you want a donut with spaghetti sauce? Ugh! That's gross! So... let's talk about the potential story negative. Now, I'm going to start this sentence by saying I'm totally cool with losing this battle. I'm not invested in giving this negative. But I was thinking about this when I was thinking about the positives last night, and it occurred to me that I'm going the wrong way. Yes, no, this way. I'm right. It's been a little bit since I've done this run. It occurred to me that there is something that could be considered bad storytelling in this game, and I'm pretty sure half the universe would disagree with me on this, but we do at least need to have the conversation. The lack of presence of the story. You know, the soul's thing. Right? The lack of, story. I don't know how else to phrase that. You know what I'm talking about. It's the soul's thing. They put the story in the item descriptions and the random quotes on the ground, and I think there's actually one around here somewhere. Damn it, Hazardous. Yeah, having to hunt for the plot to the extent that you do, and I want to add that second addendum to that sentence, because I do think that's important to keep in mind. Having a story that's vague isn't in itself a negative. It's just there's been really vague about it in this one. And if I might be so bold to admit that I'm a moron on the internet, if not for Googling it, I would not know half the things I know about this game. And I have been reading the descriptions, and I have been paying attention. right? Like, there's so much. I wouldn't know anything about who the hell the old guy was in the freaking wheelchair right before Rom, or why he was there, or why he was debilitated. I can answer you that question because I Googled it. Now, to be clear, let's get one thing out of the way really quick. I don't mean what's that called? I don't mean interpretive story as a negative. That's not what I mean at all, and I want to be very clear about that. There's plenty of value in a story that begs the question and insists on the player or the viewer or the reader deciding what the story is and interpreting it in their own way. That's fine. And I don't want to sound like that's the negative. It's purely the lack of actual story in the game. That's what actually is bothering me. Now, pretty much every single Souls game we will have to have this discussion, because all of the Dark Souls games I've played, which is all 3 of them, and this game all do it to a different extent, right? Like, there's a different degree of how much story is in the game. We actually talked about this when we were streaming Dark Souls 2, because Dark Souls 2 has very, very little story in the game. Probably the worst of the series that I've played personally, you know? And I'm reading everyone's response. I just want to get all of my thoughts on this first, too. Bloodborne does have actual cutscenes, and does have actual things that are essentially unskippable. That's not quite the word I want to mean, but it puts story in your path, is what I want to say about that. Whereas games like, you know, Dark Souls tend to not, especially Dark Souls 2. I would not be surprised if there's people who have played and beaten Dark Souls 2. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Darth Terran. That couldn't tell you the story of Dark Souls 2. Now, I do agree with what Takoida said. What's really bizarre about this thing is, so let me use a direct example. And this is what's weird about this, by the way. Sekiro doesn't have a lot of story to it. So, I'm sorry, spoilers for Sekiro, on the off chance you care, because I have to talk about this to really go in. So, spoilers for Sekiro, spoilers. Okay. In Sekiro, there's this clan, I don't remember their names, and they had this long-standing deal with the local dragon deity, and they had these pacts and all that, but because of the fact that the technology was advancing and other clans were advancing on their territory, they were starting to die out, and so the naturally chosen ones of the dragon deity who have a form of immortality, which was part of their pact with the dragon, were no longer making this work in a long-term fashion, and so some of the current leaders were like, we need this now. We're dying out as a clan. We can't let this happen. We have to do anything we can to stop this. This is actually Genichiro's personal motivation, especially. Never mind the old guy. We're not even talking about him. So they start researching how to artificially grab connection to the deity and how to gain immortal life and all the power that goes with it in order to deal with this and actually hold off the invaders that are trying to stop them. You are almost totally irrelevant to all of that. You just kind of happen to be tossed into the middle of it and happen to have the ability in lore to come back from death, which kind of screws everything over. Hence the Shadows Die Twice thing. Now, that's a decent amount of story, but there's still not really a lot there. Most of the characters don't have much characterization, and there's not like a big, massive backstory thing going on. By contrast, just talking about Seath, over in Dark Souls involves me stopping. I'm not going to give the whole details. Would involve me stopping and giving a whole paragraph just for that one character. Now, the reason I use that as such a comparison is that it's not the amount of story that's the problem. But Sekiro's story is in the game. It's there, presented through cutscenes and dialogue and characterization and blah, blah, blah. In Dark Souls 1, I know people who have no idea who Seath is, or why he's called the Scaleless, or why there's just this one dragon in this one abandoned area. That's kind of weird. But there's a whole backstory for him, right? You get my point. This is why I think this needs to at least be discussed with regards to a negative. How much of the story is in the game? Because you know my rule. Stuff outside of the game doesn't count. That's always been the rule. It doesn't matter if it's in the manual. It doesn't matter if it's in the guidebook. Yeah, someone mentioned FF9 earlier, right? Oh yeah, it also releases the Crystal Lives, which is important for Seath's story. What is it in the game? That's what actually counts, and that's why I think this needs to be discussed. I'm sorry, I wanted to get all that out. I've been trying to read as I talk. Okay. Now I'm going to read people's responses to my terrible, terrible arguments while I die to Lagyrus. What's first? Big one. Is he weak to anything? If anybody feels like telling me. God, he likes to spam that, don't he? He really is a Ryu main. He really is. I have, okay. He's weak to parrying. That sucks. Thing I am worst at. I disagree with that. Still hits like a truck. You know what? That's actually a great counterexample. Now, see, that's one of the biggest reasons I'm willing to lose that fight, is the story, mostly, is in the games. Now, I actually know that Bloodborne... That's so gross, Gum Gum. I know that Bloodborne's kind of an exception on that, because there are several bits of lore that we didn't know until the Bloodborne book came out. That adds a niggle in this exact case. But let's just kind of leave that as a sidebar for right now. Whatever. Oh, that's dead. Oh wow, it didn't kill me. Yes, there is a Bloodborne book. I don't know the name of it. I looked it up, because again, it's kind of my job to know the lore of these things when I'm streaming stuff, so I looked a bunch of stuff up. And I found out that Miyazaki actually clarified a few things in that book. It was interesting. Well, we already gave a plus to Insight, Hazardous. I don't know if you were there for that. Because Insight is a good storytelling tool, absolutely. I think that's beyond question. There's a lot of cool stuff they do with that. Does it have happy ending? No. You done spamming? I do know that the Lovecraftian thing is the search of knowledge just because it's knowledge and for no other reason. In fact, ironically, I had someone preachify about that to me recently. Hey, Dr. Winter. Oh, phase 2. Up. Now. Hang on. No. Switch. No, switch! Oh, God! Switch, damn you! Finish switching. Oh, God. I'm just guessing. Okay, that does not... That's literally bouncing off of him? I think I'm gonna stop trying to parry. I think that's a waste of my time. That's a new one. Dodge randomly here, because I don't know what's going on. Dark Souls in a nutshell. I don't know what's going on. Hey. Get it? I did not. Get up! Get out! Nope. Damn! Okay, anyways, Yeah, there are people who enjoy piecing a story together, and it's obviously a design choice. This is something that's come up several times, and blah 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 blah. Like I said, I'm willing to lose this fight. I don't really have a particular investment in this, but this is the first of these games we've really reviewed. We need to have this conversation at some point, right? And I forgot to do the elevator trick. Nameless Baron brought up Metroid Prime. If I might be so bold, my opinion, I think Metroid Prime does a better job of the same concept. In Metroid Prime, the overwhelming amount of story is told through scans. You scan enemies, you scan data logs, you scan bosses, you scan items. That's where you get what's going on. That's how you figure out the story, the narrative of Metroid Prime, right? Hang on a second. I gotta concentrate just a little bit for this, because I'm gonna have to deal with the run problem. Yep, that problem right there. That's that exact problem. Looks like I didn't take damage though, so that's good. Okay. Whew. I shall never repeat myself. Lol, hazardous. But in Metroid Prime's case, it's not so much the story isn't in the game, because it totally, absolutely is. In fact, this is getting a little nitty-gritty, but that's what these reviews are about. In Metroid Prime, there are many, many things that effectively guide you to scan, ignoring the obvious scan tutorial at the beginning of the game. More importantly, every time there's something worth scanning, there's something indicating it's worth scanning. So you're kind of, you know, there's kind of a guideline, sort of a direction. There we go, that's the word I want to use. There's a direction towards, hey, here's something else you can interact with. I can't believe I didn't fall off there. Yeah, Destiny would get a negative for this. Let's be clear. But that is much worse than what we're talking about. That is a much worse example. But the other thing in the Metroid Prime case, and this is something that Metroid Prime and the Souls games do semi-equally, is the story. That's actually not a bad idea, Solar Galaxy. The story in Metroid Prime is effectively completely optional. It's kind of the equivalent of skippable cutscenes. You can play through all the way Metroid Prime and never even touch the story. You're fighting big alien things, and that's about all you really need to take out of it. How much you get out of that story is up to you. The same thing does apply to these games. How much you pull out of the story and narrative of a Souls-like game is pretty much entirely up to you, and how much you bother digging. Nah, I think he just had the shield up. I mean, we could. Although I haven't exactly leveled the blunderbuss either. I literally haven't leveled the blunderbuss. I don't know. I'm still debating. I do like Solar Galaxy's idea of negative for the, let's call it the absence of storytelling, but a positive for the constructive storytelling. The piece it together thing, you know? What do y'all think? What do you think of that kind of a compromise? I have tried parrying Lagyrus. That didn't work out well. We're never doing that again. Never. Yeah, execution always matters. I have to say that semi-frequently when it comes to the reviews. Because one of the kind of comments I used to get, I don't actually get this anymore, is, well, hang on, you gave a plus to X, but why don't you give a plus to Y? And the answer is execution. It depends. Depends on the specifics. Oh, crap, that hit me. That hit me. I'll accept that. I might not heal this round. Actually, you know what? I'll go and heal. I'll go and heal. I got lots of heals. I had heals for days. No, exactly, Dr. Winter. That would be the positive. In fact, I can't see the document. Have we given that a positive? The item descriptions thing? We might not have. Let's see what that was. Now, all of this is trying to stay fair and objective and unbiased. Having said all of that, I will go ahead and admit, I don't like this type of storytelling. It's just not my thing. How many times have I walked up to a boss and been like, why are we killing this guy? Oh, and by the way, that's not just a Souls thing. There are several cases in this game where there's no explanation for why we're killing certain bosses. Why did we kill Aditris, or whatever her name was? Someone tell me, why did we kill her? Oh, that was... I didn't realize he was charging up already. Because she was ugly. Yeah, exactly. We killed her because she was ugly. To say there's no context, I think, is inaccurate. Because there absolutely is. But it's mostly the Mega Man context. Because she was ugly, okay? You get my point, though. That's why we're probably going to have this discussion with each Dark Souls game we review individually. Because each of them approaches this exact concept a little bit differently from each other. Yeah, the background, the effects around it, there's plenty of storytelling in the boss fights, just with regards to what's going on around the encounters, right? Okay, thank you, Arspruce. I'm willing to buff that up to a full positive. That was not the attack I went for, but I'll take it, because I hit him. Don't dodge, please. Dodge, please. Keep dodging, keep dodging, keep dodging. Yeah, that's the other thing. The other reason I'm really hesitant to even bring this topic up is because, God, this has just been such a debated thing for so long, you know? This is the kind of thing that people have been debating one way or the other about Souls games since Demon's Souls came out. Can I please get up? That was a hell of a stagger. My God. That. Yep. Hi. Oh, gee, aren't we feeling fun? But to go back to the context thing, super quick. The Ludwig fight and the Gascoigne fight are probably my favorite examples of storytelling in the fight so far. There was a lot being told in all of those fights. In each of those fights, excuse me. There was a third fight I meant to say out loud, but I'm a moron. That would be my favorite fight in the game so far, Vicar Amelia, which still continues to be my favorite fight. Please stop swinging, thank you. No, don't stagger. God, do I not have poise? Is that just what this is? I don't get poise, do I? Poise is for real men. Good fight. I'm taking a flex on that. Oh yeah, that was fun. That one's getting a positive too, by the way. Well, we get poison dark. I knew we got poison one of them. I just couldn't remember which. Yeah. Context. There's tons of context in these games, and I do not want to sound like I'm saying there isn't. I absolutely don't. And I don't want to sound like I'm saying there's no story, because of course there's story in these games. Again, it's just about the specific vehicle of story presentation. That's the exact specific thing that I'm focusing on. I hate to get all legalese, but I've been studying law for like the last month at this point, so it's kind of in my brain, you know? No, von Falkenstein. In fact, here, we'll check it out right now. Let's see, when's it coming? When's our latest ETA on that? Oh yeah, I gotta wear his hat. Hang on. Do I have his hat? I have Gascoigne's hat. I have no hat. You lied to me! I don't have his hat. I have no hat. Give me one second. I'm going to check the shifting on this. And I'm waiting for Hazards to say something, too. That's a good point. We can bring up the 6 points of story. Give me just a second. I want to check the shipping. Ah! It's okay. It's across the country from me right now. Although I happen to know that's an airport. So looks like it has arrived at an airport across the country this morning. 6 points of story. How many of you have heard me say this? There's the 6 points of gameplay, and there's the 6 points of story. Characters. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's go characters, characterization, world building, theme, plot, fun. These are the 6 points of story. This is the breakdown right here. And I've talked about all these points a lot. There's actually a section of the website dedicated to the 6 points of story and the 6 points of gameplay. So, is there a plot? Actually, I would say Bloodborne has an extremely weak plot. Almost to the point of non-existent. That's fine, by the way. That's not a negative. There's plenty of games and plenty of shows and plenty of movies that have a pretty weak plot. I can name 2, my personal favorite examples, right off the top of my head. Star Wars Empire Strikes Back and Mass Effect 2, both of which have very weak plots. That's because they sit on the rest of this stuff, right? Characters, characterization, specifically. Now, characterization is about how a character is right now. How much they have, building them up and deciding them and fleshing them out, right? What's his name? Handsome Jack in the Borderlands series is a character with a lot of characterization, but not much of a character arc, which is the third thing. That's how much a character changes, growth, alteration, blah, 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 right? That's how much they become and change and shift over the course of the story. Then, of course, we have world building, which is duh. Themes, which is duh. And fun. The reason the fun is the palm is because it's the hardest to define. A story can have all 5 of these things, but not be a fun story. A story can have terrible all 5 of these things, but still be a fun story. Fun is kind of important, but it's kind of a separate, relevant thing for this. Now, hang on, I gotta read what Haz just was saying here. Let me scroll up a little bit here. Please scroll up. There we go. Why does everything need to be obvious or in your face? I've heard that argument pretty much nonstop from the other side of the fence here. As I've already said, I am on this side of the fence. I don't like this type of storytelling, my personal preference. But the most common argument I hear is exactly what you say. In fact, usually I hear it said insultingly. You didn't, which props for that. Most of the time I hear someone say that insultingly or derogatorily. The most common phrase I hear when it comes to other forms of storytelling is spoon-fed. That the player needs the story spoon-fed for them. And they say that with such a derogatory tone because the entire point is to insult you. Oh, yeah, well, you just don't understand my game because you need the story spoon-fed to you. Now, I'm sorry. I don't mean that Miyazaki or the creators of these games do that. They don't do that. I've never heard that. I have heard people say that. I have heard developers say that. Not of this series. What's the name of that game? It's such a terrible game, and I can't think of the name of it. It was an online... Oh my god, this is going to bug me. Hang on. Because I want to call this game out for being garbage. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. It's a first-person shooter. Made a big splash. Kind of sucked. Came out under the Bethesda label, which was kind of at its detriment. Let's see if anybody gets there before I do. Just searching for games made by them, or published by Bethesda, rather. Which is apparently a much bigger list than I thought it was. Brink! Brink. The developers of Brink are assholes, and absolutely gave that exact speech that I just gave. That some players didn't like Brink because they need the story spoon-fed to them. Let's be clear, Brink doesn't have a story. Any of the arguments we're making about the Souls games, these don't apply there. Brink's just junk, okay? Let's just make that clear. But That's how I usually hear that said, Hazardous. And I just wanted to say that because you're awesome for not making that argument. Where's this loot? I saw loot. Was there loot? There is loot. Loot! Loot! Where is it? That has awful stats. Good blood defense. That looks awful on me. I'll wear it for you. I'll wear it for you. I think it's because I went with, like, the default model and I didn't design it, because that just looks terrible on me. Look at that. Oh, man. I mean, it's actually a decent crown, if you zoom in. It reminds me of, the Holy Roman Empire crown. You know, oh my god, I can't think of his name. He's one of my favorite historical conquerors, and I can't think of his name. Someone help me out here. I can't think of his damn name. No, not William. Although, actually, yeah, but that's not what I was thinking of. No, not Alex the Great. Alexander the Great was kind of a dickhead. I mean, they're all dickheads, but whatever. Charlemagne, thank you. Reminds me of Charlemagne's crown. One of the precious secrets of Canehurst, the old king's crown is said to reveal illusions and expose a mirage that hides a secret. Give me a second, Hazardous. And so Ligyrus donned the crown of his own volition, determined to prevent a single soul from stumbling upon the vile secret. What visions did he see sitting serenely upon his new throne? Yeah, how long has he been here? I've decided I'm never going to talk about history around you again, Meatfist. I don't agree. I'm staring at a picture of the HRE crown. That definitely gives me some HRE vibes. I mean, it doesn't have the cross, obviously, because that was the thing with the Pope and all that fun stuff. Oh, wait, nope. I said I wouldn't talk history. Stuff happened. There's a... I guess as I'm looking at it, the similarities are superficial, because instead of having a picture of something, there's an actual statue? Idol? Whatever you want to call it. A freaking object there instead of the picture. It's in the same spot. And it's a lot less gemstones, but it's still got the gemstone thing going on with the multiple colors, and it's got the green right there, and it's got the purple right there. I'm just saying, I think that's what they had in mind when they designed this. Let me redress my statement that way. Before I read Hazardous telling me how stupid I am, because it's totally valid, I do want to give a positive to that fight. Ligyrus. Is it real? Okay, I gotta see that. Hang on, Dr. Winter. Let's look that up. That's funny. Crusader, King 3, Imperial Crown. Hang on. Images. Yeah, no, I could see some similarities there, too. I guess it's just a common style. So I guess saying it looks similar doesn't really matter at that point. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take another step back and just take away all my statements. It's a crown. Big flashy attacks which limit movement, but are reasonable to avoid. Nice, obvious phase transition. Which is actually something I've noticed they do somewhat frequently in Bloodborne, is most of the bosses have a nice, big, obvious phase transition. And I mentioned that, not only because it's a good indicator to the player that you've hit phase 2 or phase 3 or whatever, but also because usually, I can think of at least 3 bosses off the top of my head, those phase transitions involve something you can do about it, right? You either get some free hits in, or you can prevent the phase transition entirely, or whatever. I mentioned Gascoigne earlier. I was watching Zeus fight Gascoigne. I mentioned watching his run earlier. And he was using a weapon I actually pulled out, specifically to see what I would think of it. He was using this thing. And doing this, and just kind of chaining this almost infinitely, was preventing Gascoigne's transition. You know, just kind of doing that over and over and over. Because you can do that. That's good boss design. And I meant to type up the rest of it, but whatever. I accidentally started a cutscene. Whoops. Kind of an issue. I mean, it's not bad. I would never give that a negative, if that's what you mean. Unless the whole game was that way. Ooh. That's possible, Imperial Star Destroyer. So, let's amend my statement about the crown for the fourth time now. The crown that's rather than saying Charlemagne's crown, let's say the crown that's usually associated visually with Charlemagne, which may or may not actually be his crown. I love history, I really do, but it's funny how many asterisks you have to abridge to asterisks the more you dig into it. Oh yeah, the further back you go, the worse it gets. Oh my gosh. I heard someone describe it once. I shouldn't talk about history on Meatfist. That the further back you go, like it's like reading a book, but the further back you go, the less words there are, or something. I forget how they phrased it, but. There we go. Okay. Close to gameplay. Logairis. Finally typed that up. That took me forever. Boop. Okay, let's see if my chat log still has Hasbus's responses here. Give me a moment. Okay, so there's him not insulting me. Which I actually bothered to talk about. So I've heard that argument a few times too, Hazardous. Yes, I just beat Logairis. Gotta get a flex, just one flex. Just a little one. I would never say I'm good at this game, but I certainly am having a lot more fun with it. Think of that what you will. I don't know. I'm still debating how to respond to that, Hazardous. Obviously, I'll go ahead and start with saying I don't personally saying I don't agree is wrong. I don't feel the same way would probably be a much more accurate way to phrase that. You know, I have no problem playing a Final Fantasy game. Let me put that into direct perspective. Whoops, nope, I already got that. But I have heard many people say the same exact concept that you just said, both in narrative and in gameplay. Now, wait, you can summon for this guy? Where? I don't remember seeing a summon on the way up here. Well, not only that, Meadfist, but anytime I see someone reference Charlemagne, visually, that's the crown they draw on him. So that's related to that problem. And again, as you say, it's most likely boiling back to that exact portrait, but whatever. Oh, only if you're online. Okay, I was gonna say, I could have done that with a summon? I mean, you're right, I did that without a summon. Oh no, I know exactly what you mean. So, see, the thing for me, I'm trying to think how to respond to this Hazardous, because I don't want to sound like I'm destroying your argument. And I don't, that's not what, because that's not the intent of my mentality here. So I gotta phrase this very carefully, because I don't want to screw up again. I tend to be pretty anti-walkthroughitis, right? Now, the reason I start with that sentence is because one of the most common arguments I hear in favor of games being walkthroughitis is, I don't want a game that holds my hand, right? Now, oh god, mobile games are terrible about tutorials. Oh my god. Let's not even get into that. For me, it's about gradient, right? I actually think too much tutorialization is terrible, just as much as I think as too little is, right? I think there's a sweet spot in the middle. It's a pretty wide sweet spot, admittedly, depending on the game. But I do think there's a sweet spot in the middle of, they guidance. That's I keep using that word. It's one of the things I praised. I just noticed there's a graphics bug in my head. That's funny. Look, it's cutting off the blood splatter on my forehead because of the crown. I use Metroid as an example. Is because Metroid, my opinion, hits the middle ground quite a bit well. Quite a bit well? That's a terrible English, Lord. Does a good job of hitting that middle ground. Metroid games do not hold your hands, right? But they also don't leave you to flail blindly. There are things in terms of visual distinction or color usage or items that allow you to say, hey, this thing is here, or maybe there's a noise here, or maybe the map design, right? It's one of the things I praised about Super Metroid specifically, is the map design would say, you pull up the map and there'd be a corridor just down here. And you're like, what the heck is that? That's guidance, right? That's what I'm talking about. It gives you an idea, but doesn't hold your hand too much, but doesn't hold your hand too little. Now, the reason this is relevant to what Hazardous is talking about is that same concept kind of applies, in my opinion, narratively. I think the idea of how much a story is spoon-fed to you and how much it's look it up on a wiki, I think there's a sweet spot in the middle. And, I think that applies in this particular concept. Now, that being stated, in the case of Bloodborne specifically, I think I'm willing to not give this a negative. And I want to say that, stress that, because we're going to have the same exact discussion when it comes to any other Soul games we review. But with Bloodborne specifically, I'm going to say I think it's okay with the lack of story that is present in the game. And the reason I'm going to say that is because I don't think it actively detracts from the experience. The theme is obviously still present, right? The themes, I should say, there's two. The atmosphere, duh, right? You can tell the atmosphere the moment you walk into the game. And there is still narrative structure there to what you're doing. It's just, you don't know what's actually happening. And I think that's going to push that out of negative territory for me, is because it doesn't specifically detract from the narrative experience. Instead, if you actually want to know what's going on, go look it up, either in the game or with, I don't know how to pronounce his name on YouTube. I need to figure out how to pronounce it. Can someone help me out? How do you pronounce his name? The guy's name that starts with a V. The lore dude, who's not me. Because I'm going to mention him in the rumination. Right at the beginning. Is it just Vadi? That's easy. Vadi Vidya. Okay, that sounds better. There we go. Just jotting that down. I was say Vadi's from Minish Cap. Yeah, exactly, Light and Glass. I think I can go with that. And if you really want to look it up, then you can look it up, or you can go watch his videos. Or hit the wiki, or whatever, right? Or buy the book. So I think I'm gonna walk away from that negative. And I think we're gonna have this exact same discussion each time this comes up. Because it's specific. It's specific to the individual game. It's pronounced Vidya? Question mark? I need to know. Because I'm going to say it out loud in the video, and the last thing I need is to say it wrong. Can someone figure this out for me, please? Yeah, I thought it was Vidya. Because that's what, Vidya games, right? That's a phrase. So I figured it was Vidya. That's actually what I wrote down, too. It was Vadi Vidya. Whatever, we'll figure it out. Discussion had. Okay. We're not giving a negative. Moving on. There's a lot of knights in here. Do I have bow equipped? I think I do. I have Hunter Salutation, but that's not really about... No, 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 don't do that. God damn it. It's the second time I've done that. Today. I have a female bow? Does that count? I've got Prey? Question mark? I massively and violently disagree with that sentence, Gum Gum. You know what that sentence is, Gum Gum? Because I'll tell you exactly what that sentence is. That which does not kill me makes me stronger. That's what that's saying. And I incredibly disagree with that. That which does not kill me does not get credit for me getting stronger. I make me stronger by refusing to let it kill me. Okay, we'll try Hunter Salutation. Yeah, I do kind of get your point, Hazardous. Again, I don't personally feel the same way, but I do absolutely get your point. I think, and I think chat proves this, that we're going to have this discussion every time this comes up, because it's going to vary, right? It's going to vary from person to person. There's a lot of statues in here. Hello?
I claim no subjects, but here lieth our throne. Kneel afore us, or get thee gone.
Sure. Well, here I come. Yeah, that's actually a good way to put that. That's why I was so hesitant to even bring this topic up, Maz, because I knew it's a very divisive topic. So, hi. Wait, no, let's back up a bit. There we go. Neil.
Visitor. Moon-scented hunter.
That's actually a formal Neil. Look at that.
I am Annalise, Queen of Castle Canehurst.
Can I kill her?
Ruler of the Vile Bloods, and sworn enemy of the Church. Yet our people are murdered, and we are prisoner to this wretched mask. What is it thou art in search of?
Question mark? I'll take guidance on this one. Okay.
Well, well. An odd hunter thou art indeed. We've tired of these piteous nights. Share in our plight, and take oath against the Church.
I mean...
If thou wouldst this path walk, I prithee, partake of my rotted blood.
No, that's okay. Do I have to? By the way, to go back to that lore thing I was talking about, just, we spent the last, 15 minutes discussing. If I'm not mistaken, and I could be, the Church doesn't actually exist anymore in any real sense of the word. Because there was the Church under Lawrence, or whatever his name was, and then it split, and then it split, and so there's the three factions running around going blah, 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 and all of them have killed each other, and there's not really a church anymore.
Very well. Drink deep of our blood. Feel the spreading corruption burn.
Gross.
Now, thou art too of vile blood. We two, the very last on this earth.
Okay. It's called respect. Yeah, this is an interesting room. I'm not sure I care for the blood splatters on the throne here, but yeah, it's got some cool stuff. Do I have any blood drugs? I do not.
We await thy return.
Yeah, that's...
Honor of Canehurst.
Yeah, you don't have honor anymore. I just want you to know that. It's important that you're aware of that. Moving on. How did they get all these in here? Or did they make the statues in here, which is actually more terrifying when you think about it? I actually assumed there were no items in here, honestly. Oh, there it is. I see it, I see it. I see it. Unopened summons. What is that? What do we got? What do we got? Not in this category. What do we got? Is it over here, maybe? Well, there's the Canehurst badge. The Vile Bloods are hunters of blood and hunt prey as they search for blood dregs. The hunter who joins them is faced with a decision to merely borrow their strength or to become one of them, heart and soul. That we're not doing that. No, they're totally statues. They're cool. Everything's cool here. Oh, we already got that. Where are we? What the heck is this? The choir stumbled upon an epiphany very suddenly and quite by accident. Here we stand, feet planted in the earth, but might the cosmos be very near us, only just above our heads? Yeah, that's a great thing to be thinking. Badges. There it is. An old, unsealed summon, likely the first of its kind. It is an invitation to Canehurst, but for whom is not known, as it lacks an addressee. Yeah, translation issues. I wasn't even going to bring that up. There are translation issues, at least with this specific game. I don't know if there are with the Dark Soulses, but I have actually already read and researched a few of those myself. Some of you have even brought up a few on camera, like the scene where Lawrence is talking to Willem. And he's like, betray me, but actually what he said is something else, which was, in fact, it has different connotations and means different things, right? So that's another bag of wax I don't even want to touch on. Just kind of looking around, just making sure I didn't miss anything. I think we're kind of good here. Just being sure. Yep, okay. So, whoa, sudden hiccup. So we're done, right? We're done with Canehurst? Because if we are, I know exactly where we're going. Because we've actually got another boss I really don't want to fight, but we should probably get it over with. It's actually a mandatory fight, so maybe we could wait on that. I don't know. Wait on it. For now! Da-na-na-na! And I've only got 90,000 souls on me, so it's not really worth trying to stay alive. I did not talk to Winter. I have not seen it. Do I want to get that out of the way? I know it's a mandatory fight, and I know that because speedrunners do it. So, let's not. Let's go this way instead. Yeah, sure. Hang on. Weapon. I see Ludwig's rifle. Someone asked me about the Ludwig fight, and I was in the middle of another discussion, and I apologize. Who was that? Are you still there? Whoever said that? Whoever brought that up? Because you're asking about the Phase 2 thing and the camera. It was you, Dr. Winter. J'accuse. I will say that the Ludwig fight was awesome. It's not the best fight in the game, in my opinion, but I would actually probably put it as the number 2 at this point. Oh, there it is, Chicago. I thought it was a gun for some reason. That is expensive. What is that? That's a weird one. That is a blood weapon. And I have jacked for blood. It's the only stat I haven't touched at all this whole game. I got souls to burn. Let's try it out. No, number 1 is Amelia. Vicar Amelia. Where's the stupid thing? I can't equip it. That's funny. I can't equip it. And it's really expensive to raise stats right now, so that's not happening. Not unless I just stop and go grind for probably about 30 or 40 minutes. Whatever. Whatever. I feel like the camera wasn't an impediment to the Ludwig fight, Dr. Winter. And I know that sounds like not high praise, but honestly, that's about as good of a thing as I could say about any camera large beast fight in the entire game, right? Because most of the beast fights, the camera is actively getting in the way of the gameplay. That's why we gave it a negative. Here, I think. No, I know you missed it, Hazardous, but we're just doing a long second shift today. I ate lunch right before I started. Well, listen, all I'm saying about Gordon Ramsay is that I don't have any thoughts about Gordon. I don't think I've ever actually seen him in action, so I don't really have any thoughts about that. Correct, Mihawk. You saw it. Here, check it out. I'll prove it. It's just right there. It's grayed out, and if you try it, it says nope. Okay, so we fought 2 bosses here. Is that... Oh god, was this it? Are we done? Was this... I thought there was a path up here. Huh. Okay. Actually, you know what? I have seen one thing about Gordon Ramsay. It's him talking to a kid who was freaking out over cooking, and he was just really cool in that scene. Some of you probably know what I'm talking about. Break the window? I'll never do it. I'll never do it. I'll never kill Abriatus. Well, that means we have to do the fight I have been dreading the most this entire game. That sucks. This is the fight I have not wanted to do. The fight I don't want to do. No, not Mikolash. I don't think we have access to him yet. No, we do. We could keep going through the DLC. But... no, that's not who I'm talking about. I don't even know where I need to teleport to, actually. Yeah, where's the nearest warp spot to the one reborn? Because that's where we're going to fight. Oh, Mikolash is required... well, who... oh, yeah, Mikolash is in Mensis, isn't he? I'm thinking of the wrong guy. Seriously, I don't remember where to go. Please help me. Where am I going? I don't remember the name of the teleport spot I need to get back down there. And the jail one is broken, and the jail one's the one I actually want. Yahargul. Yahargul, is that... oh yeah, hey, maybe she does something. Hey, what's up? You respond to some stuff. Respondeth to me. Hunter, whyfor art thou doing this terrible pose? Is this a form of a T-pose? Verily, thine dominance are established. That's true, Jon Snow. We have put off this fight so long that I'm probably actually over-leveled for this. Relatively speaking. Yeah, we've got the Burger King crowd. I'm gonna leave that on, just for the memes. Unless I come up against a fight that actually hurts, then I'll switch to something with some actual stats on it. Damn it, Hazardous. Get your mind out of the doll. I mean the gutter. The doll's gutter. Does she even have anything? She's a doll. She's not Maria. Or is she? God, that takes so long. That's so insulting! Congratulations. You did it. That's terrible. Oh, that's great. That's great. Okay, where am I going? Yargul Chapel, I think? Yeah, still can't go there. Alright, whatever. No, I didn't beat the DLC. I beat Ludwig, and that's it. So I'm like one boss into the DLC. I got the Moon Sword, I got the Saw Blade, I got an Infinite Blood Spot, which is... That's actually where I've been farming blood. Yes, this way. I remember where I am now. You know what? Hang on. Meat Fist? Meat Fist, you're there, right? Yeah, you're there, you're there. You just said that. So, the American Civil War was about slavery. And see, now I wait for a response. Because I'm actually curious. I've heard that one argued since I was in freaking school. No, it's Valerian. My ancient nemesis! Valerian the Puppy Eater! Hang on. Let's go help Valerian out. He's a cool dude. And I don't want him to go without his most precious victuals. Hang on a second. Hang on. Here they come! Beast Valerian! Oh god! Oh god, hang on. They're trying to kill me for killing their puppies, but it's okay. I'm on your side, Valerian! I'm with you! Oh! Ow! There! Eat! Eat my menth? What's a menth? Aw, damn it, Meat Fist. I know. See, the problem... Since I have now started the discussion, I have to finish it. It's just a rule. The problem is saying the American Civil War was about slavery is a derogatory statement. It doesn't include the nuance and subtlety and complexity that a war is, you know? Right? Now, for some individuals, probably many individuals, it was absolutely primarily and focused on slavery. Especially the slaves, right? I mean, good lord. I can't think of his name. There was a dude who was one of the advisors to Lincoln at the time, who was completely on that side. But yeah, then there was, you know, the economic side of things, and then there was the secession side of things, and then there was the establishment of what at the time was kind of the new European setup and how America fit within that, and blah, 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 blah. So there you go. Real answer. Thank you, Valerian, as always, for the sub. I do very, very much appreciate the fact that my chair is stuck. Forgive me for yada-yadaing a bit. The American Civil War is actually one of those wars I've done a deep dive on, because I just find that whole period of history fascinating. Mostly from a tactical perspective, if I'm being honest. The tactics of the American Civil War were interesting. Endwalker. You got it, Valerian. Because technology was just advanced enough that you started to see some modern mentalities and modern concepts, like attacking a supply chain or artillery making a huge difference only in certain types of battles, and just blah, 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 blah. I don't know. I'm speaking out my heart. Let's move on. I keep hesitating. I really don't want to fight this thing. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Let's just pull off the arms and beat our enemy to death with our own arms. Let's go past the boxes of corpses. Because Bloodborne. I cannot believe he's not using the attack. I'm actually ready for it and he's not doing it. Oh god, this is bad. That's bad. That's the attack. They shoot these bolts that are silly accurate. Some of them are shooting them at me right now. They're fast, too. Yeah, that thing right there. I say bolts. They're actually corpses. They're just spitting corpses at us. Just, you know, yay. What shortcut, Imperial Star Destroyer? Would be my answer to that. The bath? I don't even remember how to get back up to there. That's like, are you gonna trigger? So yeah, this is probably the second grossest thing in the game, not counting the DLC. So I guess we could put this at the third overall grossest thing in the game. Yeah, that's not the boss. That's the boss. Yeah, I'm just gonna close my eyes for the rest of this. Okay. I need to be on the correct thing. There we go. So, we've got corpse spitting, we got fireballs. Apparently got summoners. I didn't know there were even summoners in this fight. Where are they? I hear them, but they look like they're up. How do you get up? Yeah, that's always what makes me wonder every now and again, Oculus, I just find myself thinking, someone somewhere, probably in a business suit, around a table with like 15 other people in business suits, sat down and thought, okay, we need a boss fight. I'm thinking corpses mashed together. Yes, it's brilliant. Raises all around. And they all do some cocaine. Hello? Yeah, I didn't even know summoners were in this fight. That's interesting. You know me, speedruns. They don't deal with the summoners. They don't stay away from the summoners. Is there another one? Oh, I hear another one. Cocaine drool. Except the drool's coming out of the nose, obviously. Oh, by the way, you want to hear a funny anecdote? At least I thought it was funny. You remember me mentioning about an hour ago how there's only one member of my biological family I consider to be my family? And that's my grandmother. So, she was doing what she usually does and informing most of the family about how, you know, I got surgery for my nose and how severely deviated it was and blah, 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 right? One of my beloved family members, I'm not going to mention specifics, legitimately and without joking asked the question if I was doing a lot of cocaine and that's why my septum was so screwed up. I can't move. There we go. I was blocked amongst its many limbs. It's theirs, hers, I don't know. What were you? Who was reborn into this nonsense? And I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Yeah, we'll go with it. We'll go with it. Well, that was actually a joke. Although I didn't know about the summoner, so thank you for that tip. The lore of that boss. Oh, I should know this. A group, I don't remember which. I know it's the group that has the summoners, is specifically experimenting with... I don't remember if it's the kin blood or the vile blood, and mixing it with the random citizenry. A side consequences of this was the beast plague that got started, and as a consequence of that, the blood moon accelerated, so they just decided to start harvesting corpses en masse in order to speed up the process, and shoved all the corpses together, and that's that thing. There we go. I probably messed up a lot of that. I apologize for how much of that I got wrong. Yeah, no, so, okay. We're about 50-ish minutes, hours into this game. And I know this isn't indicative of anything, but it always amuses me to look at speedruns of games that I know, that I've played, because the speedrun fights this at the 20-minute mark. Now, granted, he beelines for this. Beelines for this. Yes, you noticed the crown. Can I get a flex, Alex? Just a little one, please, because I think that's probably one of the fights I really feel like I earned that one. Like Ludwig, I had to use the NPC, so that's kind of, it's whatever. And I also used an NPC on What's-Her-Face, Adietrus. I did kill the emissary one-handed while on the phone, so I'll take that one. Thank you, Inosians. Very much. Always appreciate, sir. I'll put that down for Cities Skylines. One of the things I find fascinating about this one in particular, this actually kind of ties into our earlier discussion about optional content, is an enormous amount of the content of this game is actually optional. I don't know the percentage comparatively across the Dark Souls games. I used to. I used to know, like, Dark Souls 1 had, like, X%, and the Dark Souls 2 had, like, X% optional, and so forth and so on. It's one of the reasons why all bosses was a category for so long, Don't worry, I'm gonna make contact with the brain, Alex. Oh god, this is it. I'm going into the nightmare, aren't I? Yep, there it is. There's the nightmare. By the way, just gonna let you look at the rest of the room here. Adiach, how do you say her stupid name? It's one of the great ones. So, Twitface. The Warp Pint. Actually, that's a good... Did I? Because there's a baby crying, Oculus. I did. Okay, we're cool. I mean, since nothing's dead, I might as well go ahead and refill my health while I'm at it. Abretus. Okay, Abretus is the one we killed for being ugly. Oh, I gotta click this. Hang on. What are you linking me, Meat Fist? So I don't know if you're joking or not, but that's actually a pretty nice looking crown. And if you don't understand why I say that, Meat Fist, I usually find crowns pretty ugly. I feel like I just said that. So that's kind of legit. I wish I could bank my souls. I wouldn't mind getting another point in something right now, but I'm...
Welcome. What is it?
How far away are we?
Very well.
How far away are we? What do we got? 104? That's actually not that far.
Farewell, good
So, Alex, you want to see where I farmed up my stats a little bit? I bet you know the exact place I'm going. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Winter. I'm not going to get any other way. Other than by looking it up. Yeah, if you know this game at all, and I know you do, Alex, because you've been guiding me, you know exactly where I'm going and exactly what I'm doing. But just to really show it off here, I have the wrong stuff equipped. There you are. That's some frame drops. You seeing that? Ooh. That's fun. That's the only thing I don't like about this farm spot. The game hates this room. Just hates it. Shut up. I hate this room a little bit too, because it's really easy to lose yourself in this mess. Ah! Ah! What, 104,000? Something like that. Oh, I forgot to make the joke when I was here last time. Clearly, FromSoft doesn't have a very positive impression of college kids, right? Okay, there we go. Got the joke out. That might be enough. I think I have, like, one cold thing. Molotovs absolutely destroy this room, but the problem is you always have to think about efficiency. Molotovs cost, like, 6,000 souls or something like that, or maybe it's 1,600. There's a 6 involved somewhere. And that cuts into the efficiency of how many souls per time you get. And if you miss a good Molotov, then, well, that sucks, because you've just wasted a Molotov to kill, like, one dude, you know? So. Yeah, so I gave a whole speech about it earlier, Alex. If I can give you a really quick, truncated version. I looked up farming spots, and you're like, oh, that's how you found it. Well, no, this is what I found. Here, I'll even show you. Because now I can. I found that farming spot, which is something like 150,000 per minute. Once you have it finished set up, which obviously I don't. And figure getting that set up would probably take me a few hours. Just so for those of you who didn't hear this earlier, I'll just repeat this super quick. So I have access to several chalices, but I actually don't. What I would have to do is farm this chalice to get the level 2 bloods from it in order to summon the second chalice, which is that one. See, I still don't have enough, which I would then have to farm in order to get enough items in order to summon the third. You get the idea. So, even though I actually technically have the item to summon the good dungeon, I actually don't, and I would have to slow-mode my way, grind my way through the chalices to get there. Now, hang on. Hang on, Imperial Star Destroyer. Let me scroll up. I saw it. Cursed and fetid offerings. I don't actually know what that means in context. I believe you, though, Imperial Star Destroyer. Yeah, I probably leveled plenty at this point. That was kind of the goal, was just to spend some time getting a little bit of future-proofing, so I could just kind of try to finish off the game at this point.
Welcome. What is...
Can I erase
Very well,
something?
let me...
Oh my god, I'm like 300 shy.
Farewell, good hunter.
Good afternoon, Darth Medoro. I usually stream on Saturdays, just the second block on Saturdays. Tell me I have at least one thingy on me. I do. There we go. Let's pop one of those. So, we didn't, Takoida. I don't think it's good. Let me start with that. However, speaking as someone who's played Dark Souls 1 and 2 and 3, I do think the HUD and the interface are less irritating to use than they were back in Dark Souls 1 especially, and Dark Souls 2. Like, just this whole menuing system was just such a pain in those two games. I don't remember Dark Souls 3 as well, I'll admit that.
Welcome home. What is it? Very well, let me stand.
Okay. What do I raise? I made all my goals, that's why I stopped. What should I raise? What do you think? Damage. Okay. Oh. Well, actually, hang on. So... It doesn't show me. Hang on.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find...
Give me a moment. So... Ludwig's is a B on everything. Question mark. I could also go for endurance. More swings. More swings is more damage. And that's a very valid way to think of it. Because that is actually a DPS boost. Okay, so it's just the same scaling, whatever. So, at that point, the question... I'm not going to do that. I'm going to deal with endurance. But the question is a 51 worth more than a 31? Because I don't know the math they're using. And if you don't know the answer, then that's fine. I'm just curious.
Welcome. What is it?
You know,
Very well. Let
I'm a
me
geek.
stand.
What do you want from me? Endurance. 1 point of endurance. Okay. Strength is already at the soft cap. That's what I was wondering.
Farewell, good hunter.
So if I was trying to boost straight damage, skill would be the way to go now, and then arcane would be the way to go until they're at 50, and then I would be effectively capped. Not actually capped. Got it. I was actually wondering if they use soft caps in this one, because I know that's a regular thing in the Dark Souls. I guess that's a valid reason to kill her, Dr. Winter. Because, you know, duh. Okay, so... Hang on. Let's me, question mark? Oh, yeah. This is what I was going to ask you about. So I've never used any of these. So the speedrun lives and breathes on these. Every single boss fight, they make sure to have the Beast Blood buff up. What is this? Because I've never used this. Like, by the description, that sounded like something I don't want to use. But I thought I'd ask. Because I noticed every single fight he was popping out blood, and I was like, oh, okay. Ah, it's Berserk. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound like my style. Actually, that does kind of sound like my style, but whatever. Do I have the Beast Slayer? I don't think I do. I have the Beast Hunter. I never actually tried out the Boom Hammer, too. That just occurred to me. Hey, Dream Whisperer. Interesting. Does that only last for one swing? It does. Wow, that's interesting. Cool. Okay, hang on. Huh. Yeah, that... I don't think I would like that, just based on its swing, and... You think my weapon's slow. This thing's a slug. I mean... Yeah, no, I think I'll stick with mine, thanks. Okay, let's go ahead and put the cleaver back on. So I'm going to tell you a bit of a story. This is technically the third time I've said this story, but whatever. This has been like a 6-day game. We've been playing this game for almost 2 weeks now. I feel entitled to a little bit of a repeat. Third one, right, third one. The War Pick? I don't think we have that. This, I think? So, obviously, I'd make it a point, especially for games I don't really plan to play, to try and at least be partially aware of the lore and the backstory and stuff. Yes, I did, Alex. Because that way, I can be involved in a discussion with this, right? Now, that's not just a video game thing. You know, there's a reason I tend to follow sports and movies and all sorts of content. Is because the more I am aware of, the more people I can carry a conversation with, right? So that's standard policy. So Bloodborne comes out, everyone loves it. I'm like, okay, I'll look into it. And I look into it and research it. I'm like, wow, this is a game I am never playing. That's not the punchline. I just thought I'd share that part. So back in, I want to say 2017, so a few years after Bloodborne came out, I was watching GDQ. And there's this guy named Zeus. And he's doing a speedrun of it. And that was actually my first exposure to speedrunning of Bloodborne was Zeus. He's awesome, by the way. If you haven't seen him, he's legit. One of my favorite speedrunners in general. Very charismatic, very entertaining. Knows how to give good commentary. Just great speedrunner in general. Cool guy. I forget his full name. I always call him Zeus. It's like Zeus's something. Anyways, no, I did not, Alex. Where do I go to do that? Who? Okay. Hey Zeus, I'm toast. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Hey Zeus, or hey Zeus, here's toast, or something like that. He's cool. He's just really cool. I legitimately recommend you look him up. He's a better streamer than I am. So I was like, sweet, you know, let's watch this speedrun. And that exact speedrun was the one I mentioned where he gets here in 20 minutes. There's a summon in Annalise's room? So the reason I mentioned that is because immediately after killing the grossness of the grossness, he goes in there to the second grossest part of the entire game. So this entire game, for these last 2 weeks, I have been living in dread of this boss and that dungeon we're about to go do. Now, hang on, I apparently need to go to something with Alfred. So we're going to do that first. Anything to put that off. Anything to put that off. Because I don't want to go in there. I mean, we've already been someplace worse, but, you know, whatever. Where'd I go? Guide me, Alex. Direct me. Ready? Oh, you're over there, right. Sorry, the webcam's off-center because it's the old, bad webcam, so it's actually over there. Canehurst. Back to Canehurst. Okay. Queen's room. Which is that? How would I rate the gross boss? It is pretty gross. The Orphan of Kos? Oh, jeez. Now, I do have the summons. I already got the summons. It was right here. Boop. How do I rate the boss? Gross, gross. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When I heard the word summons, what I was thinking is summoning an NPC. That's my bad. I apologize. I have the letter. Let me be clear. Yes, I rate the One Reborn a gross out of 10. I mean, yeah, they do, Dakota. You're right. That's... Oh, it's just gross out of gross. You know what? Okay, so path to the forest entrance? That's this way, I think, right? I think. Oh god, I'm trying to remember. It's actually been a while. Circle the Giants. Yep, wrong way. This way. That is this way. I don't know why the Indiana Jones theme is in my head. Don't ask me. This feels like the wrong way. It is the wrong way. It is the wrong way. How did the Rom fight go? Ugh, it was awful. Even when I finally killed Rom, it was mostly because I got some pretty good luck on spider positioning. And if I could say one last... If I could bash Rom one last time I'm not going to give any more negatives. We already gave that fight 2 negatives. If I could bash it one more time. The worst thing about that stupid fight is I didn't feel accomplished after beating it. Even a frustrating fight can be satisfying when you beat it. Not always, and it may not get credit for that, but at the very least there can be that got you, right? Got you, you son of a... insert word here. There was none of that for Rom. I was just thankful it was over with, and that's it. Whoops. This is where, yep. Insight grabbers are. God damn it, I need to start using bullets. So I stop seeing that stupid message. Oops, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. There we go. Okay, that should do it. Grab that. Anyways, yeah, I need to check that. You said that earlier to quit, and I forgot to check it. Where am I going? This way, I guess? No, this doesn't feel right. This way. We... Stop wasting my bullets. Could you, like... I didn't see where's... There you are. You just stop. You just stop, please. Thanks. It wouldn't surprise me, Hazardous. One thing I've learned more the more I've studied game design, there's a few sound effects packs that a huge number of game designers just equally use, all use, you know, in the same way, right? Some of those you've probably heard, like the door opening, or the people chattering, or... I already saw that one. Okay. What's another really common one? Bird singing. Yep, nope. There's a specific bird chirping sound, which is really standard. Yeah, there's some ones that are really, really common. But yeah, once you start to pay attention to that sort of thing, you really start to pick them out. Be like, Oh, can I equip the cannon? Because I've been raising my skill. I can! Holy crap. Ready. Ready. Let's do it. Okay, we're good. We're good. That's all I wanted to do. I'm happy. I can look that up, Trihexia. Or can someone look up who's the director of Dune? The old Dune? Now, I know what you're going to say. Laura, you know who the director is. No. Look up the director and tell me the name that isn't Finch. That's how I usually remember who that name is. Is it Alan Smithy? Yeah, I thought it was Marcus something. Start with an M. But yeah, for those of you not aware, there's a weird thing in Hollywood where if a director disagrees with or dislikes a particular movie, they will insist that the actual credit, which goes in the credits of the film, is this specific name. So if you look up the IMDb for whatever that name is, I'm not sure if it's Alan Smithy, you will find hundreds upon hundreds of movies by this one director. Because, you know, it's not a real person. They don't exist.
Oh, good to see you safe.
Is it Alan Smithy?
Now, let's think up something to discuss. Just tell me what piques your interest.
It might actually be Alan Smithy. Official pseudonym, da-da-da-da. Oh, yeah, maybe it is Alan Smithy. I swear there's another one. But that is what I'm thinking of. So there you go, Alan Smithy. There's your answer, Trix. Yeah. So, got something for you.
Aha! Is that the sigil of Canehurst? I've heard tell of Canehurst nobles and their amusingly pompous invitations. Wonderful. I thank you profusely. I will depart immediately, but first, a token of my gratitude.
Oh my god. That got a laugh out of me. Blood-sucking pharaohs in Pittsburgh. Also, that sounds funny, maybe. I'm guessing cannon builds are fun. Hey, church-bound mail.
Ah, I feel my master's hand at work. Praise the good blood.
What about the...
And let us cleanse these tarnished streets.
But you... Okay, cool. What is going on? Oh, that's just a really tall windmill. Wow. Alright, back to Canehurst. You know, I got a billion of these. Let's just use one of these stupid things. Of course, they're much higher up than I thought. Actually, I only have 10. Wow. Oh, goody, a hunter fight. Let me get my cannon out. Yeah, we don't go to Dark Souls 2 anymore. Does anyone know... Does anyone know if there is a gameplay thing where you can only see tooltips on the loading screen of items you've already encountered? You know what I mean? Like, only stuff you've already discovered will show up in the loading screens? Because if that's true, well, that's okay. If that's not true, that's actually much cooler. Because that means that you could actually see random random tooltips for things you haven't seen. Which, you know, gives you a better chance of seeing more lore. That's all. But I haven't been keeping track. I kept meaning to. What am I doing? What am I doing? All, maybe. And yeah, I should probably start using fake bullets if I'm going to do that. But I got plenty of bullets. I should probably sell at least a few bullets. So I stop having that stupid pop-up. Where's my bullets? Yeah, let's just sell, I don't know, 100 bullets. Or 20. Please buy these 20 bullets. Okay, thank you. More lore, less gore. I like it. I like it. Vote for me. More lore, less gore. Canehurst. And I gotta fight a dude. Let's not equip the cannon. Let's get our pistol out here. So hang on. Get the pistol out. Should we have the pistol out? We definitely have the pistol out. Okay. And get the bullets out of the chest? But that would take time, and I don't know where the chest is, so we're gonna do this instead. There's a building? Right, the storage. How much should I buy? Oh, we're in Grossland. No! No, get me back out of here, please. There's abdas all over the place. Oh, hey, does the monocular trick work in Bloodborne? That's actually the binocular trick. But you know what I'm talking about. Does that trick work in this game? Where am I going in Canehurst? Sorry, I should have clarified. Oh, well, got it. Imperial Star, sure. Yeah, no, because the bath thing. Right. Queen's room, Queen's room. Should we kill Alfred? Is that a thing?
Master, look! I've done it! I've done it! I've smashed and pounded and grounded this rotten siren into fleshy pink pulp. There, you filthy monstrosity! What good's your immortality now? Try stirring up trouble in this sorry state.
Isn't she still alive?
Mangled and twisted with every inside on the outside for all the world to see.
Ah! That wasn't what I was expecting to happen. Let's try that again.
You're jealous, aren't you?
Bloody fool! Has the blood gone to your head?
I mean, you did just do something worse than death to her, so, you know. A little irritated. I got robbed of my initial strike, so now I gotta do this the hard way. Fine. I love when it doesn't do what I want it to do. That's actually one of my favorite things in a video game. Personally. Do it. Thank you. I'm just guessing. I do not have the timing of this game at all. I never have.
The blood! You've spilled my blood!
Yeah. That's kind of the goal of these things. Especially in this game. Oh, he's not dead! He's not dead! I thought he was dead! God damn you, health bars!
Pray for Master Ligarius in my stead.
I already killed him. But you got it. I am so sorry. Ew. Just, ew. We're done. We're done. We're out. I did. Check it out. I even prove it. Because I've hit that button by accident every now and again. Hang on, Imperial Star Destroyer. Hang on, hang on. Let me make sure I got it. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I actually did know about that. But, I mean, it's a fight! It's a fight. This. Okay, so... Ah! This is going to ROM. Okay, that's what we do to ROM. Okay, okay, okay. So, you weren't there for that, obviously. But, yeah, I was staring at ROM for a bit, like... Can I... I even did the make contact thing. Nothing happened. I mean, the distinction is a little more vague in this game, I think. Alex. Alright, so I need to go to Altar of Despair. I remember that one. When you eat someone that regenerates from this tissue... Ugh, okay. Now that I'm never going to eat again... Oh yeah, apparently... The reason this is called the Altar of Despair is this was where she was imprisoned. What are those? I didn't actually really look at them last time because I was talking to my grandmother while trying to fight this thing. But those aren't human statues, and I know there's lots of not human statues in this game, but what is this? Did she make those? Or did people decide, well, we've got to imprison her down here. Let's make sure she has something to look at. Alright, do I have the wheel on me, or do I have to go buy it? by. Whatever. No, that's not butterflies in my belly. That's the queen! Sorry. Here you go, Rom. Hey. Damn it. Okay, it's a Wendy's. Now Rom's back? Oh, the queen's back. Now... What? Hang on. Carry the one thing. Account for pot. Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense.
Arrant fool, vile blood or no, bend.
Oh, right here.
Closest of kin, bearer of our blood, I welcome thee. What is thy wish? We await thy return for the honor of Canehurst.
Huh? Okay, anyways, yeah, okay, real talk, what that feels like to me is that feels like a, oh, hey, you accidentally screwed yourself out of this story arc. Here's a way to continue to turn in story directs. That's, yeah, that looks like a gameplay rewind button is what that looks like. Although how the hell you're supposed to know to turn in the flesh to Rom's corpse is beyond me, but whatever. Is there anything else we can do before we go to hell? Sorry, not hell. The nightmare place. Nightmaria. Population. Blech. We could do more of the DLC, that's actually true. You can ask her to marry me. Alright. Hang on, let me ask her to marry me. I think that's an acceptance! So, who wants to be my best man? Let's just get the damn thing out of the way. Let's just do it. I already gave the speech. I had that speech prepared for when we were going to get to the spot. I expected we'd get to this spot a lot earlier because, you know, I was expecting this to be much earlier in the game than something we were doing on, like, day 6. So... Hi, Chemic. This game is very pretty and peaceful. There's no gross here. There's no yuck. There's no yuck. This is not a Wendy's. Ah, deja vu. Alright, so let's see. This way? Me. I don't think so, Imperial Star Destroyer. Especially if you cooked it with it, because that's going to cook into the meat, and that's just kind of the end of that. Apparently I should go talk to Patches. So, yeah! The Nightmare of Mensis. Now, I agree that the Hunter's Nightmare is arguably worse than this, but yeah, the first thing I saw when Zeus came into this area was that the walls were made of deformed skulls which were screaming. And I was just like, oh, okay, that's cool. I'm not going to bash this point anymore. I really want to emphasize how much I've been dreading this exact point in the game ever since I picked this game up. Oh yeah, I should probably equip the sedatives. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, I saw you there. Ooh, you got more health than I thought you would. Do I have Jura's armor? That's actually a good point. Because I need some frenzy resist for this place. Thankfully, I know that walking into it. Hang on. Frenzy resist. That's not much, so we'll go with that. I bought it, huh? What's it called? I mean, there's the Hunter Garb. Oh, there we go. That's the Ashen Hunter Garb. There we go. There it is. Ashen Hunter. There it is. Let's get some frenzy going on. Charred Hunter, maybe? Nope, there it was. I saw it. Right there. I do like how that looks, actually. Except for the hat. The hat's stupid. Hang on. I mean, something else. What else we got here? There we go. There we go. I'll take a little frenzy loss for that. Tricorns require something else, and I don't have the hair or the face to pull off a tricorn on this character. I don't remember which game it is, but there's a game where there's a specific type of enemy which is very lucrative to kill, which will go out of its way to kill itself as quickly as possible just to prevent you from getting it. I don't remember which game that was. And no, I'm not thinking of God of War 2. That's different. That's mandatory for plot progress. No, I have not, Trihexia. I should be okay as long as I'm not in line of sight, if I'm remembering how this works. Oh yeah, speaking of which, let's go ahead and, do I not have them equipped? I don't have them equipped. I'm a dum-dum. Let's do... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh god, where is it? Oh, I can't navigate inventories. There we go. Okay. We have navigated an inventory. Let's grab that. I did do an extra kill just for you. In fact, Mr. Red, I did it with a special weapon. Check it out. I'll prove it. In fact, you know what? You know what? That gives me an excuse to not do the dream! Alright, so hang on. I'm gonna show off something here real quick. It's this way. Switch weapons to... Where is it? There it is. To the church. Over there. So I mentioned I farmed a few bloods before I went and farmed the lectures, right? I didn't farm that many. I spent like 10 minutes here and got like 100 blood. That's exactly why I did it. It's just... There we go. Don't have to think about it for a minute. Now this weapon, I actually showed this off earlier, but for those of you who didn't see it earlier, this weapon actually kind of sucks unless you're fighting something that has no poise or something that is a beast. hang on. It's a little hard to aim. Give me a second. So, for those of you unaware of the joke, Gene Roddenberry is a disgusting, terrible... It was a disgusting, terrible human being who can go straight to hell. The more I have studied and learned about Star Trek, the more I despise the man as a human being. Mr. Red, today, mentioned that, was I killing this exact NPC for blood? And we decided to equate this to Gene Roddenberry. So this is Gene Roddenberry's eventual fate, is being this corpse right here. So... there we go. Yeah, no, this is grosser. Whoever said that initially, I've agreed with you ever since you said it. Just imagine. Oh, very much so. Okay, let's leave joking for a moment. Gene Roddenberry was a disgusting human being, and I've studied a great deal about the actions he has undertook and the horribleness of it. I discuss it quite a bit in many of my ruminations. It really comes up a lot in the TOS stuff. If you ever want to hear me just go off on Gene Roddenberry, even ignoring the gross stuff, which we're not sure about, let's be clear. We don't 100% know if the gross stuff is true. But the stuff we do know is true is bad enough. So watch for the end of Season 2 TOS Rumination. Operation Earth? No, Assignment Earth. Assignment Earth is the name of that episode. And that episode, that rumination that I do on that, I discuss quite a bit how much of a jackass Gene Roddenberry is. That was back in the 60s. He arguably got worse in the TNG era, but we'll get into that later. Okay, where am I going? Not here. What did he do that's so terrible? Jeez, where do I even begin? One of the more well-known things he did is he forgot that he's already unlocked a lantern inside the nightmare, and he could just have gone there. That's the worst thing he did. There are allegations of him being a... forces himself on womenist. We'll put it that way. I think that's a good way to put that. But let's go with practicals. Let's go with stuff we can prove. Gene Roddenberry. Let me start. Can I start with the thing I hate most about Gene Roddenberry? Lack of proper backing, Trihexia. You're talking about the RTS, right? It's okay, I kind of wanted to go here anyways because I kind of ran through here earlier. So let's actually do the lecture hall, part 2. Back in the TOS era, and in the modern era, and in every era, Gene Roddenberry had a lawyer. This lawyer's name was Leonard Meislish. Now, there's a decent chance, if you are a fan of Star Trek, that you have heard the name Leonard Meislish, because it's always said accompanied by a spit. Some of the quotes about Leonard Meislish are really bad. Like, people equating him to a movie villain. To quote how messed up and screwed up and evil and blah 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 he was. Now, let's be clear. Leonard Meislish was a messed up person. He actually did some pretty horrible stuff. He would actually rifle through people's drawers in the office to ensure that they didn't do or have anything that was against policy. That's a proven fact, by the way. He would go and do undocumented rewrites on scripts. That's also a proven fact. Now, the reason I'm phrasing... Oh, hey. The reason I'm phrasing this the way I'm phrasing this... Yes, I have, Dr. Winter. Thank you for reminding me, though. Is because some of the stuff about Roddenberry is proven, and some of it is very likely, and some of it is kind of likely. You know how that goes, right? And I don't want to be 100% about that. Now, one of the things that is mostly likely, but not actually proven, Gene Roddenberry had Gene Roddenberry had a thing where he liked to be the good guy, okay? He liked to be the warm, friendly, smiling face. Let's be clear, Gene Roddenberry was a corrupt executive. Like, copy-paste. And I'll discuss some of the specifics later, but he is absolutely the kind of person who would be a villain in a cop movie, right? He was the bad guy of Hollywood, or Beverly Hills Cop, okay? But he liked to appear to be the good guy. He liked to appear like a nice, decent, fond, friendly, grandfatherly type, okay? The reason this is relevant to Miseless, the reason I'm starting there, the reason I consider this one of the most insidious things he did, is all of the crap he did through Miseless. Now, some of this stuff we can prove, and some of it we can't. That's why I gave that preface earlier. But there are several things that Miseless did which were absolutely at the direction of Gene, and several which were probably at the direction of Gene. Okay. That's some health. That's some health. Let's get out of here. Yeah, plausible deniability. Yeah, you get it. We have several documented accounts which, in my opinion, actively prove that Gene Roddenberry liked to be the good guy. So I think that is something I would consider fact. But I mention that because it means all of the crap that people would lay at Miseless's feet is actually at Roddenberry's feet. Or at least most of it, right? So, that's the most insidious thing. He liked to appear to be the good guy when he very much wasn't. Maybe that doesn't bother you as much as it bothers me, I don't know. Let's talk about some of the actual stuff he did. The more practical stuff he did. Once upon a time, there was this gentleman who made a song. This is probably the most well-known example. Yeah, exactly. The most well-known example is the TOS theme song. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Right? Surely you know that theme. Well, Gene wrote, through Miseless, wrote in some lyrics to that song. Why? Well, because that way he wouldn't have to pay the creator of the song any fees, because he then legally qualified as one of the creators of that song. Terrible. Yeah, sorry, terrible lyrics. If you've never looked up the lyrics for that song, do it! They're awful! They're, like, hysterical. And we need to have at least a little bit of humor in this horrible thing. But the whole reason he did that was so he wouldn't have to pay the guy who wrote the theme song for his flagship show. Oh, yes it does, Game Master. Now they don't play the version that has lyrics. I mean, why would they? Anyways, I'm looking for a hatch. Let me get out my frickin', there we go. Hey, there it is. It's right in front of me. That's funny. Other things he used to do. I mentioned the rewriting of scripts. That was almost guaranteed at the behest of Roddenberry, who was going out of his way to try and make the scripts more in line with what he wanted to do. And Roddenberry wanted to bypass everyone and everything, so he would just have his lawyer sneak in and illegally and arguably immorally just change the script and hope nobody noticed. Fun fact, people noticed. So,
Oh, this cannot be. You cannot be. No, you didn't. Lord Amygdala?
oh hey, they say it.
How did this come to pass?
Big for life. That's funny.
Now, wait just a moment. Do you think ill of me? Me?
Yes. Do I need... Do I have to forgive this guy?
Indeed, I should think not. I shared with you a thing most secret. Now you're witness to a miracle, and all the stronger for it. You should appreciate it, if you've a grain of gratitude in you. Yes. Appreciate it.
I do like his voice actor. I'll give you that.
No matter. Such details are trifling. We're fast friends by now. Let this express what words cannot.
Is that it? Are we good, Alex?
Oh, doubt me not, sweet compeer. What is friendship but a chance encounter?
Good question.
That was uncharitably done.
Yeah, thanks for knocking me off the cliff, asshole. I was not having a good time that day, and you did not make it better. Other stuff Roddenberry has done. God, I've lost track in my mental map. I was like, okay, he did this and this and that. Let's see. One of the things Roddenberry liked to do was take credit for other people's work. This is another one of those we can prove this kind of a thing. That's a good question, Nimi. I should go check that, and I will in just a moment. So, this... how big or bad or awful this is up to you. I think this is awful, personally. So let me give you a little bit more details on this one. There was a gentleman named Gene Coon, okay? Now, how many of you have heard of that name? No judgment. He's kind of lesser known when it comes to Star Trek. Go ahead and unlock this. That is a good idea. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Now we can actually warp around a little bit. Yeah, Solo and Herbert are honestly the only reason I know about Gene Coon, and I have read both of their books very thoroughly. I did a lot of research for the TOS Ruminations. That's one of the reasons I'm so proud of them. I actually really did a lot of work for that. Okay, so Gene Coon, this is my opinion. Gene Coon, DC Fontana, and Leonard Nimoy are probably the three people most responsible for making Star Trek. You'll notice I did not mention Gene Roddenberry in that list. Now, who made Star Trek? Now, I want to be clear. I'm not trying to get into technicalities. I'm not trying to get into, you know, the little details of what percent is owned by what or whatever. I'm not trying to get into a definitions argument. I'm really not. Because the problem is there is demonstrable evidence that Gene Roddenberry was like, all right, let's go ahead and make this initial thing. And he does get credit for a couple of things. He does. But once he got the ball rolling, other people took it and made Star Trek. You know what Gene Roddenberry did? He took a job, and again, this is a provable fact. He took a job at another show, on another lot, as another executive, and just pulled in 2 paychecks, while occasionally stepping in to be like, hey, I'm here, and wave the flag and be the nice guy to the Star Trek staff. That's Gene Roddenberry. Right there, in a nutshell. And then, some of you may or may not be aware of this, the reason Star Trek became big wasn't actually the original series itself. What actually happened is Star Trek was one of those shows, one of several, that was uniquely positioned to take advantage of the convention boom. I don't know how many of you know about this, but in the late 60s, early 70s, up to, honestly, the 90s, there was a convention boom. And the convention circuit is actually what it was called, where people would go around, and their entire job and their entire function would be running, managing, attending conventions, right? People could make a living just by being a guest appearer. A guest appearer? A guest at a convention, right? Stuff like that. Now, Star Trek was perfectly poised to take advantage of that. So a lot of the reason Star Trek became big was because it was one of the convention circuit things, right? Now, Roddenberry cycled through that circuit all the time. It was pretty much how he paid the bills. Now, no judgment on that part. Plenty of people made money in a good way, like the woman from Gamesters with Triskelion, just by running the convention circuit. So that's fine. The problem is, and you already hit the nose on the head. Yes, the nose. You hit the nose on the head, because screw that nail. We need to hit this guy in the nose. Roddenberry would go around taking credit for everything. And he was really good at doing it quietly. He wouldn't say, I made Star Trek and no one else did. He would just say things like, oh yeah, we had this idea for Spock where we wanted him to appear like he's alien, but there's still a human side to him, you know. And he would talk about all these elements that he had no real part of, that other people designed, that other people built and other people made. But he would always say we, or I, or he, or whatever. And he just kept doing this over and over and over. And he did this for literally decades, until it got to the point about when I was born, when most people assumed Gene Roddenberry was the mind behind Star Trek, because he had spent years encouraging that mindset. Now, you might be thinking, why didn't Gene Coon fight this? Gene Coon died pretty soon after Star Trek stopped, which actually really, really sucks, because Gene Coon was an extremely talented person who was, by all accounts, a pretty awesome dude. He was also a very creative mind and a good producer. We don't get a lot of those. So Gene Coon was dead. And most of the actors didn't really speak up about it. And most of the other producers didn't care. It wasn't until the 90s that people started seeing what Roddenberry was doing and were like, whoa, hold up. You didn't do that. You didn't do that. We can prove it because, bless him, Herbert Solo, who I honestly is probably one of the best corporate executives I've ever seen, historically speaking, and Robert Justman and a few other key individuals kept the receipts. They kept proof. And so they were able to go back and set the record straight and start actually being like, no. That's not what happened. How many of you have heard, here's another example of one of the lies of Roddenberry. How many of you have heard about the woman who saved Star Trek? How many of you have heard that story? Narrow hallway. I'm looking for a narrow hallway. Yeah, Robert Justman and Herbert Solo. I'm actually going to be a little bit sad if nobody's heard of the woman who saved Star Trek. It was a big marketing thing at the time. I should get my torch out so I can see what I'm doing here. So there was this big story. Now, I already prefaced this by saying it's a lie. But there's this big story about this one woman who ran around and organized and coordinated this huge letter mailing campaign in order to save Star Trek, because they were going to cancel Star Trek. But she rallied the troops, and as a result, they got a third season, okay? About 99% of that is hogwash. So, first of all, they were already going to renew for season 3. Let's start with that. So, even if she actually did that, even if she actually did the letter campaign, and even if all those letters were real, she didn't do jack. Okay? Second point, she was operating as an employee of Roddenberry. And again, we have receipts. She was actually doing this on Roddenberry's behest, with company resources. Now, if you don't understand why that's such a big deal, that's actually illegal. That is fraud, is what that actually is, among other things. So she was getting all of these letters together as if there was this big fan push to fake a lot of interest in Star Trek in order to try and push up Star Trek when, and I remind you, it was for nothing because they were already renewing for season 3. Hang on, I'm not done. There's 2 more. I got 2 more. This is part of the same story here. Part number 2 or 3 or 8 or whatever we're up to here is that a lot of those letters were faked. They were actually written and constructed in Roddenberry's office. Yes, Miss Meatfist, among other things again. But that's the big one. Oh, this might be what you're talking about, Alex. If this isn't it, I got nothing. No, this is just this up here. I got nothing, Alex. I don't know where you're leading me here. Yeah, Star Trek was renewed because of color TVs. I actually mentioned that in the ruminations, too. I know that's a weird thing to point to, but no, that's why. Star Trek was actually pretty successful. One of the things they discovered after Star Trek went off the air is that their viewing figures for Star Trek were actually wrong. And that it was actually being viewed by a lot more people than they thought. The reason that they were getting so much money from it was because it was more popular than they thought, and they were selling color TVs as a result. Hang on. One more. I'll just move on here. Some of you may or may not have heard about this, that there was a march, a protest on the Paramount lot. Now, this is a much less known story. I have actually heard this story before I researched it. There was a protest by fans from the nearby college who went to the Paramount lot and said, no, please, don't cancel Star Trek. Now, when I say a protest, let's be very clear. This was as boring and legal of a protest as it gets. They actually got a permit to march. They contacted the studio ahead of time to let them know they were coming. They did everything above board. The reason why they did everything above board was because Roddenberry was the one who actually set it up and did the whole thing. And again, he did that on company time with company resources, which, again, is fraud. He faked a protest, a formal protest of the show, using company assets. Now, Mr. Red says, do I think it was a publicity stunt? If I'm being honest, I think Bregwin already hit the nail on the head. Not the nose this time. We'll leave it alone. I think he was a classic narcissist. I think he just wanted the extra attention. I really do. It accomplished nothing. If anything, all it did was years later destroy his legacy. Because... right? And yeah, he didn't give a goddamn, if I could say that bluntly, about Star Trek. He didn't. There is so much evidence that that man did not give a damn about Star Trek. Ignoring the he wasn't actually doing his job as an executive producer thing. Remember I talked about that earlier? Was that 3 chunks? Jeez Louise. Yeah, he abandoned his job as executive producer. Say whatever you want about Brannon Braga as executive producer. At least he stayed on the set and did his job for the show that he was caretaking, you know? I can't say quite as good a thing about Berman, but, you know. Oh yeah, I'm not even getting into the movies or the TNG era, where it just keeps going. It depends, unfortunately, is the answer, Hazardous. Legally, it depends. So, on the face of it, yeah, no, that's fraud. You know how I talk about the difference between reality land and legality land? In reality land, that's totally fraud, right? 100%. In legality land, it depends on how much that affects a larger scale investment side of things. So, if you boost the numbers of your book to say that it's a bestseller, and then use that as social capital to either get investors or to get another publishing company involved or whatever, that's fraud, legally speaking. If you do that so that you can have a nice little thing and say, I'm a best-selling book novel, that's a lot less legally fraud. And obviously that can be argued either way, and usually is, and please stop making spears come out of my mind. I better, Zach Taft! Hang on a second. Dr. Winter, give me a moment. I'm being frenzied. I don't like these things. I like these things a lot less. Yeah, if just doing that to get the boost and the false advertising was fraud, then it probably wouldn't be done anymore, to be blunt. Because people would absolutely go on that legally. At least someone would have started the ball in that legality, and they haven't, so. Oh, I'm sorry, my spears are coming out my eye. My bad. So he was probably connected to that back then. Was it all about making the people look like... I don't understand your question, Dr. Winter. I'm sorry. Like, I'm assuming you're asking about Roddenberry's motivations. Let's be clear. I have no idea. I don't know the man, and he's dead. Good riddance. But I can guess that it was a bit about the attention, and that really is just a guess. Oh, come on. Hi, hello. Hello. That's interesting. It hits them too. Ah! Really don't like those worms. Have I mentioned that lately? Yeah, no, there's ways to move around that legally if you wanted to. Unfortunately. I've learned way too much about legality lately. Is there anything that way? Or should I go ahead and go that way? Again, I don't know, Dr. Winter. I assume that Brigwin's guess is correct, and I'm emphasizing those words for a good reason. I don't know his motivation. I really don't. Okay, cross the bridge. This is cute. We're hiding from something that is causing spears to jump out of my body in some way by hiding behind the screaming, petrified faces of the damned. I feel like that might be symbolic. I don't know. By the way, this is an area where no music works well. I know we've talked about that a few times. This is a good example of no music. Right here. I also have to point out, this is already less bad than the previous area we're at. The other nightmare. Because there, the frenzy bar would fill up within seconds. You remember that? It's one of the reasons why is it still going up? There we go. It's one of the reasons I gave that area a negative, was because that frenzy was awful. I literally had to bug out the game to survive killing the enemy in 2 shots. Or before dying. Before being killed by it. Oh, goody, another. Yes, I have Estus, but not here. Apparently, the Winter Lanterns are here, though, too. So we might end up giving this place a -2. I can't wait to give this game more negatives. Now. TNG. Where do I even begin? You'll notice I continue to kind of bypass the many allegations of sexism and misogyny and groping, sex that were going on around Roddenberry, because, well, to be blunt, I don't have to. I can point to things that are much more demonstrably provable to show that he's a horrible person, and I don't like to hit that emotional "he sucks because women" button. I know that sounds weird, but my point is, I don't need to do that to make my point, right? I also can't prove most of that stuff. I will say one thing. Some of you familiar with Grace Lee Whitney knows that she has a story that she refers to she refers to as the executive. Okay. Hang on, Chemic. I'll get to that too. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with this story, this is a situation in which an executive forced himself upon her sexually. That's the nice way to put that. Now, this was not a throw you up against the wall and have their way with you kind of a situation. This was a much more realistic thing, which is, of course, much worse. Hey, spiders, my favorite thing. This was someone who sat you down and said, you know, you really need this job, don't you? And if you really need this job, maybe you need to be willing to do what's necessary to keep this job. One of those kind of situations, right? Yeah, coercion, thank you. That's the word for that. And she gives a very detailed account of this. There is quite a bit of evidence that this incident happened. Whitney herself has gone out of her way to never name who did it. For whatever reason. That being said, she gives a very detailed account of that night. And I have studied Gene Roddenberry quite a bit. And those two things line up really well. The manner of speech, the style of interaction, the desire to be the good guy, you know, not actually overtly being the kind of disgusting person he really was, all that fun stuff, it all fits his MO. However, Grace Lee Whitney was familiar with him, and therefore could emulate that and make it up if she wanted to. And that's one of the reasons why I keep kind of adding that little asterisk that I don't actually know. It's just, by my analysis, I think he's the one who did this to her. Now, this incident of coercion is bad enough in its own right, but those of you who have been watching the TOS Ruminations know we've already actually reached the point in the Ruminations. Are you going to drop down? Thank you! We've already reached the point in the Ruminations right now, where Grace Lee Whitney has left the show. That's because she was fired over this. I can say that again, if it's not really sinking in. Oh, there's another one. I didn't even see that one. I don't like that big one. No, not over the book. She didn't publish that book for a few years later. No. She was fired because the incident happened. That's the reason. It was an embarrassment for the studio. Couldn't be allowed. Out you go. By the way, that kind of thing was probably, gotta add that asterisk, semi-common back in the day. I don't know how common it is anymore. I hope it's less. But I don't know. Because Hollywood. I'm just gonna keep going for it. Please tell me that stays dead. Why would Roddenberry be fired? Can't tell me about him, huh? They respawn. God damn it! Alright, whatever. Well, I was gonna say there's probably more, and I was right. I mean, anybody who's played any video game ever, or Dungeons and Dragons, you know, you look up. Hell, I do that in real life. It's just a habit now. I think my favorite part of this is all of the things that I assumed at first were skulls. And then I thought, oh no, those aren't skulls. Those are egg sacs. But no, they're actually eyeballs. Just wanted you to know. All those little things, they're all eyeballs. I think I see him. Oh, for God's sakes. That's the last thing I need. Yep, need that insight. Gotta have that insight. TNG, let's move to something less human disgust and more, okay, this sucks because he's a terrible executive. So, most of you have probably heard about the Roddenberry box. This is a weird one, but Roddenberry, through Meislish, very much insisted on the Roddenberry box. If you're not familiar with that, it's a term that refers to the rules that Roddenberry had for Star Trek. Now, I said this in Discord earlier. I'm gonna go and repeat myself here. I'm actually in favor of rules for a fictional setting. There's a logic to that, right? You don't want Luke Skywalker suddenly turning inside out and chanting Cthulhu-esque stuff, right? That's not Star Wars. That's not its thing. So, boxes, yeah, sure, okay, I'm in favor of that. Note that I'm talking about Star Trek while fighting giant spiders. Yes, I'm coping, thank you for asking. So, the Roddenberry box was really... Yeah, lightsaber nunchucks, exactly. The Roddenberry box, however, was, in my opinion, way too restrictive. There were a few things that it limited. Some of the things were, there's no criminals in the future. Now, that was later clarified. There's no human criminals in the future. Because humans are pure and good, right? Yeah. Yeah. I have to actually look at this crap, Brakeman. Yeah, there's the no lawyers comment. Yep. Here's another one. Humans don't have any conflict with each other. Now, okay, let's unpack that for a second. On the one hand, I'm working, Oculus. I'm working. I see this is your dungeon, by the way, Oculus. All the eyeballs all over the place. Let's unpack that a little bit. Obviously, the idea that humanity has gotten better and doesn't literally rip each other apart for madness or evil or such, that's a good idea. I like that idea. That's cool. I'm with that. But that's not what he meant. He meant humans had no conflict of any kind at all. No disagreements about which restaurant to go to. No conflicts of interest. No disagreeing with an order that was given. Now, it is worth noting that the Roddenberry box, oh yeah, no possessions, we didn't own anything, and there's no religion. There's a whole bunch of other crap. The conflict thing is the one that actually pisses me off the most, because it's boring. And yeah, it's kind of a terrifying boring. Now, Game Master Me just pointed out Deep Space Nine. Have you ever noticed how the initial cast of Deep Space Nine was primarily non-human? I shouldn't say primarily, at least half. At least half of the initial cast. I think it's actually more than half. We can math it out, but it doesn't matter. Lots of the initial main cast were not human. Do you know why? Because that got around the rule. We can have the characters have conflict and interaction and drama with each other because they weren't human. Because the rule was only for humans. Thank you, Razulia, very much. Always appreciate. Much obliged. Thank you. And yeah, he also mentioned that Patrick Stewart wasn't bald in the future and that Ferengi have giant dicks. I mean, there's a lot of little things I could bring up here. Do you know what you want to put that towards, Razulia? Yeah, exactly, because humans were supposed to be the Mary Sue race of goodness. I'm sorry, what? Now, again, and I, in the interest of total fairness, the Roddenberry box only shows up 6 or 7 times in TNG. Because every now and again, either he or his lawyer, you got it, Razulia, or Berman, who picked up that torch, so to speak, would push that. It's just really egregious because it really speaks to the kind of creative producer that Roddenberry was when he was actually on the set, which he was in TNG Season 1. Oh yeah, by the way, the one season that was the one bit of Star Trek ever that is the most Roddenberry's is TNG Season 1. Think about that. Really think about that. Think about Justice, or Code of Honor, or Naked Now. I could just pull those 3 episodes right out there. Just boom. There you go. Roddenberry. I could keep going. Is it crooked? Am I crooked? I am crooked. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. Whoop, no, it's more crooked. It's more crooked. Ah! Hang on, hang on. Angel 1. Yep. Nope, that's still that same thing. Are we better? God, I can barely tell on my own monitor. I think that's a little better. What are good Gene episodes? The Cage. Now here's the thing. This is actually funny in its own world. This is really funny. So Gene probably the best credit I could ever give Gene Roddenberry is The Cage. The Cage is an episode about human beings fighting against a superior psychic power which is trying to contain them and thus contain the human spirit, okay? Now if that sounds familiar, there are, I counted, 16 episodes of TOS which follow that exact same formula. Some of them aren't even memorable. I bet if I mentioned Plato's Stepchildren, that doesn't even occur to you as an episode. You might not even heard of that episode. They all do the same beat over and over and over and over. The one and only one that kind of bypasses that and was actually kind of interesting, my opinion, so, grain of salt, is the one with freaking Trelane. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, you ever wonder why in Encounter at Farpoint the secondary plot is all about humanity proving how great they are against a superior psychic powered entity, Q? Yeah. I've told this story before. but Roddenberry, at the last minute, effectively, threw together the Q plot of Encounter at Farpoint, because Encounter at Farpoint was just supposed to be the other plot. And I'm saying it that way because the actual Farpoint story was supposed to be the main plot. And that never stops at me. I actually really like Plato's Stepchildren, by the way, but mostly because of the actor. The actors helped carry that episode. Because the main boring episode, the dull as dishwater part of the episode that several people can't even remember upon reimagining that episode in their heads or remembering that episode in their heads, that was supposed to be the main plot. And they're like, well, it's too short. And so Roddenberry, at the last minute, said, oh, let's do Trelane again. And that's not hyperbole. That's on record. Multiple people called him on the fact that, dude, Roddenberry, you're doing Trelane again. And I was like, yeah, but I gotta have something. And then, by what is probably one of the biggest luck fests of the universe, Imperial Star Destroyer showed up. Alright, look up, look up. No, for real, one of the biggest... No! God! That was not timed. One of the biggest luck fests happened, and they happened to get a young, up-and-coming actor named John Delancey to play Trelane, a.k.a. Q. And let me just tell you, I've researched this, that was sheer luck. Which, let's be honest, most actors' careers started by sheer and total luck. Yeah, John Delancey's legit. He's awesome. I've basically never seen him something he's not awesome in. Even Breaking Bad. How many of you even remember he was in Breaking Bad? Well, probably both. Delancey's career... I have the wrong thing equipped. Crap! I can't re-equip! I can't re-equip! There we go, there we go, okay. Delancey's career was started by Star Trek, so... The reason we have John Delancey in StarCraft, and Breaking Bad, and My Little Pony, and that Portal wannabe game I can't think of the name of, is because of that luck, so make of that what you will. Correct, Innocence. Yeah, he was the flight controller. Of course it wasn't Dream Whisper. I don't have access to my computer. There we go. No, come on! Oh, whatever. Let's just do this the old-fashioned way, then, huh? 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 Is this how you want to do it? Huh? Huh? Asshole. Is this... Trying to learn parry? Trying to figure it out? No, okay, fine! Fine! Die! Die! Berserker! I have better stats than you! No, Game Master Me. As I already mentioned, the Roddenberry box was only ever enforced about 6 or 7 times across Trek. So it didn't actually come up in action. I don't care! Sorry. I go to check my donations to see the giant donations that just got dropped in my face. The first thing I see is, you're eligible for, oh god, I suddenly can't think of the word. Sponsored. You're eligible for sponsored stuff. Would you like to see the deals that you could do a sponsored stream of? No! Piss off! Alright, first, thank you, Alex, very, very much. I do always appreciate that support. Much obliged. Thank you. You know, it's funny. From a purely, out of perspective, I don't know what to call that. Relying on patrons is a lot more risky and dangerous and the kind of thing I probably shouldn't do. The only reason it's worked is because you guys have been so awesome for so long. That's not buttering you up. That is straight fact. Thank you. And I'll put that towards Ikenfell, which I'm still probably pronouncing it wrong. Okay, so hang on. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm making sure I get all Imperial Star Destroyers thing. He dropped just a bucket on my face. For Legend of Legaia, Mega Man Legends 1, Mega Man Legends 2, Misadventures of Trombone, and Avatar: The Last Airbender. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Imperial Star Destroyer, very much. There's a reason I bow each time. Because I mean it. It's an old rule. I was just talking the other day. You don't say you're sorry if you don't mean it. You don't say thank you if you don't mean it. No, I don't... I mean, I've said that before. I don't intend any negativity towards YouTubers or streamers who do sponsored streams or sponsored videos or all that stuff. That is how it is. And I understand that completely. It is possible I understand it better than they do. Because the current economic substructure, yes, the substructure of YouTube, is a mess right now. Alright, who said the eyeballs were going to sprout legs? Thanks, Takeda. You had to, didn't you? You had to bring it up. Oh my god. Alright, whatever. Is there a save? Have I gotten to a lantern yet? Is there a lantern anywhere nearby so I can at least save some of my progress? At least the hunter's gonna stay dead, right? Like, the hunter's dead. Like, he's dead and gone. He's staying down. Alright, so there's a dude down there. I don't know what he's all about. I don't recognize that enemy. Yeah, they're pinned to the floor, which is actually more terrifying in its own way. Well, etiquette's a little different, Meatfist. Etiquette is a game. It's a dance. There's rules, there's regs. Etiquette and protocol. I imagine you're programmed for etiquette and protocol. Seeing where the elevator is. Oh, hey. Oh, goody. Surprise werewolves. My favorite. I'm guessing this is the... Yeah, that's for the elevator. Okay, cool. Well, that is a little bit of a gray area, Kamek. I suppose that would depend on the person. Persons, I suppose I should say. I'm sorry, Oculus. I'm sorry. Please don't stab me more than I need to. I mean, like a little stabbing. Like right here. Right in the chest. I'm ready. Okay, so if you want to start Star Trek, I've actually gotten that question a lot, and I've put a lot of thought into it, so I have a prepared answer. TNG Season 3. Prepared answer. Now, that's the short version. Here's the long version. Hang on, gotta do this real quick. Forgot. Okay. TNG Season 3 is seminal Star Trek. It is as central, iconic, indicative, whatever other word you want to use. I like the word seminal because it works the best. It is as Star Trek as it gets. So if you like TNG Season 3, then you like Star Trek. That's that. That's the end of that. Now, if you don't like TNG Season 3, there's other types of Star Trek, and there's other things which have other feels and vibes and themes and tones and characters and writers, but TNG Season 3 is as close to the wide net you're going to get from Star Trek. So, if you don't like that, honestly, I'd probably bow out then. Well, there's a lot of these guys. If you do like it, you have a bunch of options from there. Hang on. Ah, I didn't hit. I didn't hit. Okay, back off, back off, back off, back off. I just liked Pulaski until I analyzed TNG. Make of that what you will. If you... God, there's so many of these freaking eyeballs. If you do actually like it, you have a couple of options. You can go back and just watch everything chronologically. TOS, movies, TNG, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise. That's my personal recommendation, by the way. If you do like TNG Season 3, just go back and do the whole thing in order. In the order I just mentioned. Now, that may be too much of a commitment. Maybe you're not into it or whatever. So, the quote-unquote good stuff. Now, obviously, I keep forgetting it exists, R-Spruce, because in my mind, this is shoot. So I keep not wanting to shoot, because I don't want to shoot my gun, so I keep not hitting that button. That's just me being an idiot, though. I'm not doing it on purpose. The so-called good stuff. So what I'm actually going to recommend is what I consider the great stuff. Because if you're not into going through everything in order, or if you have limited time, you should probably at least dip your toes into a couple of things. Those would be Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. There's also several TOS episodes. Good night, Dakota. Have a good one. There's also several TOS episodes I would highly recommend. I don't have access. I actually made a list of which episodes I would recommend. I don't have it right now. It's on the other computer. No, not yet. Not yet, Chemic. We're still in the TOS stuff. But there's the Conscience of the King. Space Seed is probably worth a watch. A Taste of Armageddon is something I would consider up there. Obviously, Amok Time, City on the Edge of Forever. I can't think of the name of the first Klingon episode because I'm a moron. I can never think of it. I always think it's Day of the Dove. It's not. Day of the Dove is the other Klingon episode in Season 3. Oh my god, what is the name of that episode? Oh yeah, Balance of Terror. That's not the one, but Balance of Terror you should totally watch. Errand of Mercy, thank you. Errand of Mercy. And honestly, you could probably stop there. But there's some really good TOS episodes, is what I'm trying to say. So then we move on to TNG era. You can safely skip all of TNG Season 1. Now, I will go ahead and admit that I don't think TNG Season 1 is as bad as the memes say. But nothing in TNG Season 1 is great. So... I know, right, Spartan? I don't know that enemy. I thought I did know that enemy, but I don't. Not who I thought it was. There's a big, fat, naked guy I've already fought in the Chalice dungeons. And those guys suck. They're really fast, and they roll like 50 feet. They have a ridiculous range and speed. Those guys suck. Anyways, so TNG, Season 1 you could just throw out the window. Season 2 is when we start to get into some greats. Now, I'm actually going to not name specifics, because Mr. Red is going through TNG, and I don't want to influence his opinion. But there are several episodes in every season of TNG, and every season of DS9, and most seasons of Voyager that I would consider at least worth putting some time and effort into watching. I would also argue that TNG Season 3 through 7 and DS9 Season 3 through 7 is at the very least worth watching. Also, Voyager Season 3 through 7. Then we get to Enterprise. Enterprise is kind of a weird one. Oh, wait, hang on. Actually, let's rewind a second. TNG movies. Sorry. TNG movies. Everyone's opinions on the TNG movies are pretty wildly divergent, I've noticed. And that's a good thing. Different opinions are good. That's the spice of life. But the TNG movies are definitely very divisive, and so it's hard for me to just blanket recommend them. Most people enjoy First Contact, either as a character analysis, or for the world building, or for the examination of Cochrane, or for the action elements, or for the Borg. There is some good stuff in First Contact. It is arguably not a great film, but it is still, I would argue, an enjoyable film. Generations is... So this is my opinion, okay? Preface. Mr. Red, if you don't want to hear my opinion, go ahead and mute me, okay? Here's my opinion on the TNG movies, in just one nutshell. Generations is badly written drivel, but it's carried by good performances and good acting. Just in general. The acting knew what they were doing, and they managed to actually carry the episode. The movie. First Contact, that's 8. Good action flick, good character moments. A lot of stupid. Then we get to Insurrection. Believe it or not, my opinion on Insurrection is effectively the exact same thing as Generations. The script is nonsense, and actively makes no sense, and is basically character assassination for multiple characters. However, it is acted by actors who know what they're doing, and do a very good job at playing off of each other, and it's directed by Jonathan Frakes, unlike Generations, so it is an exceptionally well-directed movie as well. So, well-directed, well-acted drivel. Nemesis is garbage, don't touch it. Nemesis is the worst thing Star Trek's ever produced, in my opinion. That opinion has not yet changed, and I have covered all of Star Trek except for New Trek. I don't remember, Alex, I'm sorry. Here we go. Nope, too slow. Too slow. Oof, that hurts too. Nope! Damn it! Yeah, I remember, I have no real exposure to New Trek, and I'm not spoiling Enterprise, but I'm going to go ahead and talk about Enterprise, and it's actually the same thing I've already told Ross, to be honest, so it's not really a spoiler for Ross. Enterprise is extremely divisive in all directions. Sound familiar? My honest recommendation, if you make it to Enterprise, just watch it. Just watch it for yourself and decide for yourself. I have heard every variety of gamut of opinion on Enterprise. Good and bad, in between, indifferent. Meatfist hates it, you know. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I don't mean to call you out specifically, Meatfist. But I do mean, whoop! Yep, I heard that. There's more than one of you, too. But I do mean it. I've heard every variety of opinion on Enterprise. So if you make it that far, just see for yourself. Just see what you think of it. I know people who love that song. I know people who hate that song. I will say this. Could you do me a favor and mute me for just a second, Ross? Just for a second. I'm just going to say one sentence. Just going to wait a moment here. Give him a chance to mute me. My opinion on Enterprise changed drastically going back through the ruminations, and I think I no longer... I used to have the typical Trek fan opinion of Enterprise, and I don't anymore. And that's it. We're good. That's all I wanted to say. I don't want to give away too much. The ruminations will play that out as they go live. Oh, you didn't... You T-aggroed me. I wasn't expecting that. Listen, Mad Malteris, there be whales here. That's an interesting question, Dr. Winter. Especially since there are 3 of them. What new trick am I looking forward to watching? None. Honestly, I don't even have any plans to. I will only cover new trick if people pay me to, and that sounds mercenary, but I mean it. I don't have time for television in my life right now that isn't for the show. And I got a lot of other stuff to cover, you know? Okay. I think it's everything down here for the moment. Let's see what this does. And you're kind of seeing what I mean in chat here, with the differing opinions about Trek. That's why I usually advise you get that first dip into the water with TNG Season 3, and then just make up your own mind with the rest of it. If I'm being completely honest, Meadfist, not really. I don't play video games off camera. And I don't watch shows off camera anymore. The crows have literally become dogs. That explains so much. The crows were dogs all along. I like parts of Stargate. No, you're good, Oculus. It's a valid question. Hey, Ginger Rubus here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No. You don't get to... Oh, it's an actual dog. Which has a crow for a head. Because of course it is. Whoa there. So we've got crow dogs and dog crows. That's... Thanks, FromSoft. I needed that in my life. Yeah, Stargate SG-1 starts off pretty rough. And ends in a way that I'm not even sure of, because it lost me right around season 7, 8, or 9. I don't remember which. But, before you think I hate SG-1, there's actually a lot of really good stuff in there. And I happen to like Atlantis quite a bit, too. How do I get that? Whoop. Stargate the movie? Stargate the movie is just a prototype for Independence Day. Literally, as well as, you know, in my opinion. I hear you. What I do not have is a seeing of you. That would have pissed me off so hard. I will say this, I like Independence Day. What? I'm confused by that one. Hang on. Let's get rid of some noise problems. You know, what's funny is you say that like I was trying to jump. What was that about not it being hard to die, Alex? I feel like you just said that a few seconds ago. Oh yeah, let's be clear. Roland Emmerich films in general are turn-off-your-brain films. They are. Let's just get that out there. These are not films to engage the mind. In Independence Day... Spoilers. The way they defeat the big boss and defeat the entire alien invasion is by sneaking on board the enemy ship and hacking the enemy mothership with a MacBook. An old, terrible MacBook, which my phone is better than in terms of processing power and memory and all that fun stuff. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with a turn off your brain movie as long as it's entertaining. As long as there's something there. And Independence Day has some nice big moments and some good visual effects, practical effects too. And good action sequences, surprisingly good performances by a really good cast. Blah 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 blah. There's good stuff there. But do not go to that movie for intellectual stimulation. So I have a really bad feeling that the elevator's not here. This is an extremely bad situation. Okay. Yep, I'm out! I cannot believe I lived through that. I mean, I'm not super worried about losing souls at this point, which is a nice feeling, actually, but... Yeah, I saw ID4 a couple times in the theaters. With my mom and my friends. Yeah, I'm gonna get the next shot. I don't even know what this item is, but it's probably worth picking up, whatever it is. Where's my souls? Who ate my souls? It was you! The mobs... Yeah, it was. It actually was. Not you. You. Come on down. There you go. I mean, okay, I guess that's almost a new stat up, so that's probably worth picking up, but, whatever. So, where's the next shortcut? So I don't want to run into a boss right about now. Elevator. I'm blind. There it is. There it is. I found the elevator. I used my incredible powers of elevatoriness. I'm trapped! Akbar! Interesting. Interesting, Ginger Overseer. Anyways, I'm sorry. I missed a question from Riker's Beard, I think. Hang on. Ah, there it is. Am I interested in the BAB 5 reboot? Sorry. Am I interested is the interesting question to ask, because of course I'm interested. It's kind of my job to be. And we'll see if anything comes out of that. I will say this, and you can go ahead and make fun of me for this. I plan to talk about this tomorrow during Lore Week in more depth, but it's pretty easy to summarize my thoughts. What they're doing with... That's not right. It's probably up here then. Yep, there we go. Murgo's Loft Base? I think? It feels right. I'm just gonna go for it. If it's wrong, whatever. JMS is doing what I would do when given the opportunity to. I don't blame him for doing that. A reboot, specifically, a reimagining. Not a sequel, not a prequel, not connected. And... yeah, no, there's legitimacy there. Now, whether I would do it at all, that's a little bit of a question. But no, if he's going to do this, if he's going to do anything with BAB 5, a reboot is the only option on the table. So I will give him the creative credit for recognizing that. Too much of the cast and too many of the creative staff just they aren't there anymore, you know. Send down the shortcut. Now let's go die. Let's see if we can roll this time. There we go. That was actually really easy. All I had to do is not run. Alright, let's clear up a little bit. In case there's death dooms up ahead. Missed the dog, crow. Or is that a crow dog? Excuse me. Could you settle a debate about your terminology? Are you a crow dog or a dog crow? I mean, if I actually got the extant out there as a show and then had to walk away from it for 2 decades and then had the opportunity to go back to it, yeah, I'd probably jump on that too. Oh, that's not terrifying. It's a pigeon rat! Isn't that redundant? Why is there just... Oh, you know what? I don't even care. Aren't we pretty close to... Mikolas? That's new. Marionettes. Do I have arcane resistance? What do we got here? What's that? Blindfold cap. I am resistant to arcane! Oh, but God, that looks so stupid on me. Looks like choir gear. Yep. I'm just being thorough, but it looks like it's the choir suit. Oh, hang on. The student trousers are alright, but... choir trousers have more other defenses, so we'll go ahead and go down. Yep. Yep. Let's grab a drink before we do this. Well, she was pretty gross, and so we killed her, Ginger Overseer.
Ah, cause. Or some say cosm. Do you hear our prayers?
Nope. She's dead.
No, we shall not abandon the dream. No one can catch us. No one can stop us now.
Yeah, I killed 2 bosses while on the phone with my grandmother. One with an NPC helping and one without. So how much credit you want to give me for that? We're pushing base for now. Who? Trihexia? It's just a gamble at that point. Ooh, those hurt. Oh, those hurt. Wow. Wow. stamina. Problem with running a bunch. No, we already got Eileen killed, unfortunately, Trihexia. Not on purpose. We were trying to save her, and we just sort of failed at that task.
Ah, Cos. Or some say Cosm. Do you hear our prayers?
No. The fishing village did, but that didn't work out for him, did that? Oh, you're attacking now. Okay. I was blocking the door. Stamina.
Oh, majestic! A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream. But alas, not to. The nightmare swirls and churns, unending.
What door? There's no door. You lied to me. You lied, Alex. Why? Why would you lie to me? Oh, right. The doorway. Ooh, peppers. That's a good pick.
Some say Cosmo.
Well, I do want my second moon rune, so let's go grab that.
Prayers.
Never know. I might need more, you know, blood. That is not a moon rune. I was once again lied to. Yeah, this fight doesn't... This feels like a gimmick fight, but unlike the witches, this doesn't seem super awesome. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, it's... I didn't recognize what it was. That's on me. Because, yeah, now we gotta deal with... Guy! Hey, you shot me earlier. So, there it is. Macintosh. Big Mac's way better of a character than this guy. I guess I go up. Do you have to use the same sound file each time? Please stop shooting me. Sincerely, my sword. Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. And I mean, that is kind of the issue. Whenever you design a gimmick fight, some people are going to be like, ah, and some people are going to be like, eh. And that's kind of it.
Some say Cosmo.
And he's just going to repeat himself over and over and over and over. Because that's combat spam, by the way. We actually have a term for that already. Him repeating the same lines, yeah, that's combat spam. Okay. Yeah, I noticed. Again, true trash. Something that's just there to waste your time as far as encounter. Not give you anything. I mean, I gotta be real. This is about the time when I'd probably just take out my headphones. It's already kind of grating on me a bit, you know? Oh yeah, I can't sneak up. Right. I'm gonna check right now, Von Falkenstein.
Oh, of course. Friends.
Nope. Okay. I think I know what it wants me to do. So where are you going from here? Oh, you're going this way. Okay, well, that works. Don't you have tentacle hands too, Magister? I mean, I thought that was just the mage standard by now. I did this earlier. It's just bullets, nothing fancy. What? Damn it. Now the best part is normally I'd play my own music. All my music is on my computer. Okay, so he's this way, I think. I mean, I could just pull up YouTube, figure out something. Die. Wait. Got the perfect song for this. Hang on. You gotta give me a second to not be dying to marionettes. So is that? That does not look like it. Okay, hang on. It's actually pretty complicated, Chemic, but the long and the short of it is I need a new piece of hardware. I'm not sure which it is. I have ordered one of the two possible pieces of hardware. It is on its way at some point in the future to get here. If that does not fix it, it's the much worse piece of hardware. The much worse piece of hardware is my graphics card. I don't see him. Isn't this the mirror room? This is where he jumped down earlier, and then I chased him into that room, and then he pulled down the gate, right? So why would I jump down here? Yeah, no, it sucks pretty hard. The good news is that it is either the PSU or the GPU, and I am 100% convinced of that from all of my knowledge and understanding of troubleshooting and technology. Ugh! Trying to see what Alex is pointing out here. Okay. Right. Oh, the mirror. It's up here. With the two marionettes. Anyways. Yeah, no. If it's not the PSU and or the GPU, that's not really possible. So, yeah, reality is broken or something. Or I'm cursed. Bloodborne has actively cursed my existence. That's what that means. No, that's the problem. It kind of can't be anything else. You know? And I know what you're saying. Oh, Laura, you're just an idiot. No, please trust me. What is happening is either the GPU or the PSU. It is a power issue affecting the graphics card. That is what is happening. It is very cut and dry across multiple different error codes, across multiple programs. There's no ifs or buts here. Alright, here we go. I think it's the PSU. That's why I went ahead and pulled the trigger on buying a new PSU, even before we decided to shut the computer down. Could it be both? Yes? That would suck. But yes, it is possible. What is the wattage? I got a 1200 HX Corsair. Hang on. There we go. Get some real music on here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, where is he? Right there. God, that delay is huge. Hit that. That's okay. I'll take the hit for failing at my job. That's the wrong button. I'll accept that too. Like I can do anything about it. Does anybody recognize this song, by the way? I'm just curious. Like, I sincerely doubt it. I'm just curious. Hello? There we go. There we go. It is DOS. Okay, I'll go ahead and pause it since we're back to that. That is Warcraft 1. And we got Mensis' cage. Yay, let's go and turn everything back on. So what do you say? Because I don't even feel bad about that. It's his fault for being so damn annoying across the fight. Oh yeah, by the way, one shot. Now that I'm waking up, I'll forget everything. Okay. So where's my gem? So I could get a +10 sword. Yeah, no, I've been thinking about the, let's call it what it is, the Inception layers of this game for a bit now. And, yeah. Okay, Alex, that's cool. I mean, it's not the end of the world if I don't get it. Here we go. Hang on, let's stop wearing a clown outfit really quick. Much better. Look, Von Falkenstein, I'm just saying. I didn't mean to Imperial Star Destroyer. I was trying to turn the sound back on, and then that was the skip button. Ironically, the cutscenes were skippable, and I didn't mean to. It's good, you know. Cutscenes being skippable is good. Especially for a game like this. Yeah, I was gonna say, we still have a brain to deal with. I don't think so, Don Crow. Oh, hello. Let's do this. Elevator jump? What do you mean by jump? And yeah, I saw the bosses as trash mobs up there. Yeah, just imagine the... Yeah, I should probably unlock the shortcut before I do anything else. God, what are they called? The jackasses in Morrowind. And that should probably be all I need to say. So I'm guessing it was the ledge that was up there. Cliff racers, thank you. Right, I'm just gonna verify. Right, where'd it go? Where'd it go? There. That window. Was that it? Okay. What's this one? Oh, this is probably the next shortcut. How big is this place? Well, I've got No, I don't have my Frenzy Resist. Hang on, let's switch back to our Frenzy Resist. What was our Frenzy Resist? It was the Ashen. Right. Ashen Hunter was our Frenzy Resist. Because yeah, we're going to be dealing with the brain again. I should, Mr. Red? Why do you say that, Mr. Red? Explain your logic. Nope. Too early. And we're turbo dead. Dead. So, I do appreciate you looking out for me, Mr. Red, and whoever else did that. It was Don Crow. I'm at the point where I need 105,000 souls in order to level the point. Where am I? This way. Okay, I know where I am. So, honestly, 70,000 souls, I mean, that's not a small amount, but it's not the end of the world. It's also right here. I'm gonna do one more try down, then we'll try an up. I think I saw exactly what happened last time. Yep, and it's the same thing that happened there. Wow! That's actually some nonsense. I don't know if you caught that. I don't know if you noticed that. So I waited nice and long so I would be underneath the top of the thing so I could roll in without bonking into it. Because what's happening is I was bonking into something, and that interrupted my forward momentum, and I just went straight down. There was... Why would I consider you annoying, Zocta? There was a thing in the top. Effectively extending the roof of it. So I had to go down even further in order to... in order to make me bonk into it. And I guarantee you with 100% certainty that the developers knew that and did that on purpose. Also, if I could just say this, if I could say this, can we please stop having platforming in games? Yeah, you can see it right there. You saw it for a second. And there. Nope. I didn't. So that was my fault. I actually had the timing right. But I didn't roll or jump. And I'm not sure why, because I was mashing the A button, which is circle, if you're wondering. Just mashing. Nah, I think I got this. We can try walking off. I haven't actually tried that yet. I mean, I guess I technically just did. Hang on. I know what I need. Give me a moment. I was trying to roll. I was trying to do that. Pretty much straight up. And if we die again, I'll turn on the ultimate music. Okay, so right here. There we go. That's what I attempted to do last time. I just failed at it. And then what's going to turn on the corners is going to be this giant death doom, and it kills me in one hit, and steals all my souls, and resets me to the beginning of the game. Inflicted Organ. Zach Taft, where are you getting this from? Because if someone is lying about me, I kind of need to know that. So if you could clarify, I'd appreciate it. So hold up. I just did that terrible jump, and I don't get my chunk. I need to keep going through the worst enemy in the game in order to get my chunk. I just want to be 100% on that. Oh my god. Okay. That's not good. I was about to give this game a degree of credence. Well, here's this irritating jump, but, you know, they do at least know it's an irritating jump, so, you know, it's not as bad as it could be. You know, they make the drop right there, and they reset the elevator, and there's a lantern right next to it, so it's not that big bag of a run back. So obviously they put, oh, no, this is terrible. The creators hate us, personally, on a very personal level. Wrong button, but it worked. It actually worked. No, Zach Taft. Can chat check me? I've called a lot of characters a dick, and I've called Roddenberry a dick. Oh, your name's Gene, isn't it? Because we were talking about Star Trek earlier. But, yeah, no, Zach Taft, you're cool, dude. Let me be 100% blunt about this, okay? Let me make this really plain. If I think you're a dick in my chat, I ban your ass. I am at the point in my life where I have absolutely no tolerance for that garbage in my life anymore. None. I have dealt with assholes in my life. I have dealt with toxic jackasses and people who try to ruin your life or abuse you or hurt you or just try to bring you down. I'm sick of that. So if someone was actually like that in my chat, they wouldn't be in my chat. You're cool, Zach Taft. Let me be nice and clear about that. Anybody who is currently talking in chat is cool. By sheer virtue of talking in chat. Except Mr. Red. No, I'm kidding. No, what I should have done is I should have said, except for you, and then just let someone jump on it. That wouldn't even surprise me, Spartan. That wouldn't even surprise me. Thank you. Thank you, MS Cardo, very much for the sub. Ever and always appreciate. You know where you want to put that, please let me know. Yeah, we need one token asshole, right? And that way you have it. I'm pretty sure the brain is next, Don Crow, but there might be a boss before now in the brain. I don't actually know. Yakuza Kiwami 2, you got it. Done. And thank you. Again, all of you. I gushed earlier. I really did. I gushed about how awesome you all are, and damn it, I mean it. Okay? I'm not upset at you, Zach Taft. Quite the contrary. You have given me a perfect example to really slam that hammer down. Y'all are awesome. And that needs to be repeated. I've said it like 3 times today, and by God, I mean it. I just had to drop, I don't want to tell you the exact amount, several $1,000s between everything. Between many, many different things I have had to deal with, including this. And I was capable of doing that because despite the fact that I don't do sponsored videos and I don't do ad revenue and I don't do the frickin' bounties and I don't shill, despite the fact that I'm just sitting here being an idiot playing video games as best as I can to be entertaining, you are still here, you are still awesome, you are an awesome positive influence on my life, you are just the coolest. I don't even know what else to say. I'm not good at speeches. I'm not Picard. If I was, I'd be like, on that day, everyone realized just how awesome they truly were. And with this beneficial new understanding of reality, they were able to defeat the winter creature and then hit the right button this time and not die immediately. What? Where is it? Sorry. Well-dressed, idiot. Yes, of course. I have banned people in before, but the last time I really banned someone was frickin' years ago. That's not actually an exaggeration. So, a long time ago, at this point, almost 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. Hang on. I was just asked if I beat Ludwig. Hang on, where is it? There it is. Whoops. How do you light the sucker? I don't remember how to light it. Oh, right. I don't have it equipped. That would be it. There we go. There we go. Now let's light it. Okay, anyways. So, I have banned people. But, yeah, that was forever ago. So about 5 or 6 years ago, that's what I was saying. About 5 or 6 years ago, I implemented a thing. This is one of the only tools Twitch gives its users and its creators, which is actually awesome. And that tool is the option to not allow people to speak in chat unless they've been a follower for 10 minutes. Now, I know that sounds like such a minor thing, but ever since we implemented that, all the random bots, all the people who poke in and then are an asshole and then leave, all the people who would jump in and try to spoil Fallout 4, remember that? We had people spoiling Fallout 4 while we were playing through that game. All of that went away. Because most people who are jackasses don't have the patience. They don't care that much. They're not that invested. So they just show up and they say, "Oh, I can't troll this person," and then they leave. So I saw that donation in the middle of that. Thank you, Jon Snow, very much. Again. Enjoy this song. This song is from me to you. You can change the time limit. We've actually messed with it a little bit, but 10 minutes seems to work pretty well, so I've stuck with 10 minutes. What's funny is I've had people pop in and say, "Trust me, this is a terrible idea. You should get rid of this." And I'm pretty sure those people were trying to open the way for bots to show up. And how many years ago was that, Mr. Red? And that's going towards Near Replicant. Thank you again, Jon Snow. Yeah, it's been a bit. It has been under 6 years, but over 2 years. What am I doing? Switching weapons, which is this button. Gotta mentally reset a little bit here. Okay. The flower quest. No! Pajama Day, no! I think we do time out people periodically. But that is a very different thing. That's just, so we do that if someone spoils something, and usually we do the 1 second timeout for that, and the only reason we do that is because it nukes their messages, so that, you know, we have a better chance of people not seeing it. Sometimes we do like a few chill out streams. You get all sorts of options. You can do it for like 3 seconds, 9 seconds, a minute, 10 minutes, an hour. You know, there's a bunch of options there. And that's more of a chill for a second kind of a thing. And that has happened. We did that during Halo. I forget what else. I remember the Halo one because that got a little silly. That's something we have done. Not really all that common, though. And that's not me bragging, except bragging about you, I guess? Does that count? Can I brag about someone else? Anyways, that's you being awesome is what I'm trying to say here. I don't want to fight this thing. Let's do it! Well, that didn't work out. I'm dead. I'm very dead. Oh, wow, we did it again. It's the same trick that worked last time, and I did it on purpose, even. Did you catch that? It didn't go through when we had the animation up, right? It's the same way we killed the one in the other nightmare. That's why I was complaining earlier, because we had to bug the game to kill that thing, and that's the trick I pulled right there. I need to buy some more sedatives when we get... Oh, I can almost level! Holy crap, we've gotten a lot of souls all of a sudden. Why are there so many eyeballs in this room? Oh, that's why. So, anybody who doesn't like spiders, this is yet another time to not watch the stream. It might not be a bug. It might just be a straight-up iframes thing, like the doors or the rolls. That does not help. I mean, it makes it worse. Does that count? There they go. I was actually about to wonder if they are aggroing me at all or not. Okay, they do run through. But they run through alone. Count with me. One spider. Why are they spiders? Why are their eyes on the floor? I know. I get it. Eyes, motif, yada, yada, yada. Like with Rom, grant us eyes that we might see, I think was the quote. Something like that. By the way, you're fine too, Darth Maduro. I saw you mentioned that in the middle of me gushing. You're cool. If you weren't, you wouldn't be here. Okay, just kind of looking around, making sure. Get nervous because we're still not through with this hellscape after the jump, after the frickin' winter things. Where is my freaking chunk? The longer this is taking, the more tense and unpleasant it's getting. Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever, Kronk. Well, considering there really was the one Winter Brain there, Dr. Winter, and I kind of feel like that was a quote-unquote higher level area than this, especially since it was an optional area, it wouldn't surprise me if that one had a higher frenzy thing. That being said, we do have frenzy resist armor that we didn't have then, so... It's possible the frenzy resist is doing it. I don't know how strong resistance is in this. Oh yeah, by the way, that's... I mean, it's gross. But, yeah. Is it really, Alex? That... I believe you. I believe you. So, am I for gatekeeping? Let me start by saying no. However... Like, what? You... But why? Like all things. That's actually a good point, Pretzel. I don't even remember what my insight was at the time. I've been spending insight nowadays to keep it low. And I wasn't doing that back then. I didn't start spending insight until we got to the Upper Cathedral Ward, which was yesterday. So... I don't remember. I'd have to check the VOD, which I don't have access to the local files of. I'd have to check the YouTube for that. Yeah, what's with their clothes? I kind of noticed they have these weird shredded robe things going on. Oh, jeez, I'm going to have to go across this while being frenzied. Oh, yeah, that's fun, that's fun, that's fun. Okay, there. We're okay, we're cool. We're going to pop this. Immediately get grabbed. That was a mistake. That's okay. Mistakes are human. These aren't human, though. And that's why these need to go, because the Rodberry box teaches me that only the great and superior human race can continue to be allowed to exist. Please die. In... a fire. God damn it. So, that's the first time that's actually killed me. This game buffers inputs. And I've noticed it the entire game. If you don't know what I mean by that, you swing, and then you're not pressing any buttons, but because you press the button during the swing at some point in time, you then swing again. That's what happened there. And that's the first time that's actually gotten me killed. Because what I was mashing as fast as I could was the heal button. But it didn't go through because I'd buffered a swing. Now that is kind of on me. That's kind of... there's not a lot I can do about that. And that's not going away. Because I am a confirmation clicker, and I have been for 30 years. So that's not changing. That really pisses me off. Alright, whatever. I also had enough souls for a level up, so if I die, I lose a stat up now. That's cool. And, by the way, if I die includes this very easy jump. Anyways, sorry, John, so let's get back to gatekeeping. So gatekeeping sucks. Let's start with that. However, as with most concepts, gatekeeping does actually have a purpose. Give me one moment. Nope, death. There goes a stat up. Gatekeeping can serve a purpose under the right circumstances, and that is for... Basically, it's the concept of niche stuff. But even in the concept of niche stuff, or niche, if you prefer, that's not active gatekeeping. Let me explain what I mean by that. Bloodborne. Hey, that works. So we got this game called Bloodborne. You may have heard of that. And Bloodborne is this game that's kind of a niche game, okay? And if the community says, don't play this game, you're not good enough for this game, or if you can't do such and such, you're garbage and not worth playing this game, or all that crap, right? Then that's bad gatekeeping, because that's elitist assholes being elitist assholes. Let's say the game is kind of rough, and the first part of the game is actually rougher than the rest of the part of the game, which it is, in many ways. And let's say as you're going through that part of the game, that part of the game serves as the gatekeeping, simply by virtue of the fact that someone will play the game and not be into it. That's a little bit more gatekeepy. That's acceptable, because in that case, it's not actually gatekeeping, and we've effectively left the definition of gatekeeping. In that case, that's just barrier to entry, which is a separate concept. So I guess I've talked myself out of that. No, there's no such thing as good gatekeeping. All right, we're good. Moving on. Let's see here. What am I buying? Do you have any things I care about? No, of course you don't. Why would you? Listen. Nobody wants to buy good stuff. That's just insanity. You know, all I'm going to say, Alex, this is super anecdotal. When I streamed Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, we had some gatekeepy assholes in chat. Now, you know me, they weren't in chat for very long, but we did have that. We haven't had that problem with Bloodborne. Make of that what you will. Not worth it. Actually, hang on. We all scrubs. That's true. All the assholes are sleeping. But yeah, every community has its bad eggs. That's just the nature of life and human beings. I don't want any of these. No, Loner. Absolutely not. That's not... Gatekeeping doesn't fix that. That's like saying, okay, so there's this dude, right? He's an asshole and he beats his wife. So if we burn down his house so they become homeless, that fixes the problem, right? No. No. No, Dr. Winter? Again, also, that wouldn't be gatekeeping at that point, as we've already discussed, but, you know. I mean, I agree alone. That was a terrible analogy, and I don't know how better to say it. What am I doing? Right. I couldn't find anything to buy with Insight. Is there anything I could buy with Insight? Could be something. What do you got? Yeah, let's get some... I've been using some fire paper. Let's buy a few of those. I've been using a lot of bolt paper. That's from when I fought What's-Her-Face. And then let's buy... There we go. Just get that there. And then pop one of these. I mean, in the fairness, I don't need to use an analogy to make my point. If you have to do a bad in order to try and prevent another bad, that doesn't make the first bad good. It's just a bad that you accept. So, no. How much do these cost? Oh my god, of course they're super expensive. No, Mouse. Although there's still a few I haven't interacted with yet. And honestly... elitism can go to hell. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I possibly can. Elitism is the source of so many of humanity's problems. At a fundamental level. At a historical level. For millennia. So, no, I am fairly anti-elitism. I have no problems just stating that flat out. Why the hell was I up here? No, we haven't finished the DLC. I don't even know where we're going right now, honestly. Like, we're in Mensa's Nightmare at the moment. I agree with that, Records Beard. Did you know that my Discord is invite only? Do you know why that is? That's why I made that distinction earlier between barrier to entry and gatekeeping. Because I actually think barriers to entry can be a good thing. Not too high, not too low, just right about there. Hey, let me get my nothing back. Damn game. Whatever. God, it's a whole stat up. Which is actually pretty significant at this point. Okay. To be honest, Loner, while I get your point, and I do, I can't really call that gatekeeping at that point. If some asshole shows up and says, Bloodborne, let's use a specific example. Bloodborne should make it so that the player never takes damage. You don't need to gatekeep to keep that person out of the community. You just need to be like, that's dumb. And make it very clear the why and the wherefore and all that, right? Because that is dumb. That is a dumb idea. That's one thing I have found in my life, especially as I get older. I'm really big on tolerance and understanding, respect, and all those fun things. But one of those weird things I've started to learn is that there is such a thing as too tolerant, too respectful, and too forgiving. You need to cut the line, right? There's within reason. There's a reason why that's one of my guiding phrases, within reason. Now, how does that relate to game design? Player choice and making a game for everyone can go too far. Okay. What? Okay. I'm not actually sure what happened there. I'll take it. Currently alive, and that was the goal of that encounter. Yeah, I think that was a level geometry situation, but somehow she didn't grab me. Yeah, don't be an asshole, but don't be a doormat. As usual, both extremes are not good things. I try not to get into definition arguments, but I do have to admit that sometimes the definitions do matter. It's one of the reasons I try to be particular about the word choice with the reviews, because I think this is one of those situations that does. I'm gonna go kill this one. My god, Alex. I forget who said it, but at a certain point you get kind of dulled to the insanity of what people do with Dark Souls, you know? Is that just me? I mean, I know someone else said that, so I'm borrowing their quote, but at a certain point it's like, okay, that's impressive. I don't know how to be more impressed by that than I already was. That's very impressive. It's 0.1335% more very impressive than it already was. Because we've already beaten Dark Souls on bananas, and we've already beaten Dark Souls on bongo drums from Donkey Kong. I'm just triple checking here. Don't mind me. Yep, okay. That's actually a really valid point, especially since I can live through these. And it does percentage damage if I'm not mistaken anyway, so where are you, where are you? So I'm gonna kill you. God, I'm pissed off about that. I got a choir bell, whatever that's for. Played Oni without... How the heck, Loner? Yeah, Frenzy is just a big old percentage damage. Is it here? Is it infinite use? What are the limitations here? I'm curious. Yeah, beating Quest 64 twice, Mr. Red. Ammo. It costs ammo. Okay. Beat Dark Souls while suspended above a vat of piranhas. A rat of piranhas. Oh my god. Okay. Across? Where am I going? Well, see, that's, again, forgive me, Malachor. I don't want to get into a semantics discussion, but I don't think you've never done something, therefore can't give an opinion on something, isn't really gatekeeping. Also, even that statement I just made is not necessarily true. After all, I've never shoved Doritos into my eyes. You remember this argument? I'm still pretty sure I don't like shoving Doritos into my eyes. Yeah, I don't think that's gatekeeping at that point. So, down? Question mark? Yeah, I know, right? One of these days I just need to grab a bunch of Doritos and be like... okay. There's a door. Right. I'm apparently blind, so... Let's get some light going. Door, 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 door. Door? Door, 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 door. There's a door behind me somewhere. This is where I came in. That's... Oh, wait, no, it isn't. How did I come in here? Oh, this is a drop, right. Okay, my mental map, I was still up there. I'm an idiot. I don't like this area. And I still haven't got my goddamn rock. mean, I can literally hear the lantern. Winter lanterns. Sorry, I'm just pissed because of that death to that lantern in there, because lanterns are awful. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Negative to gameplay. Winter lanterns. Any arguments? No, no, that doesn't count, Melikor, because that's... Because... I don't know. I disagree, Sean! And for that, I cast you from this community! Gatekeeping. Sorry. Sorry. Um... sedatives, that's what they're called. Okay, okay. Okay. Well, let's grab some Great One's wisdom and some gems and... I mean, that could be, because, yeah, I didn't kill those. I didn't kill 2 of those. What am I hearing? Whatever. What's weird, so I don't know if you guys can hear it on the stream. The sound direction is telling me that that sound of that crunchiness is behind me. Like there's a delayed effect on my footsteps, like that right there. That was back and to the right. And that's why it kept throwing me, because that doesn't sound like my footsteps. That sounds like something that's following me. That's why I started looking around for an enemy. I was about to say down, but no, don't drop in. Okay, well, what's the alternative? Down. Okay. I will live to serve you, master! So there's a pit in the middle. Do you know that? I didn't, admittedly. But, there's a pit in the middle. So now I gotta do all that all over again. Because there's a pit in the middle. Wait, what shortcut? What shortcut? Where have I unlocked a shortcut? I didn't unlock a shortcut. Perfect. Okay. I'm ready to die. I'm ready. Hang on, hang on. Stop making noises. Trying to listen. Rude. Okay. So that would be back here in Mikolash's area. Right? I should pause because I know there's some chat delay here. I think so. I feel like I got a key in here. Of course, there's no. Are they in order at all? Orphanage, Upper Cathedral, Lecture, Lunarium, Odin Tomb. Maybe? Iron key? I do not appear to have an iron key. So no. Unless it's somewhere else, which is unlikely. Yeah, I almost... so, some of you may or may not notice, I've stopped doing my anger coping mechanisms on camera. I take that as a positive. I take that as a fact that I'm, getting better at dealing with my own temper. Because I hate my temper, and my temper sucks. I almost did that just then. That actually upset me. Not at you. I'm not angry at anybody else. That's just, that was actually upsetting. Not, memeing, not, oh, that sucks. No, that pissed me off. Oh, yeah, no, it was right here. It was this guy. This guy had it. I got it. I don't know why it's not in my key list, but I got it. I remember that. Okay, now where do I go? Direct me. Right, gotta keep remembering the webcam's over there today. Down. Down, down, down. Hey, loot. What? Okay, that's confusing, but whatever. I'm not gonna question that. You mean Cosm? That's weird, because I did get a key off of that corpse I pointed out earlier. Obviously, it wasn't the iron key, so I don't know what key that was. But whatever. Bottom floor. Okay, hang on. I gotta reorient myself. Where am I? I don't know, Dr. Winter. What's this area? Okay, here we go. This is back. Yep, this is this area. Oh, jeez. Okay, hang on. So this way, right? Because this is where we started, if this is basically the beginning of the Mikolash encounter right here. Okay, I'm just going to run through these. Like I'm going to lose anything at this point. Run, ow, run. Accidentally jump instead of roll. Keep going down. Yes, no. Kill the thing. Fail to kill the thing. Keep failing to kill the thing. Infinite failure. That's pretty much my life in a nutshell right there. Infinite failure. I like to call it infinite lack of success. Okay, die to that. That's cool. It was worth it, though. It was worth it. It was worth it to get absolutely nothing. I do, but I haven't. So I haven't been back there, Dr. Winter. Why would you lick an ear, Triaxia? Why would you lick a fake ear? Good night, Kemek. Have a good one. You know, I understand the concept of ASMR. What I do not understand is the things people do that they say is ASMR, and I'm not sure I believe them. Here's crunching on camera. Ew, gross. What the hell? Here's someone popping their fingers over and over. Why? I don't even begin to get that. Anyways, alright, so where am I going? Go to the base. I lost the chat. Just gonna stand here, wait for direction. So I don't roll into a pit again. Up the elevator, up we go. Yeah, that's another one, Estes Flake. What the crap? Okay, so we're at the crow level. Into the boss room. Bridge is gone. If there was a bridge here, I remember that. Okay, so we're here now. Let's get some light. There we go. Marionettes, which suck. Just gonna nope out of that nonsense. Okay, so we're at the beginning of the Mikolash fight. Uh-huh. Anyways. There's a door here? There it is. Did not see. Oh, hey, and I'm on the other side. Okay, I see where I am. Yay! Alright, now I'm supposed to roll right into the very middle of the pit, right? That's the goal with this endeavor. Cool, cool. Let me just roll into the middle of the pit. There we go. I like how the eyeballs are, like, the pupils are more visible and obvious the further in we get into the nightmare. Or maybe that's just been happening, like, as we kill bosses. I don't know. Okay, we have a... Well, we're about to have a plus 10 weapon. Yay! It was worth it. Kind of. I actually don't know how much of a boost the plus 10 is going to be, so that's whatever. No, I don't want to. Well, actually, I do need to go see the brains. How do we get down to the brain? If nothing else, we need to do the other thing. Oh, God, no. Ugh. Okay, going this way. Excuse me. Need to have a word with you. Yeah, I don't know what my second weapon will be. I haven't really settled on a second weapon at this point. What's the best weapon in the game? Well, if this is a properly designed Souls-like, the answer is that's kind of up to you. Your build, your preferences, and what you're good with. Obviously, I tend to work best with a nice, big two-hander. If I could have this thing, but, like, a little more reach... Ugh. I do have the... Actually, I don't think I have it equipped. Yeah, no, I have this thing right now. I don't know if you recognize this, Kay. I think it's a pretty crappy weapon, but... So I'm just kind of exploring and being cautious about giant pits. I do have the boom hammer. I didn't like it. I really didn't like its arcs. There's been a couple I've liked. So there's this thing. That's the axe, which I've spent like a decent chunk of the game using, and I'm pretty comfortable with. Whoop, wrong thing. Then there's the saw cleaver. This appears to be pretty much anti-beast the weapon. I don't know how useful that is at this point. But this thing chains like crazy. And that's pretty much its benefit, is it's reasonably fast, has decent range, and just chains and chains and chains for days. And I've kind of walked away from the Kirk hammer because Ludwig's is just a better Kirk hammer for me. I haven't really poked at the Holy Moonlight because it's just too low level. Can't equip those two things. The Stake Driver sucked. The Boom Hammer was terrible. But then there's this thing. Now, this thing's fun, but I've yet to get actual good use out of it. It's just kind of gimmicky. And gimmicky's neat, but... I mean, this is fun. This is cool. A little hard to control, if I'm being honest. So... right now, if you put a gun to my head, I'd probably put the saw cleaver as my second weapon. I also don't have, you know, there's several weapons I don't have still, so it's possible I'll find something else I like. I don't know. I don't know what that means, Alex. Aw, I want to rip his guts out. Oh, well. Good night, Kay. Have a good one. Yeah, I still need to check out the big wheel, which I have access to now. So, oh, I know where this is. I've been through here before. Where am I going? Because I've been through here before. What's my destination? Elevator. Got it. Hang on. Let's be cautious, because those big guys still suck. I still don't feel like dealing with them. Jesus, Mihawk. So I saw something. I guess this might be Chalice Dungeon only, so please feel free to correct me on this. But apparently there's other versions of weapons that are called, I think, Lost? I saw it mentioned when I was looking up Chalice Dungeon stuff. What are those? Yeah, Uncanny, that was the other one. More than I should be, Malachor, and less than I'd like to. Ah, different gem slots, okay. So they're not actually better, they just offer different gems, okay. That's really the wrong button. But I can work with that. What's exactly out here? Excuse me? You know what? I actually kind of get everything in this nightmare except the night dudes. What the hell are these dudes? Like, WTF. Trying really hard not to fall to my death here. Okay. Like, I guess they could just be minions of the choir. Oh, lol, me hope. Question mark? That's not how light works, but okay. Okay, hang on, let me establish a straight. Gross. Where's the spot? I know it's kind of picky about where I have to be. No, I know. I'm gonna do the make contact. I just... Big eye. Okay, big eye over here then. Making really sure I don't hit any unnecessary buttons, because I don't want to do the wrong button press here. God, that's gross. The game's like, we spent some time rendering and designing this extremely gross thing. By golly, you're gonna... Hey, what are you doing with the camera? No! And now we can't see it. Kind of. I actually do not. I was literally just about to ask. So what's the lore behind Make Contact? Like, I remember reading it briefly as like a side mention, but I don't recall it right now. There we go. I'm good now, right? Right. Perfect. Die in a fire. You disgusting abomination. Also, I'm mostly doing this to be nice. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, that uses a lot of stamina. I'm curious. So that's 47. 438. It's a target dummy now. Interesting. I can do 3 of those now with how much stamina I'm up to. And it's like, please hurry up! Look, it's not my fault you have a lot of HP! Here, I'll finish you off in good old style, okay? Thank you for putting me out of my misery. Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? No! No! Please kill me quicker! Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. Please! Ow! Why would you do this? Ow! Oh god, ow! Ugh! Please! This isn't... It actually isn't gonna work. I'm probably gonna have to actually kill him for real. I don't have that many pebbles on me. It's like, you like that one book? It's just hanging out there, you see that? I think I actually knocked it down from up top. So, that's Mensis, right? I think. Poor Mensis. Let's use a different phraseology. That's what's left of Mensis, right? I asked because I was actually researching the Nightmare of Mensis, and then everything I read pretty much pointed in that direction, that was Mensis, or what's left of him. They were like, hey, yeah, we'll get some eyeballs in your brain. Here you go, buddy! You're good to go! And he was like, I'm in eternal hellscape pain. Please kill me. Now, one thing I've seen several times is that some people in some of the theory crafting threads have been like, oh my god, how would you kill that poor thing after it gives you the rune? And the other people are like, no, you don't understand. It gave you the rune in payment for killing it. I like that interpretation better. Where am I going? I'm just roaming at this point. Don't tell me I have to fight the midwife. I mean, I am going to have to fight the midwife at some point. That's how that works. I have strategically decided to no longer be in the place that I'm at. Okay. Hey, Abdurazak. Alright, we can do DLC. We can do DLC. I'm cool with that. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. My goodness. Ah. I was gonna say, there's the wet nurse, and there's... Well, there's technically Murgo. And then there's what we're going to be fighting. I'm actually not sure which final boss we'll be fighting, because of the ending we've chosen. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do we have to do anything with the items we got to get the final ending? The, what we got? So we got the empty phantasm shell, and 1/3 of the umbilical cord, and other 1/3 of the umbilical cord. I'm hearing a not yet. That's cool. We'll, so apparently I need a 3rd umbilical cord. Anyways, welcome to the stream. You may or may not know this, because, you know, you probably haven't seen me stream before, but you're more than welcome to talk, chat, interact, be cool. Everything's cool. If you want to tell me how much you hate me, how much I suck, you know, I hear that every now and again. Mostly for myself these days, but, you know. Yeah, I need 3, and I don't have a 3. But if I get from the wet nurse, then yeah, that would explain that. So let me think. Okay, let's I guess let's just go to the DLC. Let's just go to the DLC. Let's do it. Let's do it. We've been putting this off for quite a while. After we killed Ludwig. It actually hasn't been that long. We killed Ludwig yesterday. We beat the Nicolas Cage boss earlier, Magister, sorry. Do you mind explaining why, Alex? Okay, that's actually a good motivation, I'll admit that. Sure. Let's go fight the wet nurse. Gross warning. I think, honestly, pretty much from this point onward is just gross warning the game, so just be warned, there be gross here. So, up. Yeah, I will never have to go into the Nightmare of Mensis again. Okay. Up, up, up. Excuse me. Excuse me? That's true, we're gonna have to play Mega Man Zero. I don't think I've ever seen a grosser game. And then Mega Man X, and then Mega Man... Oh, God, it's gonna be a gross fest all over the place. Just gross, 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 gross. No, Baron, I'm being facetious and jokey and stupid. The closest Mega Man has ever drifted in the direction of gross is in Mega Man X6 specifically. That's about as close as we've ever gotten there. Hi, listen. Do you got a minute to kill me instantly? Wow! Hi! Hey, listen, calm down. Calm down. I didn't actually say Mega Man was gross. You don't have to defend it. It's cool. It's cool. We're cool. Jeez, these Mega Man fans, am I right? In all honesty, part of why I put Mega Man Zero first was not only will it be the worst Mega Mans, it's also the ones I am least familiar with. In my defense, I didn't see the third enemy, Arspers. I guess guess that's not really in my defense so much as against my defense. That's a good question, Ross. As an overall series, probably classic. Because I know Mega Man X1 incredibly well. I have speedrun the game many times. On camera, even. But I'm not that familiar with any other X game. Not to the same extent or degree. It's going to take too long. The guy up top is the real issue. So we're just going to wait. Yeah, I'm actually really curious how Mega Man X1 is going... He picked up my souls. I'm really curious how X1 is going to rate, because that's a damn good game, but I don't know how well it's going to rate, so we'll see. You might say I'm nervous as hell about reviewing one of my favorite games of all time. Mega Man X1, Baron. And I mean that. Anything down there? Nope. Anything down here? Down? Question mark? Oh, nope, they're not chasing me. We're cool. I can just pause for a second. Pausing for a second. Getting a visceral pig's butt. Pig didn't need those organs, and I wanted bacon. No, Baron, and I'm not going to. Don't care that much. Listen, I wanted my bacon, alright? I was too cautious. I was like, well, he's probably a trap for something up ahead, so... Easiest Mega Man game. That's a hard question to ask me. I'm not sure there's a type of game I'm better at than a Mega Man game. So that's... I've got a little bit of a skewed perspective on that. I'm gonna go with Mega Man Fireball, apparently. Who's shooting me? Oh, there you are. Going for it. Worth it. I mean, I heard the guy coming up behind me. I just thought I could make it. Which I did. No and yes, respectively, Baron. What am I doing? I'm doing this. Yes, and you should, DeQuack. I'm still debating that easiest Mega Man. Even Classic, that's kind of a hard question. I think I'm going to go with Mega Man 1. Mega Man 1 is janky and has some questionable decisions, and we'll see how it reviews when we get there. But ultimately, Mega Man 1 has the least difficult boss encounters and the least difficult level design in general. Most of the difficulty in Mega Man 1 is bullcrap, whereas most of the later Mega Man games have proper difficulty. So... Mega Man 3 is very hard, yes. I actually used to do no hit runs in Mega Man 3. And let me tell you, what that involves is getting to the Doc Robot stages, and then resetting the game because you got hit by something. Now, okay, so that's that question. Now, someone else asked the best worst Mega Man game. So what are the bad Mega Man games? Well, obviously that's down to personal opinion, but the general consensus tends to be Mega Man 7 and 8 are the bad classic games, and Mega Man X 5, 6, and 7 are the bad X games. So, of those which are best, probably X5. Despite X5's issues, it still has a whole lot of good going for it, including a surprisingly branching narrative and surprisingly branching gameplay options, too. After that, I'd have to think about that, but I'd probably give it to Mega Man 8, which did some very creative and fun stuff, even if it was pretty damn frustrating, and of course had absolutely terrible voice acting. Well, you'd think so, Dr. Wintrow, but the reason I kind of went with that is because Mega Man 1 has what I like to call infrequent difficulty. So let's say you're going through the game, and everything's cool, and you fight a boss, and you do a level, and you get another boss, and there's another level, cool. And then there's this one spot right here, which is bullcrap. You die, and you die, and you die, and you die, and you get lucky, and you go through it. Then you go back to the game, and it's cool, and everything's cool, and you're fine. And you get my point? X7 is gutter trash, Alex. X7 is one of the worst video games I've ever played. Oh, and I have played it, so I can make that opinion. Correct, Imperial Star Destroyer. But Mega Man 8 has another example of bad voice acting. So, okay, who am I going to get here? X6 has some pretty serious issues, yes. Take that. You know, that's valid, Mr. Red. And you're right, I haven't reviewed X7, so I don't know with total certainty how bad it is. But I also hadn't reviewed Quest 64, and I was pretty sure of what I was getting into. So if we ever review X7, I'm pretty sure of what I'm going to be getting into. That being said, let's talk about voice acting, because I need to get this out. Mega Man 8 just doesn't have Dr. Waiwi, which is the meme thing. The guy voicing Dr. Light actually kept stuttering and screwing up his lines in the final take. I want you to really think about that for a moment. Now, in addition to that, hang on, it gets better. So we were talking about combat spam earlier. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Winter. It's that thing, except it's a little more constant, a little worse, in my opinion. Because at least that actress is a good actress, other than this. The guy who played Dr. Light was not a good actor at any single point in time. Come on, over here. X7, honestly. It'd be interesting to show just how bad it is. There might be a value in discussing how bad it is. And it's not going to be a frustrating bad, it's just going to be a bad. Like Quest 64, you know? Anyways. Yeah, that was a PS1 game, so you can kind of see that the voice acting was just not being supported yet. Looks like I'm going to have to run out to him. That's okay. He's a flame guy. I can run to you. We make house calls. Combat spam. Imagine if every single time I swung my sword, it plays a sound effect. We've actually given this negative to a lot of games, because this is a pretty common problem in game design. See, the thing is, there's actually quite a few tools in the arsenal of game designers to make that not irritating. They can have different sound effects that play each time they sway. So, you know, let's say there's like the one swing, then there's the other swing, and then there's a third swing. And so 3 different sound effects, or 5 different sound effects, or whatever. They can make it so it only plays every so often, like a randomly generated, you know, every 5 times, or every 6 times, or whatever it does it. Sometimes they can make it so you can just turn it off, you know, just disable the problem in its entirety. You know. Mega Man 8 has that problem in spades. Those pigs have a lot of eyeballs. So yeah, every single time the Mega Man 8 bosses or Mega Man do something, you hear the same voice clip over and over and over and over and over. I just wanted to see the eyeballs. It's important to see the eyeballs. Get it? Because they're eyeballs, because they're gross. Ooh, that hurt. Alright, I'll stop screwing around. Yeah, it's pretty much the reason Flame Vineyard is well remembered. Well, is remembered frequently. Might be a better way to phrase that statement. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this for real. Okay, so. Moving on. Yeah, infamous, there we go. Good word for that. So, my opinion of the 3 original Donkey Kong games. Now, I assume... Oh, okay. I assume you mean the Donkey Kong countries, not Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. and I forget the third one. But I do need clarification. Okay, so I've actually reviewed all 3 by now, KevMate. And you know what really sucks? Is I walked into it thinking, yeah, and I walked out of it thinking, oh god, those were terrible. And that's kind of my thoughts. While there's definitely some good game design and all that fun stuff, those games went down, in my opinion, quite a bit upon review. That being said, what I was expecting walking in was 1 would be okay, 2 would be good, and 3 would be great. What I walked out of it was 1 was great, 2 was okay, and 3 was kind of bad. Is this a talk to? Okay, this is a talk to. I was just thinking, I need to sneak up behind her to get some backstab going on. Hey, lady. Listen, I know they took your baby to make a great one, baby. Can I kill her? Should I kill her? So yeah, great ones literally impregnate humans. I don't know if I've mentioned that yet. But it's not one of those metaphorical things. It's one of those extremely literal things. So... yeah, where's the shortcut? Where's the shortcut? Is that the shortcut? No, it's not a shortcut. Let's get my eyes out here. Need my eyes. She's the final boss of the Chalice Dungeons. I knew it! Oh, is this our shortcut? This doesn't look like a shortcut. This looks like a forwards. Oh, there. I see it. God dang, I am blind today. Let's go ahead and activate this. Hey, my blood's still there. Time to be greedy. And get money from Baron. Alright. It was all worth it for the $5 from Baron. Booyah, I missed. Now I'm gonna die. All worth it to die. I love having 3 of those with 1 bar. Got my money back from Baron. Thank you, Baron, for the money. Appreciate it. Now I gotta go actually check the donation thing. Hang on. No, don't... Whatever. I love when it does things when I put the controller down. Soul Silver! You got it, Baron. Thank you very much. You are awesome. And I do appreciate it. Thank you. Give me a moment. Okay. So let's go fight the wet nurse, I think. Or farm, or whatever we're gonna do. I don't know what we're gonna do. We'll figure something out. Do the trick. Because, oh, come on! Okay, we're not doing the trick. Fine, whatever. At least this is a short one, so that's whatever. I don't think anything in the game is as bad as the Lagyrus run back. I think that's officially the worst one. Anybody want to contradict that? Anybody know of a worse one? Stop crying. I'm going to kill your baby. God. Well, here's where all they ended up. Oh, whatever his name is, Arspruce. Bob! His name's Bob now. So there's the baby that we've been hearing this whole time. One of the successful attempts to impregnate a human by a great one. So, you know what a wet nurse is, right? Fireman, Mega Man 1, Baron. I'm not looking forward to this. And I just noticed there's no people to summon around here, so I have to do this solo. Boss music. That's new. What's that? What's that? That's fun. And death. Here? Right. No, that makes sense. Eyeballs. Estus Flex. All the eyeballs. Bit of a run back. prepped the elevators this time. What's funny is I have only fought one of those 4, Alex, which does not make me feel particularly great. There is no summon for this boss, right? I feel like I asked that earlier, but I didn't get an answer. Is there no summon for this boss? I mean, that's fine. That's whatever. I'd like to know. I mean, there's a lot of corpses around here, Mr. Ritz. Maybe that's what the weapon is. God damn it, I was pointing out the corpses! You mind? That sounds awful, Alex. Okay, there's my souls. I guess I'll look at those. Or die. I'll go die. I disagree with that. I have not even touched her this attempt. Not even once. Good night, Oculus. Have a good one. I was off time on that one. I was off time on that one, too. Yo, look at that, man. What do you want from me? That's true, Darth Tyrant. Maybe that's why they just didn't even do it. That makes sense. What is this, the Illidan fight? Or, sorry, no, that's not the Illidan fight. That's the Kill Jaden fight. My bad. You can understand why I associate that with Illidan if you know the fight in question. Especially given this mechanic. If you don't mind my asking, what's a full build, Kevmate, in context? Oop, oop, oop. Wrong way. Wrong way. That fight was a pain to record footage for, by the way. Just a pain. Had to. It's kind of a critical moment in the story. There was no way I could skip that fight. Ignoring the fact that I show off every boss in that game. So, you know, I kind of had to. You can probably see why I'm not locking on. Whoops. I shouldn't have gone for it. I'm not locking on because I need the roll for what I'm doing here. Makes it kind of a pain to constantly readjust the camera. That's a new one. I don't know what that one is. I don't know what that one is. Okay, you just teleported. Okay. Oh, I didn't. That was a confirmation click. That's whatever. If I ever swing more than once, it's a mistake on this fight. Let me just be very clear about that. I'm only trying to hit her once per round. Kind of, but not really, Malachor. It's sort of a weird thing. It's its own thing. And honestly, I think it's very badly implemented. We have, Mr. Red. What's the most evil thing in this game? Bloodborne Lorehounds. What do you think? What's the most evil thing in this game? Now, for me, evil is usually petty, pathetic, you know, just absolutely disgustingly awful, that kind of thing. But the choir probably counts as far as just malevolence, you know? Just absolutely horribleness. Oh, wow, Kevmate. The moon presence, really? Most theory crafters I see say the moon presence is the closest thing we get to a big good in this game. So that's interesting. I don't know what I think on that one. I suppose whoever decided to start force-feeding the plague into the town to speed up the process. Yeah, I know, Alex. Probably qualifies. I forget which exact individual was behind that, so forgive me for just being vague. So, to explain a little bit, I looked away for a frickin' millisecond! You asshole! She knew! She just waited until I looked away for a second! Damn it, that's another mistake. Screwing up all over the place now. Anyways, so. The moon presence. So. The theory I tend to hear about the moon presence is that the moon presence is behind everything, but in a good way. It set everything up, set up the nightmare, set up the dreamscape, specifically to remove the Great Ones from the board. And thus, it's kind of a, you know, we need to not be here. We need to be removed from the equation, kind of a good. So... obviously that's theory, because interpretive storytelling, like we talked about earlier. Ugh, I hate this attack. Yeah, the best thing about that roll is I actually did it on purpose. It's kind of rare. Actually, I kind of agree with that interpretation, Alex. But let me go ahead and explain my reasoning real quick. Okay, that's my reasoning. Any questions? Oh, God. Oh, God. Be over here. Don't mind me. Hey, Gary. So, the general logic approach here should be regular. You know, stream cuts off at about 50. Then I gotta make some dinner. And then not die to this boss. That's very important. Not dying is important. This is actually getting a little boring, honestly. This is taking forever. And then, you know, woo. Okay, so, moon presence. Dream. This, and I'm going to say this in the rumination, so spoilers for the rumination. This is a factory, right? This is a Great One factory. And for whatever reason, the Great Ones exist, and they're influencing people, and the moon presence, for whatever reason, is like, you know what, that sucks. The Great Ones need to be removed from the board. Now, I agree with the moon presence. They absolutely need to be removed from the equation, because they're terrible and awful, and pretty much the source of everything going wrong. So, it sets up this thing as a factory to try and chipper shred through people hunters, and just kind of make it so that eventually they're... So I'm explaining this so wrong. They set up the thing so the people are tempted, so the people start working with this, which leads to the hunters, which go to the nightmare in order to get themselves fixed, of whatever they're deciding to get themselves fixed from. I don't even know why I went for that. I was just bored. I know exactly why I went for that. I was bored. God, I don't even have half health. Sorry. And, I've been fighting this for like 6 minutes now. But yeah, trying to find the right person. Exactly. It's trying to get the one person who could get through the grinder and successfully defeat all the Great Ones, kill them off in the Nightmare, the only place the Great Ones can actually be physically killed. And in so doing, remove the Great Ones from the board. There's the evidence, there's the logic, there's the theory. Now, all I have for evidence of that is the analysis. I don't have, like... So there's this one bit in this one book where it says, and then the Moon Presence said, I hate you. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure there's exactly 2 references to the Moon Presence before you actually interact with it in this game. One of which was at, like, the very beginning. I should have gone for that. Yeah, what's really interesting is the Great Ones aren't necessarily evil. So, hang on. So let me clarify that theory a little bit. Most people I hear give that theory say it in the perspective of the Moon Presence being good. It would make equal sense to me if that's the Moon Presence being the ultimate bad, trying to kill off all the other Great Ones because it's the equivalent of the devil. Oh my god, I'm out of heals. I haven't run out of heals since the beginning of the game. You know, trying to kill off all the others, right? That could be equally seen as an evil action. It could also be a neutral action. Like, maybe that's just its purpose in life, is resetting the board, so to speak. That sucked. And I'm super dead. I don't have time to heal. I'm gonna do it anyways! And I'm gonna run! For my life! And then I'm dead. I'm glad I healed. That's just... You know, and then I got hit immediately after. That's my favorite way to heal, is to heal and then get hit. I don't know why I was even thinking about healing. It's just, you know, some days it's worth it to waste your time. That just makes getting up in the morning all the more worthwhile. I do remember that, Gary, although most people probably don't remember that. How many of you remember that? How many of you were there for that? Okay, do I have another heal in me? Nope. Okay. I went past it, and I'm dead. God damn it! I was trying to select the thing, and I went past it, and I can't... I have to pull my hand off to do that, to select that while moving, and so I got hit. But yeah, I used to think Estus flasks were one-shot and didn't refill, and so I got through a pretty decent chunk of Dark Souls 2 specifically, before someone was like, why aren't you using Estus flasks? Because I was using the consumable heals instead. Give me a second, Dr. Winter. I've got a nice, long, boring walk back to a nice, long, boring fight. So give me a minute. I gotta scroll up, though. It's scrolled off now. There it is. That's a good point, Dr. Winter. The fact that it endures the dream even after you kill all the Great Ones, and, you know, you have to do something else to get out of it, is indicative in its own right. So. Okay. I can't believe that. I ran out of heals. You know how long it's been since that happened? That's literally been over a week since the last time that happened. Okay. I haven't given a negative yet. I'm just gonna get up in its face and get hit immediately, of course. And just get chipper shredded, because that's how this works. That is not a lot of damage for how much damage I took. That is not a fair trade. Ugh, I hate the luck on dodge roll, but whatever. Let's do this, or not, or not. There we go, there we go. Ow. Yeah, I tried staying behind her before, and it just wasn't happening. Kind of still not happening. It's real. So, okay, you can make fun of me for this. I have a really hard time telling what behind her is at any given moment. Like, just from looking at her. Like, there I could tell, but in some moments I'm like, what am I looking at? And I just can't quite tell. And she likes to do that, and yada yada yada. Ugh. Let's not. Ah! What the hell was that nonsense? I will say this, I'm not giving that boss a plus. You're right, that's a lot less boring, but I'm not giving that a plus. That was just kind of okay. Alright. Yeah, it's kind of a lame boss. Especially in a game that has a lot of really great bosses. And there's the other third. Okay. And the baby starves immediately. Well, that's weird. Okay, so now let's go ahead and eat these things. Yeah, it's weird for a penultimate boss, too, especially since what we've just went through, the Nightmare of Mensis, is effectively the final dungeon. Like, I know these don't quite follow the same pattern as a normal game, but yeah, this was basically the final dungeon, and yeah, not impressed. Every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. It's one of the themes I mentioned earlier. Third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned... there's one of those two references I just mentioned, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Used to gain insight, so they say eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. Probably something gross. Provost Willem, the asshole who is effectively behind all of this crap, sought the cord in order to elevate his being and thoughts to those of a great one by lining his brain with eyes. The only choice he knew if man were to ever match their greatness. This cord granted Mensis audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. That's, yep, so... time to eat some eye-riddled umbilical cords. That's cute. Delicious eyeballs. The eyes taste like gross. You ever tasted something slimy and slippery that's trying to, like, slick out of your tongue, off your tongue, while you're trying to eat it? You know, that's fair, Kevmate. I'll give you the, why is this on fire? I mean, I don't care. I got stuff to do.
Good hunter, dawn will soon break.
Yeah, shut up.
This night and this dream will end. Gammon awaits you at the foot of the great tree.
Cool. Can I level,
Very
please?
well.
Thank
Let
you.
me.
Okay. And I think I'm just going to level end from now until I get it to 50, which I will never get to, so.
Farewell, good hunter.
Yep. DLC time. I will respect the lore. Wait, no I won't. I hate the lore! Death to lore. Wow! I actually went through my blood vials. I had a few hundred of these. And no, I didn't max out my weapon. Can I go max out my weapon? Without, you know, triggering Gurman? Cool. Let's do that first. And let's buy some blood vials. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Just gonna go up here. Boosh. Still not decided on my other weapon. I am still leaning towards the saw cleaver, though. I mean, hell, I have it equipped, for God's sakes. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Right. I'm stupid. That's kind of what I was thinking, Alex. 'Cause I imagine there's more than just the two we've already gotten. Here. Actually, I didn't want to go there. Whatever. Yeah, we've basically beaten the game. Yay! You know what? Can I just take that? I have effectively beaten the game, except for the final boss. Without cheating. That's not sushi, because we still have to do this damn DLC, but I will still take that, you know? Now go, excuse me, I gotta go visit Jeet Ronberry. Yeah, all bosses, too. All bosses. Hey, Gene. I'll take that. Thank you. Excuse me, I don't care about you. Yeah, all optional content, all bosses, best ending. And I know I'm sounding like I'm bragging, and that's kind of because I am, but let me be very clear. I didn't think I could do that. The whole reason, I've said this so many times, the whole reason I looked up cheats for this game is I didn't think I could. I wanted to make sure that this game was completable, and I imagined I would get to a point, I'd run to a wall, and I'd cheat, just like I did with Sekiro.
Shrouded by night, but with steady stride. Colored by blood, but always clear of mind.
So, someone earlier asked, what do I like better, Bloodborne or Sekiro? It's an interesting question. In several ways, I would say Sekiro, but honestly, I think what I would say, Sekiro irritates me less, you know, less negatives kind of a situation. But I think Bloodborne has more positives. That, I disagree with that. That guy took 700 years to shoot. And waited till I was right in his face. Guy on the roof spamming. Yes, I did, Plutonia. We beat, Ligarius. He just blasts me. Yeah, yeah. That's basically the Indiana Jones meme, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Oh, you know what? I should. I really should. Every time I die, I should go visit Mr. Roddenberry. And it's a bit of a trip, but honestly, I kind of want to get a few more points in endurance, which means I kind of want to save my souls, which means I kind of want to go and kill Mr. Roddenberry every time I come through here. Yep, time to give him a Yarnum handshake. Oh yeah, I need to visit the Central Yarnum thing. I guess I could do that right now, since you're right here. We can also see how much blood we have right now. It's not a terrible idea. Oh. Oof. Okay. I mean, it's a nice thought, Mr. Red, but I'm not actually into torture, so let's go with no. Nah, it's cool, NGL. I want to do the DLC first, anyways. Lol, Lord Haramon. And that is not actually enough for a stat up. Damn, that sucks. Oh well. Where am I going? Central Yarnum, I think it was? It is a graphically impressive game. It's a shame it's so badly optimized. Between the load times and the stuttering frame rate, and the frame rate in general. I mean, it's not like they couldn't optimize this game. We know they could. If they either had the time or the budget or someone who was, someone involved was actually willing to put the effort into this. I guarantee you they could do this. Where am I going? I'm sorry. What? That... Well, I don't hear the coughing anymore. And there's a... Sorry, Gilbert. Here, let's bury him. As he deserves. Hang on. Let's just try to... Come on, it's sort of hard to grab bodies here. Hang on. Let's bury his... You know what? Hold up. I got a better idea. Let's bury him as he deserves. Rest in pieces, Gurnham. Okay. And by Gurnham, I mean Gilbert. Sorry, that's not Gurnham. That has nothing to do with Gurnham. I mean, I guess it technically does, because Gurnham made the original pact, and blah, 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 blah. That's the wrong thing. I want to do this. I'm gonna do something weird super quick. It's here. Yes. Names are for tombstones. I just want to get one more stat up because I'm actually kind of close to it. In fact, I think only 2 rounds of this should do it. I've actually done this with the two-hander. All the times I've killed these guys, which was several hours, never did it with the two-hander. That's why, but, you know. Yeah, Yeah, I know. Everyone said that last time, too. First time I fought these guys, I lured them. But that takes too long. I'm here for speed. I got stuff to do. People to kill. DLC to fail at. You know, honestly... Excuse me, honestly, that would not surprise me, Estus Flakes. If that were true. It really wouldn't. I heard a theory about that, actually, Dr. Winter. So, I think most of us agree that Lawrence is pretty messed up and Willem is pretty messed up, right? One of the theories are... Actually, I can check.
Gammon. Very well. Let me.
Please, please. Nope, I need 110, 400. Okay.
Farewell, good hunt.
Yep. The theory, I don't know how much I might believe this, but the theory was that Lawrence was actually being cautious, and it just went that badly anyways. Now, there's no evidence for that theory, really. It's just, it's kind of a different form of horror, you know? Oh, you're right, I should have done that. Ah, whatever. There we go. That was a good string. That's enough. That's enough. We're in a hurry. We're in a hurry. That's enough for now. I do need to change my runes, and I need to check my gems, too. I feel like I got a couple more gems I want to check out, just to be sure about. Sorry for kind of chilling here. We're doing a longer stream than I'm used to. This is going to be a 7-hour stream.
Gammon, go. Very well. Let me.
More stamina. Okay, let's check our gems super quick. Excuse me. That's true, Dr. Winter. Like I said, no evidence, really. Just an interesting different type of horror. Yeah, we're not getting those. Interesting. Hmm. I mean, power is the ability to do, so I kind of agree with that. Okay, so that's the loot drop one. That's the moon. This is the other moon. Let's go and put on the other. Oh, I have all 3 moons now. Holy crap. I could really start farming. Okay, so I get what that is. What is this? But yeah, but what does continuous heal near death +1 mean? Ah, so +1 regen, but only at low health. That's junk. Okay, we'll go with that one then, because we don't do co-op. I doubt it's much of a boost to vial healing, but you never know, right? Do we need insight for anything? You know what? Actually, no, I'm not even going to ask that. There is something we could use insight for. So let's save our insight. And let's go the wrong way. Because I keep forgetting. I've been in this DLC like 50 times. I keep forgetting. It's this one for the DLC. Oh, is it our spruce? Oh, good. Oh, right. Sorry, you said to go talk to the woman. The blood donor, or sex worker, or both. One of the two, or three. Fire is thought to cleanse impurity. Well, you know. The additional rotted offering beckons ungodly forces, normally terrifying things, but also worthy prey for special hunt. Listen, I didn't mean to stab the old woman in the chest with a sword bigger than she was, okay? That was not a deliberate action. What? Did I miss her? There's no more blood. Is it further down? Did she climb down to give birth? Sure.
It can't be. This is a nightmare.
Okay, we're just gonna not take our knee-jerk reaction to that situation and just sort of leave. Here's a dumb question. I feel like I misunderstood that. If you kill the child, she dies. Did I hear that right? Because, but... Okay. Okay. Well, no, I mean, think about it. We killed the wet nurse, and that's what killed Murgo, right? Like, immediately. Why did they need to procreate? Several things have mentioned that the Great Ones have a need to procreate, specifically because of the fact that they have lost their children. But why did they lose their children? Hey, Gene. Unless they lose their children naturally. And they lost their that's a terrible... They lost their children eons ago. Whenever this started with the fishing village, right? With the beginning of... with the first hunter.
Shrouded by night.
And they've been trying to get children ever since.
Ground under the church.
Okay, that was incredibly unfair what just happened there. I think this is deliberately interpretive storytelling, so anything I could say would just be a theory. That's what I think. Which, I'll admit, you know, no offense intended, no judgment cast. That kind of thing tends to de-invest me in a story. I've actually said that before on camera. If someone says, it's whatever you think it is, I'm like, oh, okay, and I immediately stop caring. Oh, about the plus, right. Well, I mean, I was going to give it a plus, but then I died to bullcrap, and we all know I'm a terrible game reviewer, so I'm afraid I'm actually going to have to give 3 more negatives to gameplay and 7 more negatives to story, specifically for the fact that I just died to bullcrap, and that sucks.
Shrouded by night, but with
It's alright. If I wasn't such a crap reviewer, this wouldn't be a problem, but here we are. Thank you, Klaus. Very much for the sub. I do always appreciate. Thank you. Let me ask you a question. When's the next lantern? From here. That should not hit me. That should not hit me. God, this is such bullcrap. You say that, Pretzel, but maybe they aren't. Yeah, you kind of see why I'm asking, Alex. Because, I mean, I got about 15 minutes left on my shift, and if I can't reach the next lantern in 15 minutes... See, I figured it would be pretty small, R. Spruce. That's kind of their norm. Hi, Gene. And I can't get past this one gun guy and one thug guy. It's actually a pretty mean combo, I'll give them that. It's a narrow corridor with a guy with a gun, which is very accurate, has large range, and hits for an absolute crap ton. Like, absolutely destroys you, right? Then we've got the big guy, who has a lot of HP, and yeah, you see this. This is pretty classic. This is textbook, almost. One might say. We're gonna try one more differing strategy here. Hey, what's up? I have to give up the possibility of stealth, but that's okay. Please aggro me. Please aggro me. There you go. I'm sorry, dude. You wanna... Are you kidding me? Still shot me. Ow. Thought he was closer. He drops bullets. Down there? Right here. Where am I going? Help me out here. Why would a double nightmare have a jail in it? Do I have to kill the hunters to get the lantern? Let me ask that question. There's a dude I can talk to? I don't even see him. Hello, dude. Dude! Dude, where's my car? I don't see a dude to talk to, so. Well, losing 10,000 souls is not the end of the world, so let's experiment, shall we? Why not? No, it's actually a really terrible movie. The only funny part, my opinion, of the entire movie is the scene where they say, dude, where's your car, for about 5 minutes.
Are you a hunter? Well, that's very odd. Do you hear the toll of the bell?
No. Or maybe I do. I turn to my incredible guides. I turn to my insight community over here. God, my frame rate is terrible today. Look at that. I actually turned the exposure down a little bit. I hear nothing.
Very well. The beast you seek will not be found here.
I'm not really looking for a beast.
Go back to your hunt, and if you have the chance, put this night behind you.
Okay, can I go through this door, please?
It is better left untouched.
Oh my god.
Secrets better left alone. Only a forward so brazenly roam.
Okay. So now what? Is this the way? I think I do. Find out in a moment. I do not. I thought I had it already, but I do not. That's weird. Oh well. I do not have an eye pendant. Never mind, it's right there. I have an eye pendant. I don't know where it is, where I got it, or anything like that, but it exists. Okay. All I have to do is do this. Why did I put that in its skull? Why did it fit in its skull? But... yeah, I saw the beast under the bed. And the old dude, and the creepy dude, and the weird dude.
Beware the frailty of men.
Hey. Okay. I feel better now. Alright. Let's die real quick, and then we'll cut off for the night. Oh, there's two. Right. I forgot there were two. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, I forgot there were two. It's like, alright, I'll come down, do a drop-down attack, get a stab in, move to his right. Oh, there's a second person. I guess I'll die. We are in the DLC right now, Mr. Red. Is there an enemy? Interesting.
Beware the frailty of men.
What?
Beasts will tangle nectar and lure the meek into the depths.
That'll give me something to look forward to on Tuesday, which will be the next time we'll be playing this game. Remember, tomorrow is Lore Week and Streaminations, and Monday we don't stream. Okay, fine. I'll go see the extremely creepy, gross, weird thing. Just for you. Okay, yep, I already hate it. Hate it. Hate it in the face. Hopefully sometime in the next 3 days, 4 days, my PSU will show up. What is on your head, ma'am?
Has someone, anyone, seen my eyes? I am afraid I've dropped them in a puddle.
How do you...
Everything is pale now.
How did you drop your eyes? Whoop. Right. Of course. It's liquid in a FromSoft game. I should have known better. I'm an idiot. What are the Blood Saints? I don't remember right now. Oh, so they're just standing in that poison. I wonder why it's poisoned. It's almost like there's tons and tons of rotting bodies in it. Should I kill this person? You know, mercy, kill, I guess would really be the... Let's be honest, at this point, I'm not killing anything malevolent. I don't think I've been killing anything malevolent in a while. I think the last malevolent thing I killed was Ambly. So, you know. Just making sure. Cute, okay. That's depressing. One thing to do. Fight the hardest fight in the game with half health. I am, of course, joking. Go to this. Yeah! We made it, though. We just didn't have the health for it. Yeah, it's not what I said, Dr. Winter. I guess Mikolash counts as being malevolent. I'll give you that one. I mean, I think that was pretty good for a blind jump. I might have lived through that if I'd healed. I just was being stupid, so I didn't. I guess that's fair. I can just do it that way. I don't know why I'm doing this. What is this again? What am I getting from this? It's a thingy. I know it's a thingy. Pretty sure it's a thingy. Hey, the moon's just a normal moon. That's weird. Well, that says something, doesn't it? That's just weird that there's a normal moon. Just an ordinary moon. But be careful. This is no ordinary moon. I mean, we have been fighting all the bosses. So, yeah, no, let's commit to the hallway of hell. I hate this hallway so much. Oh, bull crap, sir. That was a combination of body blocking and geometry blocking, because I got stuck on the chair, too. Oh, it's down. Whatever. We're gonna do it the easy way, then.
Mine's young, the
Excuse me, I wanted to dodge, please. There's Lawrence's skull. Is that it? Is that it? Are we good? Are we down here? Staying on it. Ah, we're dead. Instantly dead. Turbo dead. But we got a skull, so that's cool. That's what I wanted. I wanted a skull. I've been building a collection. Oh my god. Okay, fine. You know what? No. This is gonna take too long. I'm gonna die a bunch. We're done for the night. I will see some of you tomorrow for Lore Week. I'll see some of you tomorrow for Streaminations. I hope to see the rest of you Tuesday for when we will actually be playing this game again. So, oh yeah, we beat the game. Whoa, we just didn't beat the DLC. See you around.